CES in each case, only for the few individuals who are hostile towards socialism and violate state laws. The democratic parties in our country were organized mainly during the War of Resistance against Japan, and their relationship with our party has long been one of cooperation. When the People's Republic of China was founded, they took part in the people's government. Thereafter, they came gradually to support the cause of socialism. It is our view that, from now on, a policy of long-term coexistence of the Communist Party and the Democratic parties and of mutual supervision should be adopted. The social basis of China's democratic parties is the national bourgeoisie, the upper strata of the petty bourgeoisie and intellectuals of these classes. After completion of socialist transformation, members of the national bourgeoisie and the upper strata of the petty bourgeoisie will form part of the socialist working people, and the democratic parties will become the parties for these working people. Since remaining bourgeois ideology will linger for a long time in their minds, the democratic parties will need over a long period to keep in touch with them, represent them, and help them remold themselves. At the same time, since the democratic parties and the Communist Party will coexist for a long time, the parties will be able to supervise each other. Our party is not motivated by self-interest. It places itself wholeheartedly in the service of the people. We still have shortcomings. It is certain we shall have shortcomings in the future, and it is likely we shall make mistakes. Of course, to overcome these shortcomings and mistakes, we must, first of all, encourage more vigorous self-criticism within our party and rely on supervision by the working people as a whole, and we should also try to derive benefit from supervision and criticism by members of all democratic parties and by Democrats without party affiliation. Representatives of the democratic parties and Democrats without party affiliation occupy important posts in many of our state organs. There are also a large number of non-party people working in our government organs, schools, enterprises, and armed forces. This situation requires that party members establish good relations and work in cooperation with them. We raise this issue because some party members insist that everything be of one color. They are unwilling to have non-party people working in state organs, do not consult with them when circumstances require, and do not respect the authority that goes with their posts. This is a sectarian viewpoint. 236. Communists, at any given time, constitute a minority of the people. Therefore they have the obligation to cooperate with non-party people under all circumstances. The party must educate uncooperative members into speedily overcoming such shortcomings. This, at present, is one of the important tasks in consolidating the People's Democratic United Front. With the triumphant advance of the socialist cause in our country, the scope of our People's Democratic United Front will become ever broader. We should persist in uniting with individuals from the upper strata of the minority nationalities, patriots in religious circles, and other patriots who are influential in society in one way or another. We should continue to unite with patriotic Chinese living abroad. They, too, are a component part of the United Front. In short, our task is to mobilize all positive factors to contribute to the building of socialism. It can thus be seen that the broadest united front and the broadest patriotic unity do not impair our proletarian dictatorship but aid its consolidation and development. Our state system combines a high degree of democracy with a high degree of centralism. This system has shown its superiority in our country during the last few years. Of course, this does not mean that the work of the state is perfect and flawless. In their work, many of the state organs and their functionaries often depart from the correct principles of our state system. They obstruct the vigor and strength of our state system instead of turning them to full account. Nor do we mean that our state system has perfected itself in every respect. It will take a fairly long time for it to mature and perfect itself gradually. What major tasks now confront us in improving our state administration? In keeping with the new situation in socialist transformation and socialist construction, an important task for the state today is to extend democracy and carry on the struggle against bureaucratism. Bureaucratism can be found among people in many of our state organs, who are far removed from the masses, do not understand and suppress the opinions of their subordinates and the masses and pay little attention to the well-being of the masses. People guilty of bureaucratism isolate themselves from the masses and reality, seriously hinder the growth of democracy in the country, hamper popular initiative and impede the advance of socialism. We must earnestly report at 8th National Congress of CPC 237 and systematically improve the work of state organs, trim and simplify their organizations, clearly define every government worker's responsibility, and help functionaries, who busy themselves exclusively with holding meetings and signing documents, never contacting the people or studying relevant policies and the actual situation, change their ways. We should work out specific measures to ensure that leading members of all departments of the Central People's Government and provincial and municipal governments frequently visit subordinate organizations, acquaint themselves with the conditions there, check on the work done and listen to opinions. We must see to it that these things are put into practice. The struggle against bureaucratism will be a long one, but we are fully confident that, under our people's democracy, we shall gradually eliminate vices of bureaucratism, because our state is poles apart from exploiting class states, in which a minority of the people oppress the majority, and because our system does not protect bureaucratism but opposes it. In order to combat bureaucratism effectively, we must enforce strict supervision of the work of the state through several channels at once. First, we should provide more effective party leadership and supervision of state organs. Party committees at all levels should, from time to time, check on the work of party organizations within government organs at all levels. Apart from this, all departments under party committees should be responsible for constant supervision of party organizations and party members in the government departments concerned. Second, we should reinforce supervision by the National People's Congress and its Standing Committee of the Departments of the Central People's Government and supervision by all local People's Congresses of all local government organs. To this end, inspection by the People's Deputies should be improved, so that they can extensively collect the opinions of the masses. The People's Congresses at all levels should do better in examining, criticizing, and discussing the work done by the governments. Third, we should reinforce mutual supervision of subordinates and superiors within government organs at all levels. In the struggle against bureaucratism, the state supervisory organs should fully carry out the role assigned to them. Fourth, we should strengthen supervision of state organs by the masses and low-ranking government workers. Criticism and exposure. 238. From below must be encouraged and supported. Those who suppress people offering criticism or take revenge against critics must be duly punished. Another important necessity in state administration today is proper readjustment of the administrative powers and functions of the central and local authorities. This also accords with the need to extend democracy and overcome bureaucratism. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, in order to establish and consolidate national unity, we opposed departmentalism, concentrating in the hands of the central authorities many affairs within its province as we should. This was absolutely necessary, but during the past few years some departments under the central authorities have taken on too many jobs and imposed too many or too rigid restrictions on local departments, ignoring special circumstances and conditions in the localities. Even when they should have consulted with the local authorities, they did not do so. Some departments issued too many formalistic documents and forms, imposing too great a burden on local authorities. This not only hampered the work of the local authorities, but dissipated the energies of the central authorities and fostered the growth of bureaucratism. It is unthinkable that in such a big country the central authorities could take on all the jobs of the state and do them well. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary for the central authorities to delegate some of their administrative powers and functions to the local authorities. For much of the work of the state, such as that dealing with agriculture, small and medium-sized industries, local transport, local commerce, primary and secondary education, local health services, and local finance, the central authorities should simply establish general principles and policies and map out general plans, leaving the actual work to the local authorities to carry out in a manner suitable for a particular place and a particular time. Some of the cadres working in the central organs should be sent to work in the localities. The provinces, municipalities, counties, and townships should be given a definite range of administrative powers and functions. In line with this principle, the central authorities, in conjunction with local authorities, are now analyzing the problem and will draw up a concrete plan and have it put into practice step by step. In this way, the initiative of both the central and local organs will find full expression. Both central and local authorities will have essential flexibility, and they can also more conveniently carry out mutual. Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 239. Supervision. This is of great importance in advancing socialist construction on every front in our country. It is an important task in conducting state affairs to deal correctly with questions concerning the minority nationalities. We should redouble our efforts to help the minority nationalities progress economically and culturally, so that they can play a positive role in the country's socialist construction. Among the minority nationalities, great changes have taken place in the past few years. In most areas, democratic reform and socialist transformation have already won decisive victories. Of the more than 35 million minority nationality people in China, 28 million inhabit areas where socialist transformation has basically been completed, 2.2 million inhabit areas where it is underway, and nearly 2 million inhabit areas where democratic reforms are being conducted. Thus only some 3 million still inhabit areas where democratic reforms have not yet been started. In the future, in regions still awaiting democratic reforms and socialist transformation, we should continue to pursue the prudent policy we have been pursuing all along. That is to say, all reforms must be deliberated carefully and settled through consultation with the people and the public leaders of the nationality concerned and in accordance with the wishes of the nationality itself. Reform should be carried out through peaceful means, without violent struggle. After members of the upper strata of the minority nationalities have stopped exploiting and oppressing the working people, the state will take appropriate measures to see that their political treatment and living standards are not impaired and will convince people of the need for cooperation with them for a long time to come. As for religious beliefs in minority nationality areas, we should persistently pursue a policy of freedom of religious belief and never interfere in such matters during social reform. We should help those with a religious vocation to find proper solutions for any livelihood difficulties they may face. The key to modernizing the minority nationalities, besides carrying out social reform, is to develop modern industries in their areas. During the first 5-year plan period, the state has established a number of industrial bases in some minority nationality areas and started a number of large-scale modern industries and transport services. It will continue to do so during the second 5-year plan period. This accords with the common, fundamental interests of the people of all nationalities in the country. The people of Han nationality. 240. And of all minority nationalities should work hard together for complete realization of the state plan. At the same time, to meet the special needs of the minority peoples, central ministries and departments, provincial governments and governments of autonomous regions should gradually start up a number of local industries in areas inhabited by the minority nationalities, observing the principle of keeping within the objectively feasible and economically rational. In all such industries, whether under the central or local authorities, the minority nationalities should be helped to form their own working class and create their own scientific, technical and administrative personnel. Only thus can they fairly rapidly reach modern levels of development in all fields. Owing to historical conditions, the minority nationalities need enormous aid from the Han people to carry out social reform and economic and cultural development. Hence continued improvement of relations between the Han and minority peoples and cadres is of particular importance. At present, the key to improving these relations lies in overcoming Han chauvinism. In the past few years a great many Han cadres have been working in areas inhabited by the minority nationalities. Most of them faithfully followed the party's policy towards nationalities, accomplished the tasks assigned to them by the party, and earned the appreciation of the minority peoples. However, some Han cadres did not respect the authority and opinions of minority nationality cadres, and instead of patiently helping the minority nationalities run their own house, simply took everything into their own hands. These shortcomings and mistakes indicate a tendency towards Han chauvinism in the minds of some comrades. As all the nationalities in China have together created China's history and culture, so too in future will they certainly build our great socialist motherland together. China's minority nationalities have not all reached the same level of development, but it is absolutely not true that all are backward in all fields. Some have attained the same or roughly the same level as the Han people, others have reached a higher level in one respect or another, and the Han people should learn from them. Each nationality has its strong points. The idea that the minority nationalities are good at nothing and inferior in every way to the Han nationality is a manifestation of Han chauvinism. Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 241. To overlook the important part played by the minority nationalities in the socialist construction of our country is another manifestation of Han chauvinism. Although the minority nationality peoples constitute only 6% of the country's total population, the areas they inhabit amount to roughly 60% of the country's total area. Many of these areas are rich in various kinds of industrial resources. It is obviously wrong to think that China can become a great socialist country through the efforts of the Han people alone, without the concerted efforts and active participation of the minority nationalities. All such Han chauvinistic tendencies and views must be infallibly corrected. Only by overcoming any slightest manifestation of Han chauvinism will it be possible to successfully eliminate sentiments of local nationalism among the minority nationalities and enable all the fraternal nationalities to unite all the more closely in our big family of a people's democracy. In order to consolidate our people's democratic dictatorship, preserve order for socialist construction, protect the people's democratic rights, and punish counter-revolutionaries and other criminals, an urgent task facing our state is to begin systematic codification of a fairly complete set of laws and to put the legal system of the country on a sound footing. During the Revolutionary War and in the early days following liberation, the only expedient way to weed out remaining enemies, suppress counter-revolutionary resistance, destroy reactionary order and establish revolutionary order was to draw up temporary laws, in the nature of general principles, in accordance with party and government policies. During this period the chief aim of the struggle was to liberate the people from reactionary rule and free the productive forces from the bondage of old relations of production. The principal method of struggle was to lead the masses in direct action. Such general principle laws were thus suited to the needs of the time. Now, however, the period of revolutionary storm and stress is past, new relations of production have been set up, and our struggle has become one aimed at safeguarding the successful development of the productive forces. Consequently, a corresponding change has to be made in the methods of struggle, and a complete legal system becomes an absolute necessity. Everyone in the country, in order to maintain a normal life and foster production, must be convinced that as long as he does not violate the law, his civil rights are guaranteed. 242. And shall not be encroached upon by any organization or individual. If his civil rights are unlawfully encroached upon, the state will intervene. All state organs must strictly observe the law, and our public security departments, procuratorial offices, and courts must observe the system of division of function and mutual supervision in legal affairs. The counter-revolutionaries are bent on undermining our state and our construction and endangering the security of the people, so it is the duty of our state organs to suppress and weed them out. In 1950 we led a nationwide struggle for the suppression of counter-revolutionaries and dealt their activities a severe blow. In 1955 we carried out a campaign against counter-revolutionaries in society at large and ferreted out those hidden in public organizations throughout the country. As a result of these large-scale mass campaigns, social order has been greatly improved and national security strengthened. In dealing with counter-revolutionaries and other criminals, we have all along followed the policy of combining punishment with leniency. All who make honest confession, repent their crimes and perform meritorious services receive lenient treatment. As everyone knows, this policy has achieved great results. Since the second half of last year, this policy of combining punishment with leniency, the upsurge of socialist transformation, and the enhanced political consciousness and better organization of the masses have made it increasingly difficult for counter-revolutionaries to carry out their activities. As a result, a sharp split has taken place among the counter-revolutionaries. Whole batches of them have given themselves up to the government. This proves, on the one hand, that counter-revolutionaries are still at large, and it is absolutely wrong to think we can relax our vigilance, and, on the other hand, that so long as our policy is correct, counter-revolutionaries can be wiped out, and it is groundless for people to believe that counter-revolutionary activities are getting more serious. Our public security organs, procuratorial offices, and courts should continue to wage a determined struggle against counter-revolutionaries and other criminals, but, as already mentioned, this struggle must be conducted with strict observance of the law, and, in view of the current situation, further steps must be taken to put the policy of leniency into practice. The party Central Committee holds that, with the exception of a handful of criminals who have to be report at 8th National Congress of CPC 243. Condemned to death in response to public indignation at their atrocious crimes, no offenders should be given the death penalty, and while serving their terms of imprisonment, they should be accorded absolutely humane treatment. All cases involving the death penalty should be decided upon or sanctioned by the Supreme People's Court. In this way we shall finally achieve our aim of completely abolishing the death penalty, and this is all to the good of socialist construction. Furthermore, in order to defend our country, we should continue to strengthen our national defense and our National Defense Army, the glorious Chinese People's Liberation Army. The People's Liberation Army should try to raise its fighting capacity to a higher level, guard our frontiers and coasts vigilantly, and defend our territorial integrity. Our motherland's territory of Taiwan is still under the occupation of the U.S. imperialists, which constitutes a most serious threat to the security of our country. The liberation of Taiwan is entirely China's internal affair. We are willing to bring Taiwan back to the embrace of the motherland through the peaceful means of negotiation and avoid the use of force. If force has to be used, it will be only when all possibilities for peaceful negotiation have been exhausted or peaceful negotiations have failed. Whatever means we adopt, we shall win ultimate victory in the just liberation of Taiwan. V. International relations. In order to make our country a great socialist state, we must unite not only with all the forces at home that can be united with, but with all the forces throughout the world that can be united with, and work to bring about favorable international conditions. What is the international situation right now? Generally speaking, the present international situation is favorable to our socialist construction, because since the Second World War the forces of socialism, national independence, democracy, and peace have grown to an unprecedented extent, whereas the policy pursued by the imperialist aggressive bloc of active expansion, opposition to peaceful coexistence and preparation for a new world war has become increasingly unpopular. Under these conditions the 244 world situation can only lead to a relaxation of tension. Lasting world peace is beginning to become a possibility. There was no other socialist country in the world when the people of the Soviet Union embarked upon their socialist construction after the October Revolution, but today, as the people of our country are carrying on socialist construction, conditions are fundamentally different. Since the Second World War, not only has the Soviet Union become more powerful, but many new socialist countries have come into being in Europe and Asia. The socialist countries, including China, have a combined population of over 900 million, one-third of the world's total population, and are linked together geographically as one vast expanse of land, forming a big family of fraternal, socialist countries headed by the Soviet Union. Fraternal friendship, mutual assistance, and cooperation are constantly being developed and consolidated. The Soviet Union and other socialist countries have re-established friendly relations with the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia. China has also established diplomatic relations and developed friendly intercourse with that country. At the present time, the socialist countries are mobilizing all their peoples in the service of peaceful socialist construction. Their industry and agriculture are forging ahead at a rate the capitalist countries can hardly equal. In our foreign relations we firmly follow our consistent policy of peace and advocate peaceful coexistence, friendship, and cooperation among all nations. We believe in the superiority of the socialist system and we are not afraid to engage in peaceful competition with capitalist countries. Our policy accords with the interests of all the peoples of the world. All forces that love peace, demand national independence and work for social progress will have our sympathy and support. The socialist countries enjoy ever-increasing prestige among peoples throughout the world and are exerting an ever greater influence on developments in the international situation. The socialist countries, headed by the Soviet Union, have become a stout bulwark in the struggle for lasting world peace. The 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, held last February, was an important political event of world significance. It not only drew up the sixth five-year plan of gigantic proportions, decided on many important policies and principles for further development of the cause of socialism, and repudiated the personality cult, which had had grave consequences inside the party, but also advocated further promotion of peaceful coexistence and report at 8th National Congress of CPC 245. International cooperation, making an outstanding contribution to the easing of world tension. The strength and solidarity of the socialist countries constitute a most favorable international condition for the socialist construction of our country. Another development of great historic significance since the Second World War is the extensive victories gained in the movement for national independence. Besides the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the People's Republic of China, which have already taken the road to socialism, a number of countries in Asia and Africa have shaken off colonial bondage and achieved national independence. These nationally independent countries, our great neighbor India included, have a total population of more than 600 million, or one-fourth of the human race. The overwhelming majority of these countries are pursuing a foreign policy of peace and neutrality. They are playing a growing role in world affairs. The success of the Asian-African Conference at Bandung 96 and new developments in national independence movements in many Asian and African countries, especially the recent world-shaking event, the nationalization of the Suez Canal Company by Egypt 97, prove that the movement for national independence has become a formidable world force. In the past, most of the countries in Asia and Africa were colonies or semi-colonies of imperialism and were converted by the imperialists into rear areas for preparing and waging wars. Now these countries have become forces opposing colonialism and war and upholding peaceful coexistence. In the meantime, the struggle against colonialism is spreading in Latin American countries. The imperialists are doing their utmost to hold back the rising tide of the national independence movement, but this tide cannot be held back. It will, in the end, sweep over the whole of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, thus terminating the rule of colonialism once and for all. There can be no doubt that the existence of the socialist countries and their sympathy and support for the national independence movement have greatly facilitated the development of and victory in this movement. At the same time, the upsurge of the national independence movement has weakened the imperialist forces of aggression. This is favorable to the cause of world peace and therefore favorable to the peaceful construction of the socialist countries. That is why friendship and cooperation between the socialist countries and 246. The nationally independent countries conform not only to their common interests but to the interests of world peace as well. These great historical changes run counter to the desires of imperialism, especially U.S. imperialism. U.S. monopoly capital, taking advantage of the favorable position it gained as a result of the wealth amassed during the Second World War, has engaged in frantic expansionist activities since the war, first and foremost gaining control over the vanquished countries, Germany, Japan, etc. and seizing the spheres of influence of Britain, France, and other countries in Asia and Africa, doing its utmost to dominate the world. It has organized military blocs, established military bases, created international tension and prepared for a new war. U.S. imperialism describes all these activities as defense against communist aggression, but, after all, lies cannot cover up facts. Aggression is utterly incompatible with socialism. In socialist countries, the class depending upon aggression, colonies, and foreign markets for its fortune has been eliminated, and the social roots of aggression against foreign countries have, therefore, been completely destroyed. In imperialist countries, however, groups dependent upon aggression to make their fortunes will never, of their own accord, desist from aggression. The facts are very clear to the people of the world. The Soviet Union, China, and the other socialist countries champion the principle of peaceful coexistence and the development of economic and cultural relations between the East and the West, and these countries have taken the lead in reducing their armed forces and military expenditures. U.S. imperialism is doing just the opposite. It continues its arms drive, opposes the development of East-West relations, and fears peaceful coexistence as much as it does doomsday. At this very moment, U.S. armed forces are occupying China's Taiwan and overrunning the territories of Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and the countries of Western Europe, all thousands of kilometers away from the borders of the United States. The use of the slogans of defense against communism and fighting communism as a smokescreen to cover up the attempt of a country to dominate the world was already prevalent even before the Second World War. Naturally, the imperialists nurse extreme hatred for the socialist countries, but they also know that the socialist countries, strong and united as one, cannot be shaken. Therefore, the main activities of U.S. imperialism at present are actually, under the pretext of fighting communism, to suppress its own people and report at 8th National Congress of CPC 247. As far as possible, control and interfere in the vast areas lying between the socialist countries and the United States. These activities of the U.S. imperialists have met with increasing opposition from all quarters and have further intensified the inherent contradictions within the capitalist system itself. The countries and peoples that once suffered or are suffering from colonialism are becoming increasingly aware that U.S. imperialists are today the biggest and most predatory colonialists. In Asia and Africa, an ever-growing number of nationally independent countries have adopted the policy of peace and neutrality, refusing to join the aggressive military bloc of the United States. This has put a powerful check on the colonial expansion of U.S. imperialism. Among the Western nations, too, an ever larger number have gradually come to realize the real damage done to them by the expansionist policy of the United States. Neutralist tendencies on the part of these nations are also growing with each passing day. They refuse to let themselves be tied to the American war chariot, and they favor, instead, peaceful coexistence with socialist countries. Britain and France, the two major allies of the United States, once hoped to maintain their vested interest by relying upon the power of the United States. But in fact, trailing after the U.S. policy of arms drives and war preparations has only exposed them to penetration by American influence, while the heavy burden of military expenditure has an increasingly harmful effect on the development of their national economies. This has in turn intensified dissatisfaction with and opposition to American monopoly and domination on the part of the major allies of the United States, and has particularly intensified the contradictions between Britain and the United States. At the same time, among the broad masses of the people in various Western countries, the movements for peace and democracy, in opposition to the U.S. policy of arms drives and war preparations, are expanding on an ever wider scale. The American people themselves have gradually come to realize what backbreaking burdens this policy has imposed on them and the peril of war it has brought. Even inside the ruling circles of the United States, some sober-minded people are becoming more and more aware that the policy of war may not, after all, be to America's advantage. The foreign policy pursued by the ruling circles of Britain and France has now landed themselves in a morass of contradictions and confusion. Under the impact of the existing international situation as a whole, Britain and France have to some extent expressed their 248 desire for peaceful coexistence, yet still attempt to cling to the privileges of colonialism. They are unwilling to abandon the policy of resorting to force and the threat of force against the national independence movements. This has been clearly shown particularly by developments since the government of Egypt took back the Suez Canal Company. The British and French governments plan to resort to military intervention to violate the sacred sovereignty of Egypt and seize the Suez Canal again. The United States supports the aggressive actions of Britain and France on the one hand, while on the other, it attempts to take advantage of the situation to seize their interests in the Middle East. The struggle between the imperialist policy of aggression and the movement of nationally independent states against aggression is being intensified in the Middle East. Egypt has widespread sympathy all over the world. Public opinion throughout the world demands a peaceful settlement of the dispute over the Suez Canal. If, instead of following the road of peaceful settlement, Britain and France choose to carry out armed intervention, they will not only meet heroic resistance from the Egyptian people and the people of Arab countries, but inevitably arouse resolute opposition from the people in the socialist camp, Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Western countries, as well as from the people in Britain and France themselves. The world is heading for peace. The policy of armed intervention on the question of the Suez Canal, and indeed on all other questions relating to the national independence movement, can result only in utter failure. There can be no doubt that the imperialists will continue to create tense situations, that they will continue to oppress all peoples whom it is within their power to oppress, and that the danger of war still exists. We shall be making a mistake if we slacken our vigilance on this point. In its struggle for peace and progress, mankind has still to traverse a most tortuous and devious path, but the overall outlook for the world is a bright one. Given the solidarity and concerted efforts of the forces of the socialist countries and the forces for peace and democracy the world over, lasting peace for the world and the cause of human progress will eventually triumph. Our firm and steadfast policy in international affairs is to work for world peace and human progress. In the past few years, our efforts in this respect have been fruitful. During their revolutionary struggle, the Chinese people had the support of the camp of peace, democracy, and socialism, headed by Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 249. The Soviet Union. Shortly after the founding of the People's Republic of China, we concluded a treaty of friendship, alliance, and mutual assistance with the Great Soviet Union. 11 events over the past few years have shown that the great alliance between China and the Soviet Union is a main pillar of peace in the Far East and the world. The Soviet Union has given great assistance to socialist construction in our country, and the people's democracies in Europe and Asia have also given us help in various ways. The Chinese people will never forget this comradely assistance from fraternal countries. Such assistance has been and will always be indispensable to us. The unity and friendship between China and the Great Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, built upon a foundation of a community of objectives and mutual assistance, are unbreakable and will last forever. To further consolidate and strengthen this unity and friendship is our supreme international duty and is the basis of our foreign policy. China has itself suffered from the scourge of colonialism. China's territory, Taiwan, is even now under the control of the United States. The Chinese people deeply sympathize with and actively support all oppressed peoples and all countries suffering from aggression in their struggle against colonialism and for national independence. Every victory won in this struggle, whether in Asia, Africa, or Latin America, will further strengthen the forces of peace. China has much in common, in terms of past experience and present circumstances, and cherished hopes, with other countries of Asia and Africa that have just freed themselves from colonial rule. In international relations in general and in our mutual relations in particular, we all share the desire for mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. These common desires are embodied in the 5 principles initiated by China and India. Acting on these principles, we have already established ties of friendship and cooperation with many Asian and African countries, thereby promoting peace in this area. On the basis of the 5 principles we are trying, in the first place, to establish good neighbor relations with all neighboring countries. We have profound and traditional friendship with these countries and there is no dispute between us that cannot be settled. Certain questions left over from the past exist between our country and some 250 neighboring countries. The imperialists are trying their utmost to take advantage of this situation in order to undermine and disrupt our efforts to develop or establish friendly relations with neighboring countries, but this attempt is doomed to failure. All issues between China and its neighboring countries can be settled by peaceful negotiation in accordance with the 5 principles. The development or establishment of friendly relations between China and its neighboring countries is in our interest as well as theirs. China has already established normal relations with a number of Western countries in Europe. China is prepared to establish normal diplomatic relations with all countries that have not yet established diplomatic relations with it. We believe that the establishment of such relations will be beneficial to both sides. Our policy of peaceful coexistence based on the 5 principles does not exclude any country. We have the same desire for peaceful coexistence with the United States, but the United States has been consistently hostile to our country. It has occupied our territory of Taiwan, sent spies into our country to engage in subversive activities, imposed an embargo on our country, done its utmost to bar us from international affairs, and insolently deprived us of our rightful place in the United Nations. Despite all this, our government has made efforts to settle our disputes with the United States by peaceful negotiation. We have repeatedly proposed a conference between the foreign ministers of China and the United States to ease as well as eliminate the tension in the Taiwan area. Our efforts in this connection are solely for the purpose of easing international tension and by no means signify acquiescence in aggression. As people all over the world know, the Chinese people will not hesitate to make sacrifices to safeguard the independence and security of their motherland, but even now the attitude of the United States government towards us is far from realistic or reasonable. What is the result? Despite the fact that the US imperialists have resorted to all kinds of vicious means to disrupt our country and have attempted to isolate us, the great new China stands firm on its feet in this world. Justice is on our side, worldwide sympathy is with us. It is not we who are isolated, but the US imperialists. If the US imperialists do not want to suffer further setbacks, their only way out is to adopt a realistic, reasonable attitude towards our country. All this is no longer a secret, even to the Americans themselves. Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 251. The Chinese people and all the peoples of the world need peace. They all want to promote economic and cultural relations and friend one-way contacts with one another. In the past few years the Chinese people have participated in all kinds of international activities beneficial to world peace. We have developed economic and cultural exchanges with the peoples of various countries and developed contacts with the people's organizations and public figures of different countries. Though we have come up against many man-made obstacles in all these activities, every day we are winning more friends all over the world. Facts prove that the Iron Curtain is not on our side, our doors are wide open to all. Such is the basic policy we have followed in dealing with international affairs. We shall continue to carry out this policy via the leadership of the party. During the period from the 7th to the 8th National Party Congress, our party, along with the victory in the revolution and the changes that have taken place in China, has also undergone great changes. It now exercises leadership across the land and enjoys a very high prestige among the people. The party has grown, with a membership of 10.73 million, of whom 14% come from the ranks of the workers, 69% from the peasantry and 12% from the intellectuals. Party organizations are spread throughout the country and among the various nationalities as well. The overwhelming majority of party members have been tempered in great revolutionary struggles. Even members who joined the party after 1949, more than 60% of the entire membership, are, in the main, outstanding activists who have come forward in the mass revolutionary struggles and socialist construction of the last few years. On the whole, the party has maintained closer ties with the people, has gained richer and more comprehensive experience in its work, and is more strongly united than ever before. As I have said earlier, the cause of socialism in China cannot do without the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is realized through the leadership of the Party of the Proletariat, the Communist Party. The leadership strength of the Chinese Communist Party stems from Marxism-Leninism, its ideological weapon, its correct political and 252 organizational lines, its rich experience in struggle and work, and its ability to crystallize the wisdom of all the people and turn that wisdom into a unified will and disciplined action. Not only in the past, but in the future too, the leadership of such a party is essential in order to enable China to deal effectively with complex domestic and international affairs. This view is shared by the people of all strata and all the democratic parties in our country as a result of their experience gained in life. Nevertheless, in socialist construction a few comrades have tried to weaken the leading role of the party. They confuse party leadership in terms of principles and policies in various spheres of state affairs with purely technical matters. They think that since the party is still a layman on the technical side of these things, it should not exercise leadership over such work, while they themselves can go on taking arbitrary action. We have criticized this wrong view. In all work the party should and can play a leading role ideologically, politically, and in matters of principle and policy. Of course, that does not mean the party should take everything into its own hands or interfere in everything. Neither does it mean that it should be content to be the layman about things it doesn't understand. The party calls on its cadres and members to study diligently in order to master the things they do not understand in their work, for the more they study, the better they shall be able to lead. As I have said before, the line followed by the party since its 7th Congress has been proved correct by facts, but that does not mean that in shouldering the increasingly heavy tasks of today the party will have no difficulties or make no mistakes. In the socialist transformation and construction and the political life of the country, we have made mistakes of a temporary nature and of limited scope. In handling international affairs we have not been entirely free of shortcomings and mistakes either. Therefore, one of the tasks confronting the party leadership is to study and analyze past mistakes and draw lessons from them, so as to avoid making mistakes in future, avoid as far as possible repeating past mistakes, and prevent small mistakes from developing into big ones. To enable our party to continue exercising correct and sound leadership in future, the main thing is for party organizations and party members to avoid making ideological mistakes. There are struggles in our party between correct and wrong ideology and between the correct and the wrong line. These struggles are reflections. Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 253. Of class struggle and various social phenomena. Since China has been a country in which the petty bourgeoisie constitutes the majority of its population, the feelings and sentiments of this class often influence us and constantly exert pressure on us. The bourgeoisie likewise influences us in various ways. Therefore, the party has to conduct constant inter-party education so as to prevent the bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideologies from impairing its political purity. Our mistakes have not only social roots, but also ideological roots. If a person does not understand that a correct view can be based only on an objective, all-round reflection of reality, but instead insists on acting according to his own wishful thinking, he is bound to make mistakes, great or small, even though his intentions are good. In order to prevent mistakes, therefore, he has to acquire an accurate knowledge of objective reality and correctly differentiate between right and wrong. In view of the fact that 9 out of 10 of our members joined the party after the 7th Congress, we think it would not be without practical value to review briefly the basic past experience gained by the party in effectively overcoming the wrong line with the correct one. During the 35 years of its E11 our party has 4 times made serious mistakes in its line, namely, the mistakes of Chen Duxiu's right opportunist line in the first half of 1927-98 and the mistakes of the left opportunist line on 3 occasions in the following 7 years. 99 But during the 21 years since the Zunyi meeting of January 1935, 100 Our party, under the leadership of the Central Committee headed by Comrade Mao Zedong, has not made any mistakes in its line. How can this historic change be explained? Quite obviously, not merely by the length of the party's existence or the amount of experience gained by the party, for the mistakes committed by the party between 1931 and 1934 were more serious than the left mistakes committed twice before. Nor can the change be explained merely by the personal caliber of the leader of the party in a certain period, for the majority of the leaders who had previously made mistakes did good work later for the party. The history of the party leads us to this conclusion: the amount of experience gained by the party and the choice of leaders do have an important bearing on whether the party makes mistakes, but more important is whether rank-and-file party members and, primarily, high-ranking cadres can, in different periods, apply the Marxist 254 Leninist stand, viewpoint and method to the analysis of experience in struggle, hold fast to the truth and correct mistakes. This is the primary criterion by which the level of Marxist-Leninist understanding of party cadres is judged. The higher their level of Marxist-Leninist understanding, the greater their ability to distinguish between right and wrong opinions and good and bad leaders and their ability in work. Before 1934 the party had accumulated rich experience, but its leading body at the time did not make a serious study of it. True, the party on several occasions repudiated wrong lines, but it did so merely by taking disciplinary measures against leaders who had made mistakes, instead of making a correct analysis of these mistakes or pointing out that these mistakes had stemmed from their ideological understanding. Thus it failed to help the party cadres raise the level of their understanding. Particularly during the years from 1931 through 1934, when the left opportunists, headed by Wang Ming, 101, Barrio Gu Tentu and other comrades, held sway in the party, the leaders failed to learn lessons from mistaken lines followed on several occasions in the past. Worse still, their dogmatic way of thinking and their high-handed, arbitrary way of doing things increased the mistakes of subjectivism and sectarianism to dimensions unheard of in the history of our party. They adopted extremely adventurous policies in both political and military affairs, completely disregarding the actual conditions of the various classes in China at that time and ignoring the relative strength of ourselves compared with that of the enemy. In inter-party life, too, they completely wrecked the democratic system and waged unbridled struggles. Their mistaken leadership caused serious defeats in the revolutionary struggles and resulted in the loss of 90% of the revolutionary base areas and of the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, and of practically all the party organizations and revolutionary organizations led by the party in Kuomintang areas. Things have been different since 1935, however, when the majority of high-ranking party cadres raised their level of political understanding by learning from their failures. After that, instead of meting out severe punishment to comrades who had made mistakes, the party Central Committee continued to assign them to suitable leading posts, patiently waiting for and helping these comrades to recognize their mistakes ideologically. Furthermore, the Central Committee systematically helped all party cadres to gradually grasp the principle. Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 255. Of integrating Marxist-Leninist theory with practice and to understand the principle that our subjective knowledge must conform to objective reality. Thanks to great improvement in the party's ideological and organizational work, the party's cause developed rapidly. In order to help all party cadres, including comrades who had made mistakes, to earnestly study the historical experience of the party and master correct methods of thought and work, so as to make fewer mistakes, the Central Committee, 7 years after the Zunyi meeting, launched the famous party-wide rectification movement to combat subjectivism, sectarianism, and stereotyped party writing. 10.3 In the course of the movement, all party cadres carefully examined their own ideology and work and the party's leadership in ideological, political, and organizational matters and conducted sharp criticism and self-criticism, all in accordance with the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method. This truly raised the level of many party cadres' Marxist-Leninist understanding and increased their ability to distinguish between right and wrong within the party. Large numbers of cadres began to understand the mistakes caused by dogmatism, which represents a divorce from reality, and the mistakes of empiricism, which represents a divorce from theory. They adopted a style of work based on maintaining close ties with the masses, conducting investigations and studies, and seeking truth from facts. They were thus able to make their work both inside and outside the party conform better to reality and to avoid making major mistakes. The historical experience gained by our party fully demonstrates that the key to the party's smooth advance and avoidance of major mistakes lies in overcoming subjectivism ideologically. At the present time, subjectivism still exists to a serious degree in the thought and work of many cadres, causing many otherwise avoidable losses in our work. We are now confronted with new conditions and new tasks and must solve many problems that are more complicated than those of the past and unfamiliar to us. Under such circumstances, subjectivist mistakes will inevitably increase if we rest content with praise for our past victories and do not endeavor to raise the level of our Marxist-Leninist understanding, acquire new knowledge and gain professional proficiency at new jobs. At the same time, since the great multitude of new party members have not yet received adequate training in Marxism-Leninism, they are prone to fall under the influence of subjectivism and dogmatism. 256. In order to effectively combat subjectivism, it is necessary to systematically raise the Marxist-Leninist level of our party. Firstly, we should urge our cadres, primarily our high-ranking cadres, diligently and systematically to study Marxism-Leninism. They will thus become adept at applying the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method in observing and solving problems in actual life and better able to keep their bearings, distinguish between right and wrong in complex situations, study and analyze their own working experience with the aid of Marxist-Leninist theory and derive from experience knowledge of the laws governing the development of things. Secondly, we should encourage new party members to learn how to integrate theory with practice, to gradually acquire an understanding of the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint and method, a basic knowledge of the general principles of Marxism-Leninism, the party's history and the present state of our socialist construction, and realize what damage may result from subjectivism, including dogmatism and empiricism. With regard to those who are intellectuals, we should particularly help them to recognize the danger of dogmatism. Thirdly, we should improve the theoretical work of the party. It is essential that we quickly rally people both inside and outside the party who are engaged in scientific Marxist-Leninist research to study major problems and basic experience in China's socialist transformation and construction, current international problems, basic Marxist-Leninist theory and other branches of science closely connected with Marxism-Leninism. This series of studies should be in line with the pressing needs of the practical work of the party and also with the pressing need to conduct education among the large numbers of party members and young people in Marxism-Leninism and show them how to integrate theory with practice. In order to effectively combat subjectivism, the party's leading organs at all levels should considerably improve investigation and research into actual conditions. The mistakes of right conservatism, impetuosity, and rashness, of trying to do things by coercion and command that have occurred in the party's work in the past few years have all stemmed from lack of earnest effort to analyze correctly actual conditions and sum up the experience of the masses. Like certain workers in state organs referred to earlier, quite a few people working in the party have begun to get conceited and complacent. Ensconced in their offices, they indulge in empty talk, instead of making investigation, and formulate policies on the basis of their impressions. Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 257. Unwilling to listen to their subordinates, check on how party decisions are being carried out and whether these decisions have proved correct in practice, and take pains to study new things and correctly further their development. The party should enable them to become keenly aware of the damage caused by subjectivist methods of work, as described above, and help them learn how to conduct conscientious investigations and studies of conditions among the masses and employ the working method of from the masses, to the masses, and realize that all this is indispensable if they are to continue to hold leading posts in the party. In order to have the party's leadership conform as much as possible with objective reality, facilitate the summing up of the experience and opinions of the masses and reduce the possibility of making mistakes, party organizations at all levels must without exception adhere to the party's principle of collective leadership and broaden democratic practice within the party. All important questions must be thoroughly discussed by the proper collective bodies before decisions are made, and free argument and debate of diverse views must be allowed, so that various opinions from the masses, both inside and outside the party, may be reflected to a comparatively full extent, in other words, so that the various aspects of objective reality in the course of development will be reflected to a comparatively full extent. Every leader must be good at listening patiently to and taking into careful consideration opinions contrary to his own and resolutely approve opposite views if reasonable, or whatever is reasonable in them. He must continue to work amicably with and never turn his back on any comrade who, prompted by correct motives and following normal procedure, may have expressed an opinion contrary to his own. Only in this way can we achieve collective leadership and party unity indeed, not only in name, and assure that the party's organization will improve and its cause prosper. The question of thorough application of the party's principle of collective leadership and extension of inter-party democracy is given full attention in the new draft of the Constitution of the Communist Party of China put forward by the Central Committee. As Comrade Deng Xiaoping is going to give a detailed explanation of the draft constitution, there is no need for me to dwell on it here. 104 The draft constitution includes some new provisions with regard to the rights of party members and party organizations at lower levels. The draft guarantees party members the right to give full play to their creative 258 ability in work and, while unconditionally carrying out party decisions, the right to reserve and submit their own views to a leading body of the party if they should disagree. It provides that all questions of a local character or questions that need to be decided locally be handled by local organizations, so as to find solutions appropriate to local conditions, and if a party organization at a lower level finds that a decision made by an organization at a higher level does not suit the actual conditions in its locality or department, it should request the latter to modify the said decision. The draft further provides that party congresses at and above the county level have a fixed term and meet once a year. These provisions will certainly give a powerful impetus to the initiative of party organizations at all levels and of the entire membership. Naturally, the extension of democratic practice in our party will not in any way weaken the party's centralism, it will strengthen it. The party members' full display of their initiative will not in any way weaken party discipline, it will enhance it. Similarly, our party's principle of collective leadership does not in any way negate the need for personal responsibility or the important role of leader, it is the guarantee that a leader can play his personal role in a correct and most effective way. As everyone knows, the reason the leader of our party, Comrade Mao Zedong, has played the great role of helmsman in our revolution and enjoys high prestige in the entire party and among the people of the country is not only that he knows how to integrate the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the actual practice of the Chinese Revolution, but also that he maintains a steadfast faith in the strength and wisdom of the masses, initiates and advocates the mass line in party work, and upholds the party's principles of democracy and collective leadership. A correct attitude towards comrades who have made mistakes provides one of the necessary conditions of correct party leadership. It is easy to take severe disciplinary measures against comrades who have made mistakes, even to the point of expelling them from the party, but if the ideological cause of the mistakes is not removed, such measures not only cannot ensure that the party will not repeat the same mistakes, but may lead to more serious mistakes. When the left opportunist line held sway in the party, the practice of ruthless struggle and merciless blows in inter-party struggle resulted only in obscuring the line between right and wrong and in a loss. Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 259. Of vitality within the party, it sapped the effective strength of the party and brought great losses to its cause. After correcting the mistakes resulting from the opportunist lines of Wang Ming, Bogu, and other comrades, the Central Committee, headed by Comrade Mao Zedong, also radically altered the wrong forms of inter-party struggle. First of all, the party draws a strict line of demarcation between the question of right and wrong within the party and the question of the counter-revolutionaries, degenerates, and other bad elements who have sneaked into the party. It adopts a firm attitude towards and weeds out the counter-revolutionaries who have sneaked into the party, alien class elements who persistently engage in splitting and disruptive activities inside the party, and other incorrigibly corrupt and degenerate elements. It is true that some counter-revolutionaries and other bad elements have sneaked into our ranks. We have weeded out some of them, and we shall continue to keep a close watch on such people and weed them out. Yet the fact is that these people are very small in number. Since our party came to power, however, a tendency to corruption, violation of laws and discipline and moral degeneration has developed to a certain extent. We must resolutely put an end to this state of affairs. In the past we conducted a mass struggle against corruption, waste, and violation of laws and discipline and, later on, smashed the anti-party bloc of Gao Gang and Rao Shuxi, who conspired to seize the leadership of the state and party. 10.5. In future too we must wage a constant struggle, ideological and organizational, against corruption and degeneration and constantly expel incorrigibly corrupt and degenerate elements from the party. However, the party steadfastly adheres to the following principles in dealing with any comrade who has made mistakes in his work owing to a faulty ideology: learn from past mistakes to avoid future ones, and cure the sickness to save the patient and achieve clarity in ideology and unity among comrades. Emphasis is on ideological education. Disciplinary action is not to be resorted to rashly. It is necessary to criticize the comrade's mistaken ideas in a practical manner and analyze the cause of his mistakes. This is the way to help him and continue to unite with him, so that we can carry on our work together. Although it may be necessary to take appropriate disciplinary action against comrades who have made serious mistakes in their work or transfer them to more suitable posts, it is 260. Essential patiently and in a comradely fashion to help them see and correct their mistakes, so that we can achieve unity with them. In short, a comrade who has made a mistake must be allowed to stay in the party and correct his mistake, provided the mistake permits of correction within the party and he is ready to make the effort. There should be no abuse of organizational powers by taking inappropriate disciplinary measures against him. If rough and crude methods are used to rectify mistakes of an ideological nature, not only will these mistakes remain uncorrected and likely to be repeated, but the feeling of harmony that should exist in the party is bound to be impaired, and ordinary differences of opinion may develop into an organizational split. When the party has helped its members raise the level of Marxist-Leninist understanding, improved the investigation and study of the actual situation, broadened democracy within the party, and adopted a correct policy regarding mistakes in work, party unity and solidarity are bound to grow stronger day by day, and this, of course, is to the advantage not only of the party, but of the entire working class and the people of the country, since the party is their core of leadership. We must vigorously unite the entire party, precisely in order to build the solidarity of the entire working class and the people of the country on a firm foundation. The source of all our strength lies in our ability to rely closely on the working class and on the people. In order to turn China into a great socialist country, we must do our utmost to continue to cement solidarity between the party and the masses. The overwhelming majority of the people of our country have already organized themselves. The various people's organizations are the essential links between the party and the masses. In addition to the cooperatives organized by the peasants, which I dealt with previously, the most important people's organizations are the trade unions, the Youth League and the Women's Federations. Our trade unions now have 12 million members and play an important part in national construction. The party should improve its leadership over the work of the trade unions and, through them, help the working class become an organized, politically conscious, and well-educated and skilled class, and rally the worker masses closely around the party. In socialist construction, trade unions should, on the one hand, use education and persuasion, socialist emula. Report at 8th National Congress of CPC 261. Shin drives and campaigns for advanced workers to rally the workers to bring about a constant rise in labor productivity and, on the other hand, warmly concern themselves with the well-being of the masses, develop their function of supervision and struggle valiantly against bureaucratism in all enterprises, which manifests itself in violation of laws and discipline, in infringement of the interests of the masses, and in ignoring of the well-being of the masses. Neglect of either side of this twofold task is wrong and should be corrected. The new Democratic Youth League of China, 40 with a membership of 20 million, will soon be renamed the Chinese Communist Youth League. Thanks to the Youth League's fruitful efforts over the past few years, shock forces for socialist construction are constantly emerging from among our energetic young workers, office staff, peasants, scientists, and technicians, and all other young intellectuals. They form a vast reserve of new recruits for the party. Led by the party, the Youth League should carry on ideological and organizational work more vigorously among its members and the masses of young people and overcome the defects of some of its organizations that fail to adopt a work style suited to the characteristics of youth and refuse to give full play to the enthusiasm and initiative of the young people through education and persuasion. Our party has all along concerned itself with and supported the women's emancipation movement. It has made the complete emancipation of women one of its important objectives. The women of our country now occupy a more and more important position in industrial and agricultural fields and in many professions. Women cadres at various posts are rapidly becoming an impressive force. The party should continue to give them every encouragement in their desire to advance, help women overcome certain special difficulties in taking up work, and assist them in improving their skills. The party should also correct any ideas of discrimination against women either inside or outside the party and introduce new values in social and family life based on the equality of men and women and the protection of women and children. The Democratic Women's Federation, with branch organizations throughout the country, is a popular women's organization. The party should concern itself with these organizations and help them in their work, through them cementing the ties between the party and the masses of women. In order to bind the ties between our party and the people still closer, we must improve our work in every field among the masses. 262. Constant education in wholehearted service to the people must especially be given to all cadres and party members. An important mark of a good party member and a good leader is that he is familiar with the living and working conditions of the people, concerns himself with their well-being and knows what lies uppermost in their minds. He sticks to hard work and plain living and shares the people's joys, sorrows, and hardships. He can accept their criticism and supervision and does not put on airs in front of them. He consults with the masses when problems arise, and the masses willingly tell him what they have to say. As long as our party is made up of such members, our strength will be forever inexhaustible and unconquerable. Just as at home our party relies on the support of the people, so internationally we rely on the support of the international proletariat and the peoples of all countries. Without the great internationalist solidarity of the proletariat of the various countries, without the support of the world's revolutionary forces, our socialist cause cannot advance to victory, nor can that victory be consolidated after it is won. We must continue to cement our fraternal solidarity with the communist and workers' parties of all countries. We must continue to learn from the experience of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the communist parties of all other countries with regard to revolution and construction. In our relations with all fraternal parties we should show the warmth of our feelings and take a modest attitude. We must resolutely oppose any dangerous inclination towards chauvinism or bourgeois nationalism. The Chinese Revolution is part of the world's proletarian revolution. In our achievements are the fruits of the struggle of the working class and working people of all countries. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China avails itself of this opportunity to extend heartfelt thanks and pay its respects to the fraternal parties of all countries and, through them, to the working class and working people of their countries and assure them of our lasting solidarity with them. Let all comrades of our party be forever united. Let us be forever united with the people of our country, with the working class of all countries and with the peoples all over the world. Our great cause of socialism will definitely triumph. No force in the world can stop us from winning victory. On graduates of primary and secondary schools taking part in agricultural production. April 8, 1957. Since liberation there has been great development in the sphere of education. In 1949 primary school pupils numbered only some 24 million, secondary school students 1.26 million, and students in institutions of higher education 110,000 or so, but now we have more than 63 million primary school pupils, about 5.97 million secondary school students and more than 400,000 college and university students. Nevertheless, we are still unable to make secondary school education universal under the limitations of various circumstances. It goes without saying that the development of higher education, which is not to be made universal, is subject to more limitations. Hence, a fairly large number of primary and secondary school graduates will have to stop to engage in production. This is a question of common concern for people all over the country at present. People have asked, is it normal for so many primary and secondary school graduates to be unable to go to schools of a higher grade? Will this phenomenon last long or just briefly? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Will more or fewer graduates be unable to go on to schools of a higher grade in future? They think the government has made mistakes in its educational work and blame it for setting too low a target for enrollment this year. Yes, we did make some mistakes in our educational work last year. One of the major ones was to enroll too many students, which speech delivered at a forum attended by representatives of SECO and Darwishu el Studentes in Changsha, Hunan Province, on March 22, 1957 and published as an editorial in the People.s Daily on April 8 after examination and approval by the author. 263. 264. Caused many difficulties. I don't mean we could enroll more students this year if we hadn't enrolled so many last year. It is normal for the greater number of senior middle school graduates and a small number of primary and junior middle school graduates to go on to schools of a higher grade this year. The situation of last year and for a few years before, in which almost all graduates of senior middle schools entered colleges or universities and most of the junior middle school graduates were enrolled by senior middle schools, was a temporary and special situation resulting from the fact that secondary school education lagged behind higher education. In other words, there were not enough graduates of senior middle schools to fill the institutions of higher education. The changed situation this year shows that education is back to normal. It will remain the same for a long time. The task ahead is, first and foremost, to make primary school education universal, so that all children of school age will have the chance to go to school. If this task is fulfilled, we'll have about 100 million primary school pupils, and each year we'll have more than 10 million primary school graduates. While universalizing primary education, we shall continue to expand junior and senior middle school education and higher education. However, for a long time to come, the general trend will be for increasing numbers of graduates of primary and secondary schools to engage in production instead of continuing their schooling. That is to say, with each passing year more and more graduates of primary and junior and senior middle schools will have the chance to pursue advanced study, but at the same time more and more graduates will have to take part in productive labor. What does this situation indicate? It indicates that China will have more and more intellectuals and that the Chinese people's educational level will gradually be raised, which, undoubtedly, is a good thing for the state, the people, and the cause of education. Now the graduating students in all parts of the country are busy with their preparations for entrance examination, and teachers in all schools are working hard to help them. What they are doing is correct. All school authorities and party and government leaders should give a hand and not interfere, but graduating students, their teachers, and especially their parents should be fully aware that there are two possibilities for the graduates: to be enrolled or not to be enrolled by schools of a higher grade. If they can go to schools of a higher grade, that is fine, but they should be mentally prepared for the other. Primary and secondary school graduates 265. Possibility so that they can take it easy when they fail, instead of feeling frustrated or ashamed. We should not look down upon these students but try to help them to find jobs. Of course, finding jobs is an arduous task nowadays. It calls for close coordination between the parents of graduates and the state. It is the policy of our state to do overall planning and make proper arrangements for everyone in China. Therefore, party and government organs and youth organizations in all localities should take a responsible attitude and do their best to make overall arrangements, on the merits of each case, for graduates of primary and secondary schools who cannot go to schools of a higher grade. The problem facing us now is what arrangements to make for them. We could establish more primary and secondary schools jointly run by the people in urban and rural areas, or organize the students into self-study groups or continuation classes, to help them prepare for productive labor or higher grade schools in future. This is, indeed, one possibility, but it can involve only a very small number of graduates and, moreover, these people will still face the problem of looking for jobs after graduation. So the best solution is to create jobs for them. What jobs can we create? We all know that state organs, institutions, and enterprises are simplifying their structures, making readjustments with their personnel. In a couple of years these organs and units may recruit a very small number of staff from ex-servicemen and graduates of secondary technical schools and senior middle schools, and some enterprises may recruit a tiny number of apprentices. Also, service trades in some cities and certain handicrafts will need a small number of apprentices and workers. But so far as the country as a whole is concerned, it is the rural areas, especially jobs in agricultural production, that can absorb quite a large number of people. So we should get most graduates of primary and secondary schools into agricultural production, which is the basic way out for them. Here I shall dwell on problems in this connection. Some people are afraid that since there is already surplus labor in the countryside, school graduates will have nothing to do there. But the truth is that laborers, particularly educated ones, are needed not only in rural areas where cooperativization has been virtually realized, in vast, sparsely populated northeast and northwest China, and in some rural areas where there is much land to be cultivated, but also in rural areas where the technical transformation of agriculture. 266. Tour has been launched and diversified economic undertakings have been organized. Some people hold that agricultural production needs only primary school graduates, not secondary school graduates, because in the past few years they have seen that many graduates of primary and secondary schools have entered industrial production, whereas a large number of primary school graduates, very few junior middle school graduates and no senior middle school graduates at all have engaged in agricultural production. But they are wrong. The fact is that at that time it was impossible for us to send more secondary school graduates to do farm work because we had only a small number of them and they had first to be sent to institutions of higher education and into industrial production to meet the needs there. Now things have changed. The number of secondary school graduates has increased, and we can thus satisfy the needs of both industrial and agricultural production and, moreover, give more consideration to the needs of the latter for a certain period of time. Now that agricultural production needs graduates and there are enough to send, is there any problem in sending the graduates, especially those from secondary schools, to do farm work in the countryside? Yes, there is. This is because school authorities conduct political education and do ideological work in isolation from reality and the conditions of the students and thus fail to help them fully understand the need and possibility for them to take part in agricultural production. In the past, educational and administrative departments didn't pay due attention to education in labor and the necessity for graduates of primary and secondary schools to enter industrial and agricultural production. In 1953 and 1954 they strengthened this education, but slackened their efforts later on. Even at that time they talked more about general principles and less about concrete practice. As a result, many ideological problems on the part of the students have not been solved and erroneous views have not been criticized or correct ones fostered. Quite a number of students are passive towards and even averse to going to the countryside. Of course, successful ideological work will bring about a change in their attitudes. Some people say that farming is disgraceful and unpromising. Some young people orally accept the idea that labor is honorable, but when they are asked to farm, they consider it beneath them. Recently some people have remarked, the peasants are leading a hard life, but when they or their children were asked to go and help the peasants expand production and raise their living. Primary and secondary school graduates 267. Standard, they said such work was unpromising. To put it in a nutshell, they meant that farming was beneath them and dishonorable. Their views are completely wrong. Quite a number of students' parents are engaged in farming. Can they say their parents are disgraceful? Many families have been peasants for generations. Can they be regarded as disgraceful? There are more than 500 million peasants in China. Can we say they are all disgraceful? It is a sheer insult to them. What impudence to say that the work done by more than 500 million peasants out of 600 million people is disgraceful, mean, unpromising, dishonorable. What kind of view is it? Is it the view of the laboring people, the proletariat, or Marxism? No, certainly not. It reflects the notion that all occupations are base and only book learning is exalted. 106 A view held by feudal literati and officialdom, by feudal aristocrats and by the bourgeoisie. It is this view or its influence that has led to ideological confusion among young people, hence the contradiction between their words and their deeds. They give verbal support to manual labor but in practice attach importance to mental labor only. They pay lip service to manual workers but think highly of mental workers only. They recite in abstract terms the concept that labor produces material wealth and spiritual civilization and creates mankind and its history, but actually they don't acknowledge or understand that man's manual labor is the foundation of mental labor, nor do they acknowledge or understand that man's production activities are the fundamental, practical activities, the determinant of all his other activities. They grade labor and laborers, regarding mental labor as above manual labor and mental laborers superior to manual laborers. Thus they want to be mental rather than manual laborers. Failing that, they would rather be workers in big industries than apprentices, handicraftsmen, barbers, tailors, cooks or least of all, peasants. You all know that in the near future we shall universalize primary education and eliminate illiteracy. After that we shall concentrate on universalizing junior and even senior middle school education, so that the educational level of people throughout the country will be raised to that of graduates of junior or even senior middle school. After 40 years' effort, the Soviet Union has compulsory education equal to the level of China's junior middle school and has begun to universalize senior middle school education. In some socialist countries in Eastern Europe and in some capitalist countries, universal junior. 268. Middle school education has been achieved. In these countries young workers, peasants, barbers, tailors and cooks are all graduates of secondary schools. Is it possible for all the Chinese people, after graduation from junior or senior middle schools, to serve as mental laborers and not manual laborers such as workers, apprentices, peasants, barbers, tailors and cooks? Probably not. Since most secondary school graduates in the Soviet Union now and in China in future have or will become workers and peasants and only a few are continuing or will continue their study, why should all secondary school graduates go on to schools of a higher grade? Shouldn't just a small number of them do so and a larger number serve as manual workers? The antithesis between mental and manual labor has long existed in class society, but in the Soviet Union the economic base underlying the antithesis was eliminated long ago, and so was the antithesis. In China, with socialist transformation basically completed, we have also achieved this by and large. The great future for the Soviet Union, China, and the rest of the world lies in the realization of communism. We can imagine that at that time everyone will receive higher education, everyone will be a university graduate and both a mental and manual laborer. But can we say that, after the elimination of the fundamental differences between mental and manual labor, we shall no longer need division of labor, or workers, peasants, barbers, tailors and cooks? We cannot. Since division of labor is necessary and it is not disgraceful for university graduates in a communist society to engage in such occupations, why are graduates of secondary schools disgraced and unpromising if they are assigned to farming or to similar jobs in line with the principle of division of labor in society? After graduation from junior or senior middle school, quite a number of young people look down upon workers, apprentices, peasants, barbers, tailors and cooks and consider themselves a cut above them. Having read a few books, they become conceited rather than modest, and despise manual laborers instead of respecting them. A girl student said in a letter, "It is quite unfair to require girls with a fair complexion to farm and to carry earth and night soil with a shoulder pole. With their own hands the working people bring up their children and send them to school, and after having received some education, these children think it unfair to be asked." Primary and secondary school graduates 269. To farm and carry earth and night soil. What use are such youth to the working people? Fewer of them would be more beneficial. All this shows that students are far from getting away from the influence of conceit, the deep-rooted bad habit of Chinese intellectuals. They do not know that they should respect labor and laboring people, so that they assume great airs before them, just because they have received education for many years in the schools of New China. The reasons the students behave like this are that China, not well developed culturally, has only a small number of intellectuals and that, especially, political education in schools is weak and divorced from reality. As Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out, there are many intellectuals who fancy themselves very learned and assume airs of erudition without realizing that such airs are bad and harmful and hinder their own progress. They ought to be aware of the truth that actually many so-called intellectuals are, relatively speaking, most ignorant, and the workers and peasants sometimes know more than they do. 07 Comrade Mao Zedong went on, "Therefore, I advise those who have only book learning and as yet no contact with reality, and also those with little practical experience, to realize their own shortcomings and become a little more modest." 108 Primary and secondary school graduates who have acquired some book learning should determinately and readily throw themselves into production, especially into agricultural production, so that they can acquire practical knowledge of the struggle for production, integrate book learning with practical knowledge and make greater progress. To this end it is essential for them, first and foremost, to get rid of wrong views and ideas relating to farming and to change wrong attitudes towards manual work. If they themselves have such wrong views, they should first correct them. If other people have, they should help them. This is the attitude a progressive youth should take. If we disseminate our wrong views or do not resolutely refute those who express such views, this manifests that we are backward ideologically and politically. If school leaders in charge of party and administrative work, teachers and staff, people in charge of youth work, or parents of students, especially parents who are government functionaries, allow these views to spread among students without 270. Conducting debate, education, and criticism, it shows that they are weak in ideological work and low in their political consciousness. Recently, local authorities have paid attention to education in labor, which is good, of course. But wrong views relating to manual labor cannot be corrected thoroughly if they fail to solve the fundamental question whether farming is disgraceful and unpromising according to the viewpoint of Marxism on labor, and if they only recite some theories and principles on labor in abstract terms without integrating them with practice, as they did before. Our comrades often say that ideological education among young people should be improved and should be integrated with reality, but if they carry out education among the students without making any effort to solve the omnipresent major question mentioned above, which is both practical and political in nature, their effort will get nowhere. Some people say doing farm work has no future. This is another manifestation of contempt for labor and peasants, and at the same time it shows, to a great extent, that they are not fully aware of the position agriculture occupies in the national economy and of the role the peasants are playing in socialist construction. Industry is the leading force in various sectors of the national economy, and the development of agriculture provides the basis for the development of industry. The resolution on the political report to the 8th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party pointed out, 109 agriculture has a vital bearing on industrialization in many respects. Its development not only has an impact directly on the living standards of the people and the growth rate of light industry, but also has an impact on the growth rate of heavy industry. Therefore, we should exert every effort to expand agricultural production. To do so, it is necessary to carry out social and technological transformation of agriculture. Following the basic completion of the cooperative transformation of agriculture throughout the country, some work in the social transformation remains to be done and can soon be finished. The major tasks from now on are to run agricultural cooperatives well 6-2 and conduct technological transformation gradually and in an appropriate manner, so as to accelerate the development of agricultural production. We must know that it is no easier to run an agricultural producers cooperative of several hundred households than to run a factory with several hundred workers. To run several hundred thous and agricultural producers cooperatives well and to make a success of the great technological transformation. Primary and secondary school graduates 271. Of agriculture in China, we have to do a great deal of painstaking work. The draft program for agricultural development, 8-9, a long-range plan for the technological transformation of agriculture and for the development of rural areas, for the first time reveals to the people of the country the great prospects for China's agricultural development. It has become a tremendous encouragement to peasants across the land. After accomplishing this program, we 11 carry out a second and third program of this kind, so as to put agricultural development on a scientific basis and realize the mechanization and electrification of agriculture. No doubt today's 20-year-olds will witness a countryside of prosperity and happiness. The land reform and the cooperative transformation of agriculture are two fundamental reforms of historic significance in China's countryside. The completion of cooperative transformation has brought a new look to the countryside and turned the peasants into new type peasants. However, the rural areas are in urgent need of education and the peasants need to raise their educational level, and at the same time educated people are required to go to the countryside to work as peasants, if agricultural producers cooperatives are to be managed well and technological transformation of agriculture is to be introduced. In addition to the large numbers of primary school graduates who will take part in agricultural production, from this year on, about 1 million secondary school graduates will go to the countryside annually, and there will be 4 to 5 million of them within 5 years. If more and more secondary school graduates go to the countryside every year and establish close ties with the peasants, we can say with certainty that they will greatly help improve the management of agricultural producers cooperatives and advance the technological transformation of agriculture, bringing about another fundamental transformation in China's countryside, namely, technological transformation, and promoting the development of agriculture at a pace without parallel in Chinese history. Some students are willing to go to the countryside, but they want to serve as cottars there, not as peasants. It is true that the countryside and agricultural producers cooperatives need accountants and clerks, but we should like to advise students not to take these jobs or learn special agricultural techniques, but to do farm work diligently and conscientiously and learn from experienced veteran peasants. They should try within 3 to 5 years to master the techniques. 272. Of farming, acquire the most fundamental and comprehensive knowledge of agriculture, and do what the peasants can do, so as to become true peasants. Students who have just arrived in the countryside, though educated, are not true peasants, because they have not acquired the peasants' capabilities and qualifications. I think it better to master the knowledge of agricultural production that the great majority of peasants have acquired before learning special aspects of agricultural production or serving as cotters. Otherwise, the students will lack fundamental knowledge of agricultural production, which will hinder their further development. At the same time, we should like to advise them to make every effort to establish good relations with the peasants. To achieve this, they should abandon their arrogance and stop trying to find fault with and complaining about everything in rural areas. They should always be ready to help others. To get along with peasants, they should not try to profit at their expense, nor should they be grudging, but make true friends with them. As for their relations with cotters, they should learn from and help them. They should see their strong as well as their weak points and help them with goodwill, becoming the cotters' friends. Only in this way can they identify with the peasants and integrate their book learning with actual knowledge, taking advantage of both. By that time they will be able to farm as well as the peasants, their educational level will be higher than the peasants and, politically, they will have very good relations with the peasants. Thus they will become China's first generation of a new type of better educated peasant and will win the trust of the peasants. As you know, the personnel in charge of state organs and the management departments of cooperatives are elected by democratic means. So long as one is competent and has the people's trust and support, one may be elected people's representative or the leader of a cooperative or state organ. This kind of leader comes from the masses and is not sent from above. Of course, we work for the progress of society, not to acquire a certain social position, such as a leadership position. Like peasants, leaders work for the people, and only a small number of them are needed and, moreover, it is not a life tenure, because leaders of the old generation in the state organs and institutions will be replaced by those of the younger generation. Naturally, their successors will come from families of workers or peasants, people who are better educated, competent professionally, able to bear hardship and enjoy. Primary and secondary school graduates 273. The trust and support of the masses, in other words, only young people who have both political integrity and professional competence are entitled to succeed them. I have been told that some students have lost interest in their study because they think they cannot go to schools of a higher grade after graduation and will have to do farm work. They ask, what is the use of trigonometry, geometry, and other subjects if we are going to the countryside to break lumps of earth? Their attitude is wrong. I have just said that the countryside needs educated people and that the more a person knows, the more useful he will be to the countryside. Secondary school education is regular education, imparting general knowledge to pupils. Those who have acquired it have laid a foundation for further study, and on this basis their educational and technological level will be raised through sustained effort. Maybe a knowledge of geometry, trigonometry, physics, and chemistry cannot be put to immediate use in farming, but it will make it easier for us to learn new agricultural techniques. Moreover, this knowledge will often help our study, work, and everyday life. Generally, rudimentary scientific knowledge makes people more knowledgeable and trains people's brains, so that their thinking and language become more accurate and well organized. Moreover, it fosters a scientific, materialist conception of nature and helps free people from superstition about natural phenomena. For this reason, all pupils, no matter whether they are graduating or will continue their study, should study hard and study every subject well until they graduate from school and get a diploma. Then they will go on to schools of a higher grade, work in factories, learn skills for certain trades, or engage in farming voluntarily. After taking part in production, they should make use of their spare time or the slack season and continue to learn various subjects, such as Marxism-Leninism, science and technology, or literature and art, depending on their different interest and the different needs of the state. The form of study may vary: self-study, mutual help group, spare time school, evening university or correspondence school. In future, some will be sent to training classes, party members may be sent to party schools, and those who work and study well will be sent to universities. So young people should not stop studying after taking part in industrial or agricultural production. Some people hold that it is impossible for one to become an expert if one farms instead of studying in a university. This assertion, 274, is not right. To become an expert depends on whether one has taken a correct attitude towards study and has studied hard, not on whether one has a chance to study in a university or works in the countryside. Not every university graduate becomes a scientist, and not every scientist graduates from a university. Michurin, 110, a well-known agricultural scientist, never entered university. Gorky, 11, a great Russian writer, studied in a primary school for only a couple of years. Franklin, 11, a renowned American scientist, writer, and statesman, and Faraday, 11, a famous English physicist, were apprentices. Edison, 114, and Nobel, 11, both famous inventors, studied in primary schools for a very short period of time. Examples like these are legion. From such examples we can see that graduates of secondary schools who are now doing farm work have a chance to become experts or scientists if they keep on studying by themselves. As for statesmen or political workers, we can say for sure that graduates will have more chances to temper themselves and become outstanding statesmen or political workers if they involve themselves in farming or work in factories or in different trades. For instance, members of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and leaders at various levels include only a few university graduates. The overwhelming majority received only primary or secondary school education, and some never even attended school. So we cannot say that the future is brighter for secondary school graduates who can continue their education than for those who engage in farming, nor can we say that the former will learn more than the latter. Everyone knows that the Central Committee and local party committees, except urban party committees and a few provincial party committees, focus their efforts on rural work. Streamlining of administrative structure is now being conducted at all levels in various localities, with cadres being transferred to lower levels and sent to the countryside. Thousands of cadres eat, live, and do manual work with the peasants. Some county magistrates and secretaries of county party committees carry manure on their backs or with shoulder poles. We also know that over 500 million peasants in the country, under the leadership of the party and the government, are working diligently for a bumper harvest this year and for building new socialist villages. With leaders and the masses paying so much attention to rural work and to agriculture, can we say that they are engaging in a cause that promises no future? No, we cannot. They are involving themselves in a tremendous cause. Since the country primary and secondary school graduates 275 side has a bright future, how can pupils who farm not have a bright future? In a new society, every undertaking that benefits the people has a bright future, and anyone who is loyal to the people's interests has a bright future. To be China's first generation of educated, new-type peasants is the future of pupils who go and work in the countryside. This future is bright and great, but will come about only if they train themselves with unrelenting and strenuous effort. Farming is a sweaty and arduous job, far more difficult than paying lip service in honor of labor. The benefit farming brings to people is much greater than that of paying lip service. Some people say they would rather farm in other counties than in their home counties or home villages. They feel a kind of social pressure on them, which makes it difficult for them to stay there. By pressure they mean that their parents, brothers, relatives, friends, teachers, and schoolmates look down on agriculture and peasants to varying degrees and do not want the pupils to come back and farm. It seems to these people that it is unpromising for a student who has studied a dozen years in school to carry a hoe or plow the fields behind the ox. Students engaging in farming cannot stand these sarcastic remarks. The fact that peasants look down upon themselves is a burden laid on the backs of peasants by the feudal ruling class for several thousand years, and we are duty-bound to help them get rid of it. If we achieve this, social pressure exerted on the students will be relieved. Bearing this situation in mind, we should, while conducting ideological education among the young people, concentrate our efforts on extensive and intensive publicity and education in this regard among their parents and friends as well as peasants and cotters, so that these people will acquire a correct understanding of agricultural production and of the peasant masses and students who return home for farming, and will show concern for the students, encourage them to come back and warmly welcome them. Thus the students will feel at ease doing farm work. Here I should like to point out that people's thinking can be changed, but the change cannot be effected overnight. So, young people who go back to the countryside should be mentally prepared for this, stand firm, deepen their understanding of the importance of agricultural production, and fear neither mockery nor sarcastic remarks. When somebody says farming is disgraceful, you should tell him directly that it isn't. When somebody says farming is unpromising, you should tell him that it will bring great benefit to the 276 state and the people. You should not waver or behave in an arrogant manner, but should explain things to people patiently. You should convince and impress people through your own actions. If you persevere in doing so for months and years, people will have faith in you and respect you. Still other people say that it will be a loss to them if they farm instead of going on to schools of a higher grade. Recently, there have indeed been people who are seeking personal fame and gain. They prefer light jobs in which they can make more money and get more benefit to difficult jobs in which they get less pay or less benefit, though persons are badly needed by the state and the people to do these jobs. This is a gust of evil wind, which has truly blown down some people and is enfolding others. In regulating the well-being of people in all walks of life, it is necessary for the state to make rational readjustment in this connection, but we hope our young people will take a firm stand against the evil wind. To win victory in the Chinese Revolution, members of the Chinese Communist Party and a great many revolutionaries left their native places, seeking no fame, gain, ease or comfort. Before the enemy they feared neither imprisonment nor execution. Foremost in their minds were the survival of the country and happiness of the people. For victory in the revolution they persevered, taking up the positions of the fallen, rising to fight one after the other, and when necessary, laying down their lives heroically. After suffering setbacks they would immediately rally themselves and continued their fight. These people, full of great revolutionary spirit and the spirit of self-sacrifice, were branded traitors or heretics by reactionary rulers and regarded as foolish by so-called clever people who concern themselves only about their own benefit and future rather than those of the people and the state. History has passed fair judgment on these two kinds of people, however. Thanks to the efforts of these foolish people and the masses of people, nationwide victory was won in the revolution and the counter-revolutionary forces were overthrown. As for those clever people, some have come over to the side of the people after drawing lessons from their past, and others have been rejected by the people. All martyrs enjoy the respect of the entire nation and will be held in deep respect from generation to generation. Now then, are such foolish people still needed during the period of socialist construction? Yes, they are, and more of them. Various fields of national reconstruction need more people with this kind of primary and secondary school graduates. 277. Enthusiasm, because our road ahead is tortuous, though our ideal is beautiful. What merits our attention is that recently some cotters and young people have forgotten the fine tradition carried forward by these foolish people, and some so-called clever people of the new era have appeared among them. At work assignment time they think first of their personal future rather than of the needs of the state. When confronted with difficulties, they ask the state for help instead of trying to overcome them themselves. They are irresponsible in their work, preferring light work to heavy and passing the burdensome tasks on to others while choosing the easy ones for themselves. At every turn they think of themselves before others. They haggle over their positions, wages, and benefits. They vie with other people not in plain living and doing more work, but for rank, status, and luxuries. Some of them have gone so far as to crave personal fame and gain and engage in unscrupulous profiteering. Their souls are dominated by keenness to gain advantage and fear of suffering loss. We should like to advise all cotters and young people to learn from the foolish people, not from the clever ones. Fear no hardship or loss. We should bear in mind that those sea-level people are not healthy ideologically and politically and not worth trusting. Those who don't fear suffering loss in the interest of the state and the people are noble-minded men, men of moral integrity, above vulgar interests. They have lofty ideals, can stand firm and enjoy the trust of the people. In the long run, the former will suffer heavy reverses and the latter will receive the treatment entitled to them. We should know that to foster good relations with the masses, one should not try to profit at their expense or fear suffering loss. Any great accomplishment calls for the people to work hard, endure hardships and voluntarily shoulder the tasks that are relatively painstaking and difficult. When someone acts this way a couple of times, people may not notice it, but when he has done so 8 or 10 times, people may think him a foolish man, and if he persists in doing so for 10 or 20 years, people will extol him as a good man, trusting and supporting him. The prerequisite for a person to win the trust of the party and the masses is that he be the first to suffer hardship and the last to enjoy comfort. We hope young people will temper themselves along this line and become persons with virtues characterized by being the first to worry and the last to enjoy comfort. 116 They should cherish ideals, and we hope all of them will foster such noble ideals. How to correctly handle contradictions among the people. April 27, 1957. Recently I have been to the provinces of Hebei, Henan, Hubei, Hunan, and Guangdong and discussed some problems with the leaders there. I also talked with some representatives of workers and students as well as Democrats. It seems to me that the present problems boil down to the question of correct handling of contradictions among the people. Comrade Mao Zedong has made a special report on this question 117 and you have discussed it. Now I should like to talk about my understanding of this question in connection with the problems you comrades have raised. Many of our comrades are studying this question, in China today, which is the principal contradiction, the contradiction between the enemy and ourselves, or the contradiction among the people. Can we say that the principal contradiction in China is between the enemy and ourselves? I am afraid not, because, except in Taiwan, the landlord class and the bureaucrat capitalist class have been abolished and most of the counter-revolutionaries have been eliminated, only a few being still at large. Although small in number, they may make trouble and engage in sabotage again, so we must be vigilant. There are also remaining landlords in the countryside and some of them may continue their destructive activities. So, it would be wrong to. Speech delivered at a meeting of party cadres held by the Shanghai Municipal Committee of the Sihan Se Communist Party. Some passages in Part 2 have been omitted. 278. Correctly handle contradictions among the people. 279. Fail to see this and relax our vigilance over them. Nevertheless, as classes, the landlord class and the bureaucrat capitalist class have basically or completely been eliminated. In addition, the bourgeoisie as a class has been eliminated in the main through the socialist transformation, though a small number of them are discontented. This is why we say that the major class struggle has come to an end or has been settled by and large. Before the founding of the People's Republic, the principal contradiction was between the Chinese people and imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. After that, especially after the Agrarian Reform 9, the principal contradiction became one between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, since the imperialists had been driven out of China and the landlord class and bureaucrat capitalist class had been eliminated. After privately owned industrial and commercial enterprises had been converted into joint state-private enterprises, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie was resolved in the main, which was confirmed at the party's 8th National Congress. Then, what is the principal contradiction in China today? We should say it is the contradiction among the people. Some people hold that the principal contradiction in China today is one between proletarian and non-proletarian ideologies. Then, what is proletarian ideology and where do we find non-proletarian ideology? Some people think the leaders have proletarian ideology and the masses non-proletarian ideology. This view is wrong. The contradiction between proletarian and non-proletarian ideologies finds expression first within our party. There are many problems in our party. Are subjectivism, bureaucratism, and sectarianism manifestations of proletarian ideology? Is the pursuit of fame and gain a reflection of proletarian ideology? Is it proletarian ideology when a cadre does not get out of bed because he is not satisfied with the rise of 2 grades? So, if we say the contradiction between proletarian and non-proletarian ideologies is a striking problem that ought to be studied and solved, then we should first and foremost solve it in the party, especially among the party cadres. We should try hard to reduce subjectivism, bureaucratism, sectarianism, departmentalism, and individualism. The more we reduce them, the better. Thus we can see that, under the conditions prevailing in our country, the contradiction between proletarian and non-proletarian ideologies finds expression among the people and within the party as well as among 280 party cadres. This contradiction comes under the category of contradiction among the people. Does it have a class nature? Of course it does, because non-proletarian ideology contains ideologies of the peasant class, petty bourgeoisie, and landlord class. However, this contradiction is a reflection of the ideologies of these classes of the past, not or mostly not their ideologies of today. The peasant class and the urban petty bourgeoisie are of a new type who have gone through cooperative transformation, and the capitalists are of a new type, too, who have undergone the conversion from privately owned industrial and commercial enterprises to joint state-private ones. That is why we say that the non-proletarian ideologies, the ideologies of the peasant class, the petty bourgeoisie, and the landlord class, are reflections of the past ideologies of these classes, and that is why we say that these ideologies have a class nature. However, they now find expression chiefly among the people. Some people say that the contradiction between the working class and the peasant class is the principal one in China today. If there is any contradiction between them, it is a contradiction among the people, because workers and peasants come within the category of the people. The peasants today, as I have just said, are no longer what they were in the past. They are changing or have basically changed into peasants of a new type who have undergone cooperative transformation. Therefore, the contradiction between them and the workers is one among the people. Some people say that the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie is the principal contradiction. I have just said that after the founding of the People's Republic and before the transformation of privately owned enterprises into joint state-private ones, the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie was indeed the principal contradiction in China, but this contradiction has been resolved in the main. After the transformation of privately owned enterprises into joint state-private enterprises, capitalists have handed over their factories to the state, except a few of them who oppose socialism. Many accept it. The contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie is antagonistic, but it can be transformed into a non-antagonistic one or a contradiction among the people. Some people say that the principal contradiction is between the relations of production and the productive forces, between the super. Correctly handle contradictions among the people 281. Structure and the economic base, or between the advanced and the backward. These contradictions are also ones among the people. What does the superstructure refer to today? It refers to the state, led by the Communist Party, including politics, law, and culture. Can you say the contradiction between the superstructure and the economic base is one between the people and the enemy? What are the relations of production today? They include ownership and the relations of distribution. Now the main forms of ownership are ownership by all the people and ownership by the collective. These two kinds of ownership determine the relations of distribution. Many contradictions find expression in the existing relations of distribution. Is the contradiction between the relations of production and the productive forces one among the people? Yes, it is. It is the contradiction within ownership by all the people and collective ownership. In short, it is the contradiction within socialist ownership. The contradiction between the advanced and the backward is also one among the people. The superstructure and the relations of production in the old society were reactionary. The reactionary classes represented the backward and the revolutionary classes the advanced. So the contradictions between the superstructure and the economic base, between the relations of production and the productive forces, and between the advanced and the backward were ones between the people and the enemy in the old society. Now the domestic situation has changed fundamentally with the abolition of the reactionary ruling classes and the basic elimination of the bourgeoisie. These contradictions find expression among the people, not between the reactionaries and revolutionaries. Therefore, these contradictions have become ones among the people. Some people say that the principal contradictions are between the masses and the leaders and between the masses and the bureaucrats. In other words, most of the contradictions find expression, or find concentrated expression, in relations between the masses and the leaders and between the masses and the bureaucrats. Then can we say that this contradiction is one between the people and the enemy? If the answer is in the affirmative, then the question is who is the enemy, the people or the leaders? It is crystal clear that these contradictions are among the people. As for the contradiction between the masses and the bureaucrats of our leading organs, we may say it is generally a contradiction among the people. By generally I mean that except for a small number of very bad, obdurate, and anti-people. 282. Bureaucrats. The contradiction between those who have made bureaucratic mistakes and the people comes under the category of the contradiction among the people. In helping them we should use the formula of unity criticism unity. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to resolve the contradiction. Each party cadre should examine the seriousness of his own bureaucratism. Do not trust those who claim to be free of bureaucratism. Maybe bureaucratism is more serious among them. Of course, bureaucrats who are especially bad, obdurate, and opposed to the people make up a very small number. However, there are many, not a few, bureaucrats in various fields whose bureaucratism is rather serious and has aroused opposition among the people. Some people ask, what is the contradiction between materialism and idealism? Is it an antagonistic one? Ideologically, this contradiction is antagonistic and irreconcilable. The former represents truth and right, the latter falsehood and wrong. We should distinguish between right and wrong, not confuse them. We should seek truth and get rid of falsehood. In the past these contradictions found expression between classes and between the people and the enemy, but changes in the domestic situation have caused these contradictions to find expression among the people rather than between the people and the enemy or between antagonistic classes. Within the ranks of the people, there are materialist and idealist ideologies, truth and falsehood, right and wrong. Therefore, these contradictions are non-antagonistic and are ones among the people. When these contradictions are manifested between hostile classes, we resolve them by opposing the enemy, overthrowing him, or finishing him off with a single blow, whereas when these contradictions are manifested within the ranks of the people, the method of gentle breeze and mild rain or the method of democracy on a small or smaller scale should be applied. It is wrong to solve ideological problems within the ranks of the people and the party in a rude manner. Our party once made such a mistake. When dogmatists held sway in the party, the method of finishing somebody off with a single blow was used in dealing with inter-party struggles. There are some comrades among us who will not rest content until they find a principal contradiction between the people and the enemy, so that they will have a chance to bludgeon others. Let me ask these comrades, have you idealistic ideas? What are subjectivism and dogmatism if not idealism? Do you agree to our knocking you down? Correctly handle contradictions among the people. 283. With one stroke when you have dogmatic and empirical ideas. If you don't want others to treat you so rudely when you have idealistic ideas, then you should not treat others that way. This is standing in the shoes of others. I think this is the attitude we should take. If we act otherwise in dealing with ideological problems, we would make a mess of everything and solve no problems at all. From the foregoing we can see that there are two different types of contradictions, antagonistic and non-antagonistic. Since they are different in nature, we should use different methods to resolve them. It is wrong to try to resolve antagonistic contradictions the same way we resolve non-antagonistic ones. When a contradiction emerges, we should first understand its nature, antagonistic or non-antagonistic, and make a concrete study and analysis of it, before deciding on the method to use to resolve it. When a problem crops up, we should first make clear about its nature and then solve it by appropriate method. If we make a wrong decision on its nature, we'll adopt the wrong method for handling it. Generally, contradictions among the people are non-antagonistic, so in resolving them we shouldn't adopt the method used to handle antagonistic ones, or we'll even make mistakes in matters of policy. Of course, things are complicated and these two different types of contradictions transform themselves into each other under given conditions. That is, under given conditions an antagonistic contradiction can transform itself into a non-antagonistic one, and vice versa. It follows that when the nature of a contradiction changes, we should change our method of handling it. For instance, the contradiction between right opportunist Chanduxia 118 and our party was once non-antagonistic and could be resolved within the party. There were quite a few comrades in the party who made such right opportunist mistakes, but later on they corrected them. However, a small number of them obstinately refused to correct their mistakes and, moreover, formed a separate faction inside the party and engaged in splitting activities. Accordingly, the contradiction between them and the party became antagonistic. The nature of the mistakes made by John Kyoto 11-9 was once non-antagonistic, but later when he went over to the enemy the contradiction between him and the party became antagonistic. These two examples show that non-antagonistic contradictions can transform themselves into antagonistic ones and vice versa. Another example, the contradiction between the Chinese 284 working class and the bourgeoisie is antagonistic in nature, but under given circumstances it can transform itself into a non-antagonistic one. In resolving an antagonistic contradiction we should lay stress on struggle. For a non-antagonistic contradiction, we should apply the formula of unity criticism unity. We communists are not addicted to struggle. We have no need to sharpen or intensify a struggle deliberately, as if we wouldn't feel satisfied unless we waged a struggle. But we are not afraid of struggle. We never hesitate to use fierce struggle to resolve a contradiction when necessary. The policy and method to be adopted in handling a contradiction are determined by the nature of the contradiction, not by people's subjective desire. Coercion and repression will be used only when necessary. Wherever possible, we solve problems by means of persuasion, education, and unity. Some people are worried that the assertion that the principal contradiction is the one among the people carries a potential danger and that the resolving of such a contradiction will throw things into confusion. I don't think so, because the contradiction among the people is non-antagonistic. We advocate the methods of gentle breeze and mild rain and democracy on a small scale to resolve contradictions among the people. 2. Most of the contradictions among the people boil down to the contradiction between the masses and their leaders, or, to be more specific, between the masses and bureaucratism on the part of the leaders. The responsibility for some problems does not necessarily fall on the leaders, but since we are leaders of the state, holding leadership positions, we should assume responsibility for all that is irrational in society and for all the things we have failed to do well. People will also criticize the leaders of the state, the party, the government, and the economic departments for all these matters. Now the contradiction between the masses and the leading organs stands out in sharp relief. This contradiction is mainly caused by the bureaucratism of the leading organs. If the leading organs overcome their bureaucratism, problems can be solved and the contradiction can be eased. Even if some people have wrong ideas and make irrational, correctly handle contradictions among the people 285, or excessive demands, the contradiction will not be sharpened if leaders, free from bureaucratism, explain things clearly. Contradictions among the people find expression especially in distribution. We have been talking about contradictions between the relations of production and the productive forces. Where are they to be found? It seems to me they are manifested mostly in distribution. For example, peasants say workers receive more than they do, and primary school teachers complain that young workers get more than they do. Others complain that some people have lots of living space, while they themselves have none at all, and that some others have got a promotion, while they haven't. All these are related to distribution. I suggest that comrades make a careful study of the question of distribution. For instance, how much of state revenue should go to accumulation, consumption, national defense, administrative expenses, culture, education, various industrial departments, people engaged in production and those not, primary school teachers, young workers, cotters, and so on. In short, the question of distribution forms a part of the relations of production. The relations of production must correspond to the growth of the productive forces. Under the socialist system, China applies the principle of distribution to each according to his work, a principle of fairness and reasonableness. If we implement this principle well, everyone will be satisfied and the development of the productive forces will be promoted. If we do otherwise, it will be hindered. Quite a few people want to get more from the enterprises and undertakings owned by all the people. But I think everybody else will oppose it if someone gets more than he deserves, because under such ownership property is owned and shared by all the people, hence people dare to speak and have the right to voice their opinions on distribution, which constitutes the material base for socialist democracy. The masses are concerned about how socialist democracy is being practiced not only in political affairs but also in economic matters and production, because this has an important bearing on their well-being and destiny. In this regard, the masses are dissatisfied with some of our leading cotters in the leading organs. For instance, some of them have got too big shares, too many material benefits and too luxurious houses. In the countryside the directors of cooperatives record more work days for themselves and for their relatives and friends. In the factories directors and secretaries of the party committees and of the 286 Youth League get larger bonuses than the others and bring their relatives and friends into their factories. It is only natural that the masses have complained, voiced their dissatisfaction with such unfair distribution and eventually created disturbances. In many cases the disturbances have been brought on by the leaders of the leading organs. I visited some factories and found that the directors, chief engineers, and party committee secretaries had very nice, newly built mansions. Department and section chiefs, other cotters, and workers all lived in apartment houses of different quality. Even the number of tables, sofas, and chairs in the offices and residences of factory directors, department and section chiefs were different, which, it seems to me, is a type of hierarchy under the socialist system. Hierarchy is a feudal system, and unfortunately we are still adopting it. I think we should try to abolish the system wherever it has begun to revive. Those who scramble for too many material benefits are bound to trip and fall, and I would advise them to stop doing that. Disturbances may occur when the contradictions among the people become acute. I made a study of disturbances in some localities and found that almost all were related to immediate economic interests. There have been very few political strikes by workers and students, parades or demonstrations, and they are not easily organized. Nevertheless, there are many political and ideological problems among the people. If we can solve these problems in good time by improving political and ideological education, disturbances can be avoided. Now the problem is how to improve this education among the people. In some localities the work has been done very well, but in others, poorly, creating strong dislike among the masses. Leaders in some localities say they are educating the masses, when in fact they are criticizing and punishing them and they themselves never make any self-criticism. Therefore, it is essential for them to improve the method of political and ideological education. It is likely that counter-revolutionaries will join the masses in creating disturbances. However, they can incite the masses only by taking advantage of their immediate economic demands and of the political and ideological problems weighing on their minds, not with counter-revolutionary programs or slogans. So when disturbances occur, we should deal with them as a problem among the people, even if some counter-revolutionaries lurk in their ranks. We should solve the problems of the masses, setting their minds at rest, before dealing. Correctly handle contradictions among the people. 287. With the counter-revolutionaries. Otherwise, counter-revolutionaries cannot be eliminated. I have looked into some of the demands put forth by the masses in the disturbances. It seems to me that most of them are reasonable and can be met, only a few are unreasonable and cannot be satisfied. If we explain things clearly, the masses will not insist. They have a fairly high political consciousness. Of course, there are a few who don't. But if we make clear explanations, they will come round. Usually, the disturbances follow these steps: people voice their opinions and raise demands, then they send their representatives to negotiate with the people concerned. When these efforts fail, they hold meetings, lodge complaints with Beijing, put up wall newspapers or write letters to the People's Daily. If all these efforts receive no response, they present petitions and finally create disturbances. Generally, people do not create a disturbance all of a sudden, and they do not present a petition or go on strike for several months or half a year, until all other efforts have failed owing to the indifference of the bureaucrats. Most disturbances start with complaints by the masses, so I advise you comrades to listen to the complaints voiced by the masses, not ignore them. I think it desirable to listen to their complaints, trying to identify the problems and losing no time in solving them. Only in this way can disturbances be avoided. Therefore, we should allow people to do the things mentioned above. If we don't allow the practice of small democracy, great democracy is bound to come. According to the workers, the disturbances are caused by the following: first, leaders go back on their word and do not execute contracts. For instance, leaders break promises they have made in the enrollment of workers. Second, in transferring people to other jobs, leaders give no clear explanations to the persons concerned, simply kicking them out when they don't want them. This is the way some departments in charge of deployment of manpower and personnel operate. Third, some leaders are partial in matters of distribution, giving more to cadres, less to workers, more to this group of people, less to another, more to their relatives and friends, less to other people. In addition, leading organs keep putting off satisfying the reasonable demands put forth by some workers. In short, bureaucratism on the part of the leading organs is the cause of disturbances. The responsibility for bureaucratism falls on both the higher authorities and those at lower levels. The Party Central Committee. 288. And the various ministries and bureaus should be held responsible wherever they are involved, but many other bureaucratic mistakes are made by factories and grassroots units, and they should also bear their responsibility. Correct methods should be adopted in dealing with disturbances. Some of our leading cadres pay no attention to what is going on among the masses before disturbances break out and are panic-stricken once they arise, trying to put them down by coercive methods. This is not the way to solve problems. On the matter of handling contradictions among the people, the basic approaches of some comrades are wrong. First, they put themselves above the people. We have such leaders who think themselves the bosses of the masses in their units. Just listen to what a leader often says to the masses: I am your boss and you are my subordinates. You should listen to me and I needn't listen to you. I have the right to order you about and you haven't such a right. What kind of attitude is that? A bureaucratic, utterly wrong attitude. Such leaders do not regard themselves as one among the people but place themselves in opposition to them. The attitude of being above the people is not that of the proletariat and the masses but that of bureaucratists and the exploiting classes. Engels warned against the transformation of the state and the organs of the state from servants of society into masters of society. 120 The leaders of our party, government, state, and economic departments are the servants of the masses and of society, but now some of our comrades have become overlords and regard the masses as their servants, without even realizing it is a wrong thing to do. This is too bad. None of our leaders has the right to act as an overlord, he should serve the people, acting as their servant. Otherwise, he will not regard the masses as being the same as himself, and in handling matters among the people he will not treat ordinary workers, peasants, and students the same way he treats party members and cadres. One cannot win the faith of the masses unless one has faith in them. Second, some comrades draw a distinction between right and wrong only for the masses, not for themselves. Haven't we been saying that the contradiction among the people is one of right and wrong? Who's right and wrong? Some leaders distinguish between right and wrong only for others, not for themselves. Moreover, they do not allow other people to draw a distinction between right and wrong for them. In their approach to the right and wrong of the masses, correctly handle contradictions among the people. 289. They see only their wrong, their mistakes, never their right, their achievements. When talking about themselves, they talk only about their achievements, their right, never their failures, their wrong. So, the conclusion is, the masses are always in the wrong and they, the overlords, are always in the right. This notion of theirs is one-sided and at variance with reality. As leaders, they should draw a distinction between their own right and wrong and examine their own mistakes before doing the same for the masses. They should recognize not only the wrong but also the right of the masses. Only in this way can the masses be convinced. Third, instead of convincing people through reasoning, some leaders use coercive methods to deal with problems among the masses. When disturbances break out, instead of trying their best to reason things out, lessen the disturbances, alleviate the contradictions and stress unity, they stress struggle and thus sharpen the contradictions. They are violating the principles to be adhered to in handling contradictions among the people. Problems among the people should be smoothed out by means of compromise. Fourth, some leaders handle contradictions among the people the way they do contradictions between the people and the enemy. When a disturbance arises among the masses, they go about differentiating them, trying to find out the motives and examine the backgrounds of those involved, regarding it as a counter-revolutionary event. Regarding the people as the enemy is totally wrong. Such leaders actually place themselves in opposition to the people. As a matter of course, some among the people may go too far with regard to those who have made bureaucratic mistakes, and they should be educated. In criticizing people who have made bureaucratic mistakes, with the exception of bureaucrats who are particularly bad and obdurate, we should start with a desire for unity and arrive at a new unity through criticism. Now I have a feeling that problems have piled up in various localities, factories, and schools and here as well. You should concentrate your efforts to solve them. I suggest that once or twice a year you solicit opinions from the masses by having the workers, students, and office staff hold group meetings at which to voice their opinions and raise demands. Then you should sum them up and solve them. You should do what you can, and if some demands cannot be satisfied, you should make explanations to the masses. As to how to explain. 290. To the masses, municipal and district party committees should discuss it. By focusing your efforts on solving problems, it will not take you long to solve all the problems accumulated among the people, and disturbances can be avoided. Promote work-study programs and develop after-school labor. May 5, 1957. This newspaper today carries a news item about college and secondary school students in Henan, Hebei, Hubei, Hunan, and Guangdong provinces and in Beijing taking part in labor after school and about their work-study practice. We can see from the report that many of the students in those areas, while diligently studying, spend their spare time and vacations doing all sorts of useful work, including weeding grass, collecting manure, rush harvesting and planting for cooperatives and state farms, digging ditches, leveling the land and transporting bricks and tiles for construction sites, helping build enclosing walls and repair dormitories and sports ground for their own schools, sewing, washing clothes, and tutoring, and serving as waiters or waitresses and washing dishes in restaurants. Except for a small number who work gratuitously, most students earn a certain amount. With the money they earn they pay their school expenses and improve their living. For Chinese youths, a work-study system is by no means something entirely new. Historical records include many touching stories about it. As recorded in the THREE Chariter Classic, reading while carrying firewood or riding on the back of an ox, ignoring fatigue and hardship. 121 Carrying firewood refers to Zhu Meichin in the Han Dynasty. 122 Who was from an utterly destitute family and depended on cutting and selling firewood for a living. He badly wanted to go to school, but he couldn't afford it. So he read books while working. When he was collecting firewood in the mountains, he found time to. Based on talks made between February and April 1957 during an inspection tour of Hebei, Henan, Hubei, Hunan, and Guangdong provinces, this article was published as an editorial in the Qinzi Youth Daily on May 5 after the AUT Hor had gone over it. 291. 292. Read. On his way back home he hung a book from his shoulder pole to read. Reading while riding on the back of an ox refers to Li Mi of the Sui dynasty. 123 Since he couldn't afford schooling, he worked as a child ox herd. Every day when he started out to pasture, he hung some books on the horns of the ox so he could read them while riding on its back. Wang Mian, who lived in the last years of the Yuan dynasty, was a similar case. 124 He started to work as an ox herd when he was 10 years old, and he bought books with all the money he earned. All of them worked hard and studied diligently and had excellent academic accomplishments to their credit. Speaking of modern times, we immediately remember the Chinese students who were on a work-study program in France 30 to 40 years ago. Isn't it true that around 2,000 youths went to France, where they pursued knowledge through part work and part study? We all know that many of our party and state leaders, such as Zhou Enlai, Deng Xiaoping, Li Fucun, Li Vihan, and Nai Rongzhen, were among the best of those young people. 125 Thus we may say that by participating in after-school labor and work-study programs, the youths and students of New China are carrying forward the glorious tradition of their older generations. Working after school and studying on a work-study basis deserve praise and encouragement, but so far as the entire nation is concerned, insufficient attention is being paid to this practice. Many people still hold incorrect views on student participation in manual labor. It seems to them that manual labor of any kind is incompatible with the status of student. And the students on their part work secretly, for fear of bumping into acquaintances and losing face. What does this imply? As a matter of fact, it is the time-worn views that are at work, views such as those who work with their brains rule and those who toil with their hands are ruled. 12.6 People holding these views regard scholars to be a cut above others, dividing work into different grades, from superior to inferior, and maintaining that doing manual work will lower their status. Obviously, these views are utterly wrong. A major difference between our new education and the old lies in that our schools do not train lackeys, accomplices and hangers-on for the exploiting classes. After receiving an education at school, the young people will be in a better position to work, to help build up the motherland and to serve the people and the country. The educated young people in New China have no reason to be content with the knowledge they have learned from books, nor work-study programs and after-school labor. 293. Should they take pride in not doing manual work? No longer should they become people incapable of carrying anything, either on their shoulders or in their hands, or people who can neither use their four limbs nor tell the 5 grains apart. 127 In educating students, don't we often stress the importance of manual labor and the mass viewpoint? Then, by organizing after-class labor, we shall help them learn working skills and develop good work habits. Through actual practice they will gain a true understanding of the great function of human labor and enhance their understanding of and love for the working people. Haven't the party's Central Committee and Chairman Mao called on us to build up the country through hard struggle, diligence, and thrift, and declared that diligence and thrift should be practiced in running factories, shops, cooperatives, schools and all other enterprises? 128 Accordingly, the students' earnest efforts in after-class labor and studying in a diligent and thrifty way are most practical responses to that call. In doing so, the students will cultivate an ideology for hard work and plain and industrious living. Experience in many areas has shown that after doing labor in their spare time, the students have gained a deeper understanding of the truth that every single grain is the result of toil 129 and become more assiduous in their studies. We should encourage working young people to study in their spare time and students to work after school. Some people frown at students using the money they have earned from after-class labor to pay school and living expenses. They feel it is out of keeping with things in New China and the students' financial difficulties should be solved by steadily increasing government scholarships. This idea is obviously incorrect. True, quite a number of students are living under harsh conditions. They cannot afford to eat in the school canteens and have to bring food from the countryside. Some of them cook their own meals with grain and firewood they carry from home. They usually pay their school expenses with money they earn from spare time work. It is true that these students lead a somewhat hard life, but they are in a much better position than many of their forefathers, who were so poverty-stricken that they could never expect to enter secondary schools or even primary schools. In order to pursue knowledge and realize their ideals, today's students bear hardships for the moment, but this ought not to be regarded as bad under any circumstances. Since the founding of New China, our government has made tremendous efforts to 294. Develop education and make it possible for a great many children from workers' and peasants' families to go to school. The number attending school is not going down, but rising sharply. In 1949 we had over 1.2 million secondary school students, and now we have over 5.9 million. College students have increased from over 110,000 to 400,000. Educational funds in 1955 were 27 times those of 1949. The figure for 1956 registered another increase of more than 25%. Since the government established scholarships, the number receiving scholarships in many universities is as high as 80 to 90% of the total. For instance, in some areas of Hebei province that were severely afflicted by natural disasters, it is not uncommon for more than 50% of the secondary school students to receive scholarships or relief funds. Nevertheless, the government can solve only some of the difficulties for students with financial problems, and it is impossible for it to keep increasing scholarships without limit and help solve all the students' financial difficulties. Even today many children from workers' and peasants' families cannot afford secondary school and college expenses. Many who have entered secondary schools and universities have financial difficulties to varying degrees. The young people in New China, for their part, ought not to depend entirely on the party and the government when difficulties arise, asking the government for assistance and refusing to use their own hands and brains. In this regard, students in Hebei, Henan, Hubei, Hunan, and Guangdong provinces and in Beijing have set good examples. Take the number 7 secondary school in Zhengzhou, Henan province. The 700 students there earned more than 10,400 yuan from their after-class work last year, more than the school's total scholarships of over 8,600 yuan. One of the students earned 110 yuan. These incomes have helped ease financial difficulties and improved their living. Some have volunteered to get less or even give up their scholarships. Others who originally were planning to drop out of school for financial reasons are now able to carry on with their study. So work has bettered the conditions for the students and helped them develop their ability to live on their own. Experience suggests that undertaking spare time labor and expanding work-study programs may present an important avenue to solve students' school difficulties and make education universal. Some people fear work-study programs and after-school labor will interfere with the students' study and their regular recreational activities outside class and during vacation. The fear is not totally. Work-study programs and after-school labor 295. Groundless. Everything has two sides, and even the best things may have some negative effects. The key lies in the leaders, who should make appropriate arrangements. So long as they organize and plan well, discover problems and sum up experience without delay, shortcomings and mistakes may be reduced and eventually avoided. To this end, they should adhere to the principle of voluntariness. On no account should they give mandatory orders. They should uphold the practice of working after class and definitely not take up study time. As we favor the idea of working according to one's capability, they should make different demands upon students of different age groups and with different physiques. Instead of making exceedingly rash demands, they should first give the students light jobs, then heavier ones, gradually cultivating their work habits. They should refrain from assigning the students rush jobs and launching competition among them. In many areas, experience has confirmed that if properly organized, after-class work has never hindered the students' study. On the contrary, many students involved in labor have received good marks in their studies. In the number 33 secondary school in Wuhan, Hubei province, for instance, 1/3 of the 9 general branch members of the Chinese Youth League Committee and of the 11 members of the Executive Committee of the Student Union take part in after-class work and are among the best students in their classes. Some people complain that the students' regular recreational activities during vacation have been impaired. Then, what do they mean by such activities? Some mistake them for idle living, sleeping after eating and eating after sleeping. To their way of thinking, if we want the students to be fully relaxed and lead a colorful life in vacation, we should organize such activities as visiting places, touring, swimming, playing ball games and fishing, or, at most, let them do gratuitous work once or twice for 2 or 3 hours. This would exclude such important activities as organizing students to take part in industrial and agricultural production during their spare time and holidays. It is not sensible. In fact, the students add significance to their holidays by doing some manual labor. They not only toughen their physiques and gain more knowledge, but also create material wealth. This ensures a balanced improvement of their mental and physical health. A good many students are willing to do so, and their parents often demand it. 296. Some people approve of students' spare time labor, but fear the students won't find work suited to their abilities. This concern has some substance, since despite the fact that a lot of work needs to be done, the students lack the necessary skills. Also, in some regions few jobs can be found in the off-seasons. Nevertheless, we can find various things for the students to do under most circumstances, provided we attach importance to the work-study program and take the initiative in finding new ways. The type of work can vary, and the form it takes can be on a collective, dispersed or individual basis. When job opportunities are limited, they can be offered first to older and stronger students or to those with more difficulty in paying school expenses. With regard to this problem, we are now able to draw from the experience of the students who have been organized in after-class labor and work-study programs in different areas. To sum up, we can say with certainty that it is not only possible but also essential to organize students to undertake spare time labor and work-study programs. As long as we spread the idea in real earnest, most of the students in our country will be enthusiastic about it. It is our hope that all school authorities and youth league organizations will consider this project a major and, indeed, indispensable part of their teaching program in future and will try to provide more effective leadership in this work, so that it will be done on a sound basis and on a more extensive scale. Geological workers are vanguards of socialist construction. May 17, 1957. You have graduated. I have discussed with Comrade He Changgong, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Geology, about the vital importance and need of geological work for our national construction. Without it we would be ignorant of the whereabouts of iron, coal, or other mineral resources. Therefore, we must improve work in this field in order to carry out large-scale construction. What kind of work will you do in the days ahead? Let me draw an analogy. We fought guerrilla wars for 22 years, from 1927 to 1949. We, including Chairman Mao, Commander-in-Chief Zhu, and Premier Zhou, never laid down our guns. In 1927 Comrade He Changgong was with Chairman Mao fighting in the Jinggang Mountains. I went to Rujin to join the guerrillas in 1932. Very few of us veteran cadres did not fight in the war. The life of guerrilla fighters in those days was tough. We lived outdoors and had to march, so we had enormous difficulties in food, clothing, shelter, and marriage. We were guerrillas and vanguards in wartime. Today, in the period of construction, we still need guerrilla fighters, that is to say, we have to dispatch a contingent to find mineral deposits needed in the country's construction. You will be the guerrillas, scouts and vanguards in the period of construction. Wherever construction is to be carried out, you will always be the first to be sent there, and you will leave when the buildings are up. You will have to go elsewhere to see whether there are mineral deposits or not. In short, you will always be moving from place to place and living outdoors. This kind of life is rather hard. Hundreds of thousands of geological workers. XRPT from a talk with REPRSANTTIVES of the graduates of Beijing Geological Prospecting Institute in 195-7. 297. 298. In our country will bear hardship for the well-being of 600 million people. Are you willing to do this work? The motherland needs you to bear hardship and fight like guerrillas for several decades, just as the older generation did before. Of course, there will be many difficulties and certain limitations as to food, clothing, marriage, and childbirth, and you will have to bear some hardship. But I think the conditions of geological prospecting are better than those under which we fought guerrilla wars. At least you will not be chased by enemies with guns. In our days we were often pursued by the enemy. We never had a good night's sleep or meal. Just as we were going to sleep or eat, the enemy would come and we would have to leave immediately. You should make up your minds to be guerrilla fighters and scouts of the period of construction, ready to bear hardship. It is an honorable task for you geological workers to work outdoors for dozens of years for the construction of our motherland, for the future happiness of 600 million people, and for the industrialization of China. Working outdoors is pretty hard and both the material and cultural conditions are poor, but I don't think irregular political activities will necessarily make people slack politically. During the guerrilla war years, some people were slack politically, but more were progressive. As I said just now, you should be willing to bear some hardship for the construction of our motherland, for the happiness of 600 million people and for the industrialization of China. If you resolve to do so, you are progressive politically. This is a basic point. Who are more progressive, those who are willing to bear hardship for the well-being of the people of our motherland or those who are not? Are those who ask, why should only the few of us, not the 600 million people, have to bear hardship? And who refuse to do it progressive politically? No. They are backward. If you straighten up and say, since some people will have to bear hardship, I or you or he, and since the 600 million people are going to carry out construction, hundreds of thousands of people will have to bear hardship. I will be first. Your attitude is progressive. So, I don't agree that working outdoors will make people slack politically. Instead, I think it will temper people and make people more staunch politically. But don't bear a burden. You will lag behind if you think you are more progressive than others. Chairman Mao said conceitedness. Vanguards of Socialist Construction 299. Made one backward. You will have experienced many hardships after working outdoors for 10 years, but if you complain when you return to the city, you people have led such a comfortable life in Western-style houses, while I have been bearing so many hardships in the mountains, and so on, and if you become conceited and come up with all sorts of demands, you will bear a burden on your back and fall behind others politically. Only if you undergo hardships without complaining, can you be politically progressive and earn the trust of the people. There are veteran cadres who have indeed rendered meritorious service and fought as guerrillas for several decades, but they have turned that into a burden on themselves. They are flaunting their seniority and refuse to work, complaining that they are not graded fairly, not paid enough money, not given the right posts, and so on and so forth. Whenever they open their mouths, they say, "I have fought and liberated the country." This is a political backwardness. To be politically progressive, therefore, you should on no account be conceited and take on a mental burden. Some of you are afraid of becoming geological artisans, afraid that you will fall behind others in scientific knowledge after working outdoors for years. I don't think you will. I prefer that you be geological artisans for a period of time. You should not despise practical work and knowledge. Working as mechanical artisans for a few years helps, instead of hinders, those who study mechanics to become engineers. If you want to take postgraduate courses in the Geological Research Institute, don't go there immediately after graduating from university. It will be good to work outdoors as geological artisans for a few years before taking such courses or going to work at research institutions or serving as teaching assistants. Now you have graduated from the institute and gained much knowledge, but you should have a correct estimation of how much you have actually learned. Some university graduates think they are terrific. In fact, what you have acquired in school is just a smattering of knowledge, you haven't grasped complete knowledge. Having read many books about past and present geological knowledge and advanced geological methods in the world, you seem to be learned in this respect. However, I don't think you have touched practical and genuine knowledge. You should be aware of this. Although you have learned something in school, you are intellectuals only in the limited, not the full, sense of the word. To be an intellectual in the full sense, you have to continue to learn in your future work, for true knowledge. 300. Is obtained mainly in the process of work. Let's take two persons who graduate from university at the same time. The one who studies well in his future work will progress more quickly both politically and vocationally than the one who does not. What makes the difference here lies in whether one studies well on the job. What you have learned during 4 years in the university and 11 or 12 years in primary and secondary schools is general knowledge, more profound knowledge will come from your work in the 40 or 50 years ahead. With diplomas in hand you have graduated in one sense, but in another sense you have not graduated yet, because this is not the end of your study. The knowledge you now have is scanty, and perhaps those who have never entered universities but studied on the job are better than you. Someone who has studied in a university is not necessarily wiser than someone who has not. One should be aware of both one's strong and one's weak points so as to know oneself fully. It is one-sided to think that one is quite learned after graduating from university and acquiring general knowledge about geological history. The knowledge in textbooks is that of others and predecessors. Only when you have verified it and grasped the laws in your practical work, will it become your own knowledge. True knowledge comes from practice. Let's take riding a bike and swimming, for instance. One cannot ride or swim without practice even if one understands the theory. Of course, if one operates without understanding the theory, one has only partial knowledge as well. An acrobat performs very well riding a bike on stage, but he cannot explain the hows and whys. We have to ask a mechanics specialist to do it. One has complete knowledge when one knows how to operate and also has the ability to explain principles. I hope you will become intellectuals with complete knowledge. Of course, I don't mean that you have no knowledge at all now, but your knowledge is far from sufficient. You all know that it takes a very long period of research to come up with a scientific invention, but when the result is worked out, it is no longer difficult to explain or study. For example, atomic energy and atomic reactors are very advanced knowledge that had been studied for a long time before the result was worked out, but it takes only a short time to explain them. So don't worry that while working outdoors you cannot learn what you could in scientific research institutions. Moreover, inventions come not only from scientific research institutions but from practical work, too. While doing practical work, you should do research work. Choose some subjects for Vanguards of Socialist Construction 301. Research and carry it out yourselves. Some subjects need to be tested in the laboratory, but others can be tested in practical work. I appreciate the slogan "March towards Science." The only problem in marching towards science is that our work should not be hindered, or in other words, we must give first priority to our work instead of putting it aside. Even if one has a specially needed and extraordinarily important research subject that demands time to study, one must not leave one's work post until one's plan is approved. Some people say that we needn't work since we are marching towards science. That is not a good approach. You must make sure that neither marching towards science nor the work is neglected. Some people are marching towards science just for the sake of their personal fame and position instead of the needs of 600 million people. They are weak in their sense of collectivism and their political awareness. They lay much stress on their personal interests. They will be disgruntled if they are not permitted to apply for candidate Doctor of Sciences degree and if they have no fame or gain. Are they good people? I don't think they are people with ideals. If they regard fame and gain as an ideal, this represents a bourgeois attitude that is vulgar and ignoble. I favor young people with a lofty ideal, working for the well-being of 600 million people. Your ideal is lofty, because you fear no hardships and are ready to work outdoors for several decades, willing to be guerrilla fighters, scouts and vanguards during the period of construction. China should have 2 educational systems and 2 labor systems. May 30, 1958. Last spring I talked with some students and some workers as well. There are 2 striking attitudes among the students. One is looking down upon physical labor and manual workers. I criticized this attitude in an article last year. 130 That idea must be repudiated. Another attitude among students and young people is a strong desire for further study in schools of a higher grade. In my view, this demand is justified. Our state should make an effort to meet their demand for higher education. It will not be worried if there are a large number of intellectuals or a large number of schools, it will be if there is a lack of schools. However, funds constitute a problem. Our state cannot afford to run so many schools. Besides, not all families can afford to give their children a middle school or college education. That is why I wrote another article about work-study program that was published in the Chinese Youth Daily. 131 The work-study program enables students to depend on themselves, not on the state or their families, for schooling or for education in schools of a higher grade. I also proposed establishment of non-governmental schools, both primary and secondary, run by the masses collectively. Recently, I have been turning over this issue in my mind and have some new ideas on part-time work, part-time study. I think in the main China should have 2 educational systems and factory and rural labor systems. One is the present full-time educational system and 8-hour work system practiced in factories and government institutions. This is the chief system. Is it possible for us to institute another chief system to go along with this one? I mean a part work. Speech at an Enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of The Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 302. 2 educational systems and 2 labor systems. 303. And part study educational and labor system that will operate in schools, factories, government institutions, and the countryside. When I was young, I engaged in part work, part study in Yuan Middle School in Beijing for a year, with 1 technician and 2 skilled workers teaching us. Our workshop consisted of only 3 small houses, 1 5-horsepower engine and 3 lathes. There were 60 students in our class. We had 4 hours of classes in the morning and worked for 4 hours in the afternoon. In this way, we studied, kept fit and earned money at the same time. The present vice president of Tsinghua University, Lu Xianzhou, taught us mechanics. During the year we learned iron forging, casting, bench work, lathe turning and molding. Besides, I learned French in anticipation of going to study and work in France, but I never went. Is it possible to run such a school nowadays? For instance, we can set up a middle school where we can build several workshops installed with some machines and tools, In order to provide young people whose families cannot afford their school expenses with part work and part study. Secondary technical schools have even more favorable conditions for such a program, and certain universities can introduce the program, too. We can set up a university to implement this program in all departments, or to have existing universities run a few part work and part study classes. And this should be regarded as a regular school system. Of course, the length of schooling, the courses offered and the students' material benefits should be adjusted accordingly. In this way the state can operate more schools without increasing its expenditures too much, except that it should provide funds for building houses and teaching staff. If schools can be run like this, can factories be run in the same way? During my visits to some factories I met many young workers, most of whom had graduated from primary or junior middle schools. Yet their work was simple, and they had mastered only one skill. Although they are in high spirits now, they will be disgruntled when they have done that simple job for 7, 8, or even 10 years. Since there are many young workers who have little or no family burden and are eager to study, and since there are too many workers in some factories and still some unemployed young people in society, we should offer these young workers 4 hours of work and 4 hours of study at half their original wages. Those who wish can follow this program, and those who are not willing to do so can still work 8 hours. Classrooms should be found near the factories. 304. And both teachers from the factories and professional teachers should be invited. Factories can open middle schools, secondary technical schools and even universities. In this way workers would graduate from university in 7, 8, or 10 years. By then they will be in a position to take other jobs and not in low spirits. Such skilled workers, technicians, and engineers with a high level of education will be needed in all places. Then we can run more schools so as to fully meet the need of young people for higher education. The system of part work and part study is implemented everywhere in the countryside. Agricultural middle schools can offer part work and part study, whether half-day study and half-day farm work or one-day study, the next day farm work or half a year of farm work and half a year of study. Now we have only agricultural junior middle schools, but we can have senior middle schools for graduates from junior middle schools and part work, part study universities for graduates from senior middle schools. In this way part work and part study programs can be carried out in both town and country. Thus two major educational systems will exist simultaneously, the full-time school system and the part work, part study school system. There will also be two labor systems in factories, an 8-hour system and a 4-hour system. We also need evening schools, spare time schools, and correspondence schools. Experience gained in the past few years has shown that spare time education has scored achievements but met enormous difficulties. To train working class intellectuals, the government also sends outstanding workers and cadres to study in worker peasant middle schools or universities and pays them 75% of their original wages. This method can be applied to only a small number of outstanding workers or old cadres. If part work and part study programs can be carried out extensively, they can serve many purposes, fulfilling the desire of people for higher education, reducing overstaffing in factories and preparing more people for employment. This is the way in which a mass line is adopted to train more intellectuals of the working class and laboring people with greater, faster, better and more economical results. We can train a large number of skilled workers, technicians, and college graduates in a short period of time. I hope you comrades will consider whether it is possible to experiment with these two major school systems and labor systems in some units. Of course, in running such schools you will have many problems to tackle. I shall not go into them here. This is one question. Two educational systems and two labor systems 305. There is another question I'd like to talk about. We are concentrating our efforts on mobilizing a production campaign in both town and country, which is entirely correct. Can we organize some service trades for the convenience of both urban and rural people to go side by side with this campaign? I have visited some living quarters of office staff and workers and found a large labor force idle. Many of their young family members are doing the cooking, washing and looking after children every day, and they don't like it and want to find jobs. Socialist and communist systems mean to free women from household chores. These family members and women from the countryside can be organized to run shops, primary schools, cultural and entertainment centers, barber shops, bathhouses, and tailor shops, all depending on the labor forces available. Some units such as the Anshan Iron and Steel Complex, mines in Tangshan and some other heavy industrial bases have many family members of workers living there. What is to be done? Some comrades have proposed operating textile mills there. I think that is quite right. We should do a good job of organizing these surplus labor forces, letting them not only do cooking and washing and work in nurseries and primary schools, but also work in processing industries, and even textile and flour mills. They can also raise pigs and grow vegetables. Of course, the government should give them a hand. The same can be done in the countryside. In my opinion, we should be far-sighted and gradually, systematically, comprehensively, and on a voluntary basis organize these service trades and develop them into large collective economic undertakings. In this way, we can make the best use of the labor force and free women from household chores. This is the direction to take. Talk with peasants of Tanzichong. May 7, 1961. Are you busy with your farm work? Can you spare half a day so we can have a talk? I have already talked with other friends since I came back a few days ago. I have been away from my hometown for nearly 40 years and was very eager to come back. I am very sorry to find my fellow villagers still leading a hard life, and I must apologize for the poor work we have done. My fellow villagers, tell me, is the life of commune members better now or worse than it was in 1957? It's worse. Am I right? Production has decreased. We have to recognize this because it is true. Then, what's the reason? Why has production decreased and why is your life worse? Some people say it is nature's fault, for there was a drought last year. Perhaps the drought was one reason, but not the chief one. The chief reason was that we made mistakes in our work and we didn't do our work well. I asked a few people whether Menkin Pond and Anhu Pond had gone dry. They said they each still had half a pond of water. It seems the drought wasn't that serious. I remember once when both Anhu Pond and Menkin Pond were dry for 2 years because of a drought. So the chief reason was that mistakes were made in the work here. Should the brigade cadres take full blame? No. They should not be held fully responsible. The higher authorities should bear the main respon. Talk with some local peasants and grassroots cadres in Lu Shaoqi's hometown, Tanzichong Brigade, Huamingla Commune, and Ningxiang County. Early in 1961, to correct the left errors in rural work, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party and Mao Zedong emphasized de-investigation and study. The author spent over 40 days, from April 1 to May 15, 1961, conducting investigation in Changsha and Ningxiang counties in Hunan Province. 306. Talk with peasants 307. Civility. The county, the provincial and the central authorities should all bear some responsibility. Of course, I don't mean that the brigade cadres have no responsibility. They should bear a little responsibility. Some things, such as the establishment of communal canteens, 132 were promoted by the Central Committee, so the root of mistakes lies in the Central Committee, although they were developed at lower levels. Now that I'm back and see how things stand here, I feel that the Central Committee should bear the responsibility and apologize to you. There is nobody in the world who never makes mistakes, so it doesn't matter if one makes a mistake, but what is most important is to realize and correct the mistake. There are 3 measures one can take towards a mistake: correct it quickly, correct it slowly, or never try to correct it. It is not good to correct it slowly, and it is worse never to try to correct it. Have your communal canteens been disbanded? We were not clear as to the situation of the communal canteens before, and what we had heard was that communal canteens were advantageous in that they served to save labor and emancipate women and so forth. Now I have come and seen something quite different. People are assigned specially to prepare food, cook dishes, cut firewood, carry water, and husk rice with a mortar and pestle. One canteen takes 1/3 of the labor force, and sometimes even half the people are engaged in cooking. For firewood they use hardwood, felling trees in the mountains, instead of weeds. There are still other disadvantages. There may be 1 or 2 advantages. For instance, all the commune members can start work together. But this can be achieved by other means. Communal canteens have no advantages. They can save neither labor nor firewood. This kind of canteen must be abolished. It's no good to keep it. It has caused waste for several years and must be dissolved. When communal canteens are disbanded, some commune members may have difficulties doing their own cooking at home without cauldrons, slices, pots and pans. These things should be produced as soon as possible. Production brigades, communes, counties, provinces, and central departments should all start to organize the production of these things, organize the blacksmiths to forge slices, the carpenters and bamboo craftsmen to make kitchen utensils. They should be distributed to the production teams once they are produced. But to whom will the production teams distribute them? To the team. 308. Cotters. Is it good for the cotters to have those things before others? I think the first and second lots should go to those who need them most, not to the commune and team cotters. Whether you are one of the neediest, let other people judge. When everybody else has these things, do you need to worry that you won't have them? Being cotters, you should be careful in these respects. Just now I said that the commune members need cauldrons and slices and their houses need repairing, so blacksmiths, carpenters, bricklayers and bamboo craftsmen are all needed. I hear that their wages are too low, only 20 to 26 yuan a month. Now that plots of land have been distributed for private use, they also want to go back to farming. Is that good? If they are not enthusiastic about their work, it will be inconvenient to commune members. Perhaps you should raise the handicraftsmen's wages. Does disbanding communal canteens mean distributing land to every household? No. They are different things. Communal canteens can be disbanded, but land cannot be distributed to households, with the exception of the narrow paths between fields, where output quotas can be fixed for households. But can waste land be distributed to and output quotas fixed for households? Some of the income can be handed over to the production teams, and the commune members can keep the rest for themselves. Things will be easier for the commune members when they have money. After the communal canteens are disbanded, the most pressing problem will be housing. When many households share one house, they have no place to cook. If they have no fixed housing, commune members will find it hard to have many other things fixed. For instance, their private plots of land cannot be fixed, they will have difficulty raising pigs and chickens and have no place to build their lavatories. As a result, they can't keep their minds on production. Some houses were occupied by public institutions, such as banks, supply and marketing cooperatives, schools, commune and brigade offices, factories, and piggeries. Houses occupied to excess should be vacated and returned to the commune members. The local authorities here wanted to turn my former residence into a museum and they wrote to me asking for my approval. Though I wrote several letters to dissuade them, they still built it. Now both the provincial and county party committees have agreed that the museum should not be established and the house should be vacated. Talk with Peasants 309. Who will live in this house? The work team should take charge of this matter and let a few families live here after consultation with the brigade cotters. My relatives should not live here. The tables, stools, storeroom, cauldrons, and kitchen should all be returned to the commune members as compensation. These floorboards can be made into doors for families that have no doors. Commune members can live here for at least 10 to 20 years. They can move out if they like when there are better houses. Some people ask, what if visitors come while people are living in this house? I think you can stop foreigners from coming, and as for the Chinese, since you can stop them, you can just let them come and have a look. Let them visit as they wish. How to receive the visitors? Just serve them with bowls of boiled water. You can find a granny to boil water, and it would be better if you put in some tea leaves. Visitors should pay for the boiled water, for the granny will like her job if she has some income. When visitors come, you can first find out whether they want boiled water served or not, so the granny can prepare some if they do, and she needn't if they don't. In addition, measures should be taken to protect the forests in the mountains. It will be disastrous if people go on felling trees like that. The forests should be owned by the brigade and managed by the production teams. Private patches of wooded hills should be designated. From now on, the production teams and commune members should not be allowed to fell trees at will. If they need, they must get permission from the commune and act in accordance with the unified plans of the brigade. No young trees should be cut until they grow to full size. The branches of young trees should not be chopped before the trees grow up. Now the young trees on the mountains have only a few branches left, they shouldn't be chopped in the next few years. New trees should be planted wherever there are open spaces. The problem of returning things taken from commune members was discussed in the 12 articles. 133 How many things have finally been returned? It seems to me that in most cases many more things need to be returned. I hear you have made it a rule that only things with proof of loss are allowed to be registered. Where can people find proof with things in such a mess? This matter must be settled household by household, and it should be remembered. When everything is returned, put up a stone tablet or frame a big list and hang it in the commune office. If you don't do these things, the people will find it hard to carry on. Don't give up halfway or act 310 carelessly. Do the accounts in a sound manner. Let the cadres of the commune, production brigade, and team and the commune members hurt a little, let them feel the hurt for several years. This lesson is profound and it should be passed on from generation to generation, so that the mistake will never be made again. Now commune members often help themselves to things. For example, they take rice and vegetables. Sweet potatoes are taken as soon as they have been planted, so they cannot grow up. What shall we do about this? Shall we try to find a solution so everybody can settle down to production? If personal and public things are taken at will by commune members, the system of ownership will be shaken. If ownership is not fixed, people will not keep their minds on production. The three-level system of ownership and partial ownership by individuals should not be infringed upon arbitrarily. The products from private plots of land should belong to the commune members. Why do some commune members not respect the system of ownership? One reason is that they are so hungry they want to take something to eat. Another reason is that egalitarianism and indiscriminate transfer of resources 134 have become common practice. Since the commune and production brigade can take things from the commune members, the commune members also take things from the public or from other commune members. First and foremost, the commune and brigade do not observe ownership by commune members, so the commune members think like this: why can't I take things if you can? You take much and I take just a little. This practice has been created by people at higher levels, not by the commune members. Now let us make it clear that those people must return or pay compensation for the things they have taken. Then, should the commune members return the things the Y have taken from the public and others? Yes, they should, too. Everybody, both people at higher levels and the commune members, must return or pay compensation for the things they have taken. As for those who can afford to do so right now, keep an account and let them do it after the autumn harvest. When the persons who take things from others have no advantage to gain, nobody will follow their example. Is there a management committee in the production brigade? Who is in charge of the brigade, the party branch or the management committee? Has the management committee ever held meetings? Both of them should. Talk with peasants 311. Take charge of affairs, but the party branch should take care only of major issues and the management committee should deal with concrete problems. Important decisions should be made at a general meeting of commune members or a meeting of their representatives. We must practice democracy when handling affairs. I have talked to some people who seemed quite afraid to speak. I don't know why. Maybe it is because they are more afraid of discipline than of officials. The practice of excessive discipline and punishment is undesirable. If nobody dares to speak, how can we have ease of mind and a lively political atmosphere? I hear it is not that people don't want to speak, but they dare not speak to somebody's face, so they gossip behind his back. When they complain behind your back and you question them as to why they don't do it to your face, you will learn nothing. Do not oppose complaint. You know they dare not speak to your face, but if they say something to your relatives behind your back, you can also know their opinions. If they rewrite, that's good, and if not, it doesn't matter. Don't mind or try to investigate when people complain behind your back. If you question them, they will say nothing at all and you can never hear any opinions. You should have some stipulations about what kind of problems can be decided by a general meeting of commune members. Important matters, such as close planting, transplanting double cropping rice, growing cotton, and building highways, cannot be decided by a few individuals. The commune and brigade cadres can only put forward a plan, they have no right to make decisions. In this way, you will make many fewer mistakes in your work. You should pay particular attention to what older people, who are more experienced, say. If you had let the commune members discuss matters first, you would not have set up communal canteens or transplanted so much double cropping rice or pulled down the houses. If mistakes are made on matters discussed by the commune members, the cadres won't have to bear the responsibility themselves, everybody will share it. Only in this way can you stand up against inappropriate mandates from the higher authorities. You can withstand arbitrary directions from them when everybody gets a clear understanding of things. How can a small number of commune and brigade cadres withstand such directions? Of course, discussions at a general meeting of commune members may be formalistic. At the meeting the cadres would say, "We are going to grow a certain amount of cotton." That is the policy. Do. 312. You agree? Raise your hand if you do. When they see somebody not raising his hand, they would ask, "Why don't you raise your hand? Do you have any objection? What is your family background?" So, who would venture not to raise his hand? To practice democracy in its true sense means letting the commune members be masters of their own affairs. Cadres are the servants of the commune members and should serve them well. Remember not to do what most commune members believe to be impracticable. Wang Shengping, Cheng Jingchang, and I often wrote to each other, 135, and I shall continue to do so. Would you please allow me freedom of correspondence and not detain my letters? They don't write to me to make trouble with the commune and brigade. I really want to help you. I may also make mistakes or be more of a hindrance than a help. If so, I shall admit my mistake and make a self-criticism. For matters that affect everyone, you may also come to Beijing to report to me and I shall bear the traveling expenses. Cheng Jingchang and Huang Duansheng came once. 136. When I invite you to come or you think it necessary to come for everybody's sake, I shall pay for your board and room. Because this is my hometown, the province, county, and commune may give it special attention. It is not good to receive too much special attention. You can make out all right by your own efforts, you don't need special attention. If everybody makes an effort, things will be handled well. Don't demand special attention in the name of my hometown. Some of my relatives are still here. Don't treat them any differently because of me. What I have said today is just for your reference. It's up to you to decide whether to act accordingly or not. In short, I wish you success in production and other work. Cause of the present economic difficulties and methods. For overcoming them. May 31, 1961. At present all contradictions, for example, the contradiction between industry and agriculture and the contradiction between culture and education and other fields of endeavor, are focused on the question of grain. To be specific, people have to eat, whether they live in the cities or in the countryside, whether they are intellectuals or officials like us, they all need food, and not only grain, but also non-staple foods such as oil, meat, and fish. Without these their health will break down even if the amount of grain they consume remains the same. In the past few years the health of both peasants and workers has deteriorated, chiefly because they have had fewer non-staple foods. Things have come to such a pass that not a few city dwellers and students are suffering from dropsy. The students are in poor health because they are getting less oil, meat, and eggs in their diet, even though their grain rations have generally remained the same as before. The crux of the matter is that the number of workmen engaged in manufacture, etc., and completely detached from agriculture, is determined by the mass of agricultural products which the farm laborers produce in excess of their own consumption. 137 In other words, the number of people in any society who can engage in other material production and in intellectual production is determined by the amount of grain, meat, and raw materials for industry the peasants can provide over and above what they consume themselves. The less grain the peasants can spare, the fewer the number of people who. Speech delivered at a working conference of The Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 313. 314. Can engage in those other endeavors. Conversely, the more they can spare, the greater the number of people released for other tasks. The grain left over after the peasants have met their own needs is what we call commodity grain. The amount of grain available for the market determines the scale of our undertakings in industry, transport, culture, and education. For instance, since we are short of grain at present, we cannot set up more factories or schools. In old China the landlord class always squeezed grain out of the peasants. By this I mean that the peasants couldn't produce enough for themselves and for the cities too. Now that the landlord class has been overthrown, it is the city people who are competing with the peasants for grain, meat, oil, eggs, cotton, hemp and so forth. A lot of the peasants' produce is purchased by the state, and the peasants are unhappy about that. As a result, the contradiction between the workers and the peasants has become acute. It will 11 be dangerous if this contradiction is not resolved. It is a crucial question, determining the survival and development of the dictatorship of the proletariat, our state, and even our society. In short, the cause of the problem that has been plaguing us in the past few years is that we have initiated too many undertakings in industry, transport, culture, and education. Far too many people have been detached from agriculture for the peasants to feed, so we have to reduce the number. Is there any alternative? I'm afraid not. That is to say, we have to shorten the industrial front and extend the agricultural front, as Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out at the Lushan meeting. 138 On the industrial front it is not a question of marking time or even advancing, but a question of taking a step back. Last year the output of steel was 18.4 million tons, and this year we plan to reduce it to 14 million, a decrease of more than 4 million tons. In the textile industry the number of spindles is to be cut from last year's 10 million to 5 million. The same thing will have to be done in other industries. If we are successful in this effort, we shall be able to bring about an appropriate balance among the different sectors. When the overextended industrial, cultural, and educational sectors are cut back, they will balance properly with agriculture and will develop along with it. Otherwise, agriculture cannot advance, nor can industry or any other sector of the economy. Why have things come to such a pass? In my view, it is because of mistakes made in our work in rural areas, plus natural disasters. Present economic difficulties 315. We also made mistakes in the industrial field in cities. In agriculture excessively high targets were set for production and purchase of farm produce from the peasants. In industry, a high target was also set in the hope of producing large quantities of rolled steel and coal and of building many transportation facilities. The same thing happened in the cultural and educational fields. As a result, raw materials and various other things were concentrated in these sectors, to the deprivation of other sectors, such as agriculture and light industry. Responsibility for this state of affairs rests with all the authorities from the central down. Now the question arises, were the problems of the past few years caused more by natural disasters or by the mistakes we made in our work? Peasants in Hunan said, it is 30% natural disaster and 70% man-made calamity. I have posed this question to cadres from several provincial party committees. I asked Comrade Tao Lujia, 139, in your Shaanxi province, were the problems caused more by natural disasters or by mistakes you made in your work? He replied that mistakes in work were the major cause of the present difficulties. Comrades from Hebei, Shandong, and Heran said the same. I did not ask this question of comrades from the other provinces. In short, we should say that, in the country as a whole, natural disasters were the main cause of difficulties in some places but not in most places. In most parts of the country our mistakes were the major cause of the present difficulties. Some comrades say it is a question of one finger vis-a-vis 9 fingers. I am afraid it's not a problem of that sort. The usual assessment of achievements and mistakes as between 9 fingers and 1 finger does not conform to the actual situation now. We should be practical and realistic, recognizing our achievements and saying that they represent 10, 70, or 100% achievements of our efforts, whatever the case may be, and never exaggerating them. In the past few years we have had some accomplishments to our credit, but also made some fruitless efforts. In the course of adhering to the general line and organizing the people's communes and the Great Leap Forward, we made many mistakes, some grave. Recently not only the output of agriculture but also that of industry has dropped. If we made no serious mistakes, why has the output dropped? Why have we taken a step back? Were all the problems caused by natural disasters? As for responsibility, the central authorities, all of us here, should take the major responsibility, not putting it on any individual depart. 316. Meant or person. We have come here to analyze our experience. Luckily, it is not yet too late for us to look back, sum up our experience and overcome our mistakes. They are not mistakes relating to the party's line. However, if we don't turn back now and instead persist, the mistakes will become ones relating to the party's line. So, it is high time we made up our minds now. Some mistakes made in the past were unavoidable, because we had little or no experience to draw on, but others could possibly have been avoided or checked if found earlier. Since we discovered our mistakes a little bit late, we suffered greater losses. However, it is not too late now to make changes. I believe the comrades present here ought to have gained experience. You ought to after 2 years without enough to eat. Do you still want to build tens of thousands of kilometers of railways? Do you still want to build many small modern enterprises? Do you still want to build many factories? Are you still reluctant to close some factories and let some workers go back to the countryside? Do you still want to build many ghost houses? I am afraid you should have learned from your experience. The peasants have suffered from hunger in the past 2 years, some have suffered from dropsy, some have died. City dwellers also didn't have enough to eat. Now the party membership and people all over the country have had personal experience. In my view, it is high time we looked back and summed up our experience. We cannot go on like this. Now we should make up our minds to reduce the urban population. Of course, it is a troublesome matter, some workers may not understand its importance. However, if we explain things clearly to them, they will understand. Some people in medium-sized and small cities, learning that the peasants have been given private plots of land and are allowed to raise pigs and chickens, while urban residents have no meat, oil, or eggs to eat, are willing to go back to the countryside. In the latter half of this year, as the peasants harvest their private plots and have more non-staple foods, life in some rural areas will be better than in the cities. This situation has already come about in some places. When conditions in the countryside turn better, it will be easier to persuade workers to go back there. Of course, some will be unwilling to return to the countryside. We should try to persuade them and make good arrangements for those who have returned to the countryside. Leading members of party committees and departments at all levels should personally do the persuading. Present economic difficulties 317. And organizing in order to make this work a success. They should not shift the work to departments in charge of the deployment of manpower and treat these workers as ordinary manpower. To reduce urban population by asking workers to go back to the countryside may possibly cause trouble, but if the work is done well, fewer problems will arise. In the countryside, the peasants' household handicrafts industry is mostly semi-agricultural and semi-industrial, so its development will not impede the development of agriculture. Also, some handicrafts factories operate during the slack season but close in the busy season. Since they can turn out products without hindering farming, they can also continue to operate. Take the refractory material factory of Ningxiang County, Hunan Province, for example. There used to be over 1,000 workers there, and there are still more than 300 now. It operates for 3 or 4 months in the slack farming season since it can get coal nearby. Seasonal undertakings of this sort can go on in the future. They should mainly turn out light industrial products and products needed by peasants in production and daily life. They have to turn out light industrial products that can be exchanged for the peasants' grain, pork, and eggs. They cannot survive without things for exchange. At present, peasants urgently need cauldrons, wooden buckets, and many other things. If these things are available, they will be willing to sell their grain and eggs. Now we cannot even meet the peasants' needs of matches and salt, how can we purchase things from them? So we should strengthen not only the agricultural front, but also the light industrial front, so as to implement to the letter the policy of developing the economy in the order of agriculture, light industry, heavy industry advocated by Comrade Mao Zedong. 140 The heavy industry front has to be cut, but we should have a detailed discussion on how much should be cut back, and we must be determined to do it. The same thing should be done on the cultural and educational fronts. In cities some factories will be closed, particularly the small improvised enterprises as well as some modern ones. When they reopen in future, they should make great efforts at technological transformation, improvement of labor productivity and attainment of a higher level of mechanization. Here I'd like to talk about things in the United States. Out of a population of 180 million, only 15 million people are in rural areas, accounting for about 9% of the total. Moreover, with only 318 million agricultural workers, part are engaged in farming, part in animal husbandry. These people can not only meet the needs of the domestic market for grain, meat, raw materials, and cotton, but also provide surplus farm products and raw materials for export. Thanks to the extremely high agricultural productivity, more than 90% of the American people can work in industrial and other sectors. When China reaches such a proportion between industry and agriculture, it will no doubt be a powerful country. That is why agriculture is the foundation. I am afraid there will be no rapid improvement in China's agricultural productivity. It will take 8 to 10 years, not 3 to 5, to see such a change. Within 8 to 10 years urban factories can employ only a few rural people, and this can only be done when the factories are highly mechanized. It's no good if factories employ many workers from the countryside all at once and send them back afterwards. Actually, we had suffered setbacks in this regard before and have done so recently. I hope we shall not repeat our mistakes in future. We should pay attention to the proper balance between various sectors in the technological transformation of industry and agriculture. Therefore, we should not proceed too quickly. As I see it, our work was impetuous in the past. That was unnecessary. Take steel, For example, under given conditions only a certain quantity can be turned out. When going all out and aiming high in our work, we can only make steel within our ability, not beyond it. The problems we are faced with are to close and amalgamate factories, reduce the scope of the industrial sectors, and decrease the urban population. Will too many people be asked to leave the city for the countryside? It seems unlikely. Even so, I don't think it will be difficult to re-employ them. On this question, some people cannot make up their minds because they do not understand it clearly. I think that is the major problem we now confront. In short, we have achieved much during the past few years, yet many problems have arisen and in some places problems have piled up. Our future is still bright if we make up our minds to solve these problems. I want to repeat this: we have achieved much, there are still many problems, but our future is bright. 141. Of the many problems demanding to be solved, the essential ones are to resolutely reduce the industrial front, extend the agricultural and light industrial fronts, and decrease the urban population by sending some present economic difficulties. 319. Urban dwellers to the countryside. The comrades present here can also find other ways to deal with these problems. When these problems are solved and the 12 Articles 133 and 60 Articles 14.2 are implemented, the agricultural situation will take a turn for the better. And then, the industrial and market situation will take a favorable turn. When the situation throughout the country improves, we shall have ease of mind and a feeling of liveliness. Speech at the Conference of Forestry. Kadersoftihalun. Beer League. August 6, 1961. I have just visited the Xiaoqi Mountains and the Zhangguankaling Mountains and put some questions to people there. Having visited the Daxing Mountains here, I should like also to raise a few questions. You are better acquainted than I with things here. So, today I shall just raise questions and make suggestions for your reference. The first question is how to make full use of forest resources and best meet the different needs of the state and the masses. Here I should like to call your special attention to satisfying the needs of both the state and the masses in many respects, not in one respect. In production and construction, such as the construction of factories and railways and the opening up of mines, large numbers of sleepers and pit props and packing and building materials will be needed. In agricultural production a great deal of lumber will be needed with which to make farm tools, such as plow shafts, carts, hoe handles and knife hilts. Both in town and country household items, such as pails, pan lids, rolling pins, beds, tables, chairs, and benches, are all made of wood. Herdsmen to pitch their tents and fishermen to build their boats also need wood. A man needs a cradle when he is born, and a coffin when he dies, as is the old custom. In short, no one can live without wood once he comes into the world. We should plan for all these needs. Of course, you cannot as yet meet all the demands, so I only ask you to try your best. Have you done so? Certainly you have. But you haven't tried everything in your power. For instance, there are still many small logs left in the mountains. On the one hand, there are abundant resources in the mountains, and on the other, people all over the country are in. 320. Speech at Conference of Forestry Cotters. 321. Urgent need of them. Your task is to combine the two by fully utilizing the forest resources to best meet the various demands of the state and the masses. In the past you concentrated on providing big logs to satisfy the need for logs, pit props and sleepers, to the neglect of the diverse needs of the masses. Can you pull both big and small logs and branches down the mountains to fully meet the demands of all sectors of society? This is the first question I hope you will look into. Of course, moving small logs and branches will be extremely troublesome and difficult. Can you overcome the difficulties involved? Think about it, please. The second question concerns the wage system and the price of timber. This question is related to the first. Now, you are required to pull down both big and small logs, but the problem is you get less profit from small logs than from big ones, because of the difference in their prices. In my view, there should be two prices for timber, purchase price and selling price. The purchase price for small logs should be higher than for big ones, so we can lower the purchase price of big logs and raise that of small ones. For the selling price, however, small logs may be cheaper than big ones. Thus small logs are unprofitable or less profitable than big ones. Big logs should be more expensive, for it takes several hundred years to yield one harvest. With regard to pay, we should pay different wages to the workers who fell, collect, ship and load big or small logs. We should set slightly lower quotas for handling small logs and slightly higher quotas for big ones, so as to give everyone incentive to deal with both big and small logs willingly. These measures will benefit production and conform with the principle of paying wages according to work. There are now many small trees in the mountains, but workers are unwilling to fell them. Even if they fell them, they are reluctant to move them out. The main reason rests in irrationalities in the wage system and price policy. Therefore, if we readjust wages and prices, workers will be willing to fell, collect, load and ship small logs, thus making the wage system and price policy adapted to the requirements for the development of production. When the relations of production are not appropriate, they will hinder the development of the productive forces. If they are readjusted and made adaptable, they will promote the development. 322. Of the productive forces and facilitate full use of forest resources so as to meet the different demands of the state and the masses. As for forest region subsidies, I think you should differentiate between those who work in the mountains and those who work in offices, between winter and summer, and between rain and shine. With good housing and good living conditions, people working in forestry bureaus and on forest farms should get slightly less subsidies than those working under poor conditions in the mountains. That way people can be encouraged to work in the mountains, otherwise everybody will prefer office work. You should rationally subdivide the subsidies granted by the Ministry of Forestry in a way that those working in the mountains get more. The workers complain, working is no better than not working, working harder is no better than working less hard. I asked them why. They told me that if they did not work, they would get 70% of their wages, but if they worked, they could fulfill only 70% of the quota set for them. So please investigate whether they have not worked hard or you have set excessively high quotas. If quotas are unduly high, you should revise them. If a worker cannot work because of illness, he should have a medical certificate. If he stays away from work without good reason, he does not deserve wages. Moreover, disciplinary measures should be taken against him. The state has made it a rule to give 70% of wages to workers who have to stop working for lack of raw materials, not to those who stay away from work without good reason. Labor discipline should be tightened and people should be encouraged to work. There is an unhealthy tendency to secure advantages by the back door in commercial departments. Do you have this tendency here? The party committee should pay attention to it. In some areas raincoats and rubber boots are not available to workers in the mountains while they are to cotters and their family members. I suggest that the commercial department at the next higher level post notices as to commodities available at certain shops and a meeting of workers and staff be held to discuss how to distribute those commodities reasonably. The principle of distribution according to work should be followed, and workers should obtain more pay for more work. They should get more not only in cash but in kind, especially at times when commodities are scarce. If you show concern for the masses, they will trust you. Speech at Conference of Forestry Cotters 323. The third question concerns the restoration of rational rules and regulations. In the past few years some rational forestry rules and regulations have been abolished, whereas some irrational ones have remained. The two participations, 1 Reform 143 is meant to reform irrational rules and regulations, not the rational ones. Therefore, the rational rules and regulations abolished in the past should be restored. For example, the rules for technique design of felling areas, allotment and delivery of felling areas, checking before acceptance, the appointment of timber measurement inspectors by departments at higher levels, 144, and the grade marking system. 145. Furthermore, the Forest Industry Bureau and the Forest Management Bureau had been separate entities before they were merged. If nobody is responsible for afforestation now, should the Forest Management Bureau be restored? Of course, we don't have to have two bureaus, simply two units under a Bureau of Forestry, one in charge of felling trees, the other in charge of afforestation. Which is better, the present structure or restoration of the two former bureaus? Think it over, please. Moreover, some irrational rules have not yet been abolished. For example, it is said that quite a lot of timber too large to be drawn away by horse or ox has been scattered about in the mountains of the Genhe forest zone, because loggers would be punished if they cut the logs up, but not if they left them out there in the mountains. I don't think this a correct approach. The former should be rewarded. Now fees for tending trees amount to 4 to 6 UN for every cubic meter of timber. How do you dispose of such a large sum? Special funds should be used for special purposes. You cannot give them to the Bureau of Forestry to build auditoriums and hotels. If you have some left, you should accumulate it for future use. Fees for tending trees should be controlled by the Ministry of Forestry, the Department of Forestry and the Forest Management Bureau. They should not be dispersed to grassroots units. New hand tools are useful, but it doesn't pay to use manpower, instead of machines, in production. The level of mechanization must be raised gradually. If there are no machines available, horses and oxen can be used, and also ice and snow slides. Machine repair should be improved. The Bureau of Forestry should install equipment for overhauling machinery. If skilled workers and equipment are insufficient, you can get some transferred from big machine building factories. 324. Every Bureau of Forestry should be manned with mechanical and forestry engineers. The system whereby the engineers assume full responsibility should be instituted. Deputy directors of the Bureau of Forestry should include at least one graduate from a University of Forestry, and on each forest farm a graduate from a forestry secondary school should be appointed deputy farm leader. Work sections are very important, and it is the section chiefs who have actual leadership in their hands, so we should train them in forest technology. You can also appoint graduates of a University of Forestry or forestry secondary school as deputy section chiefs, making them responsible for technical work and establishing a technical responsibility system. The fourth question concerns logging and reforestation. Some say selective felling is good, others say clear felling is good. Which is better? In my view, we can use clear felling in some areas and selective felling in others, depending on local conditions and the different circumstances, so long as our objective is to benefit both the supply of timber and reforestation. Which should be given priority, natural or artificial regeneration? With regard to Korean pines in the Xioxing-Onling Mountains, small trees usually die when the big ones have been cut down. Young larches in the Daxing-Onling Mountains, however, grow well in natural regeneration, so natural regeneration is possible there. Moreover, we cannot afford the jabur and funds to do artificial regeneration over so large an area. Then, which should be given priority, natural or artificial regeneration? I think we should give priority to the latter, otherwise, no one will engage in artificial regeneration. Trees replanted grow rapidly, the output of timber is high, and it is convenient to fell them. Natural regeneration generally yields 100 cubic meters of timber per hectare at most, whereas artificial regeneration generally yields 300 cubic meters per hectare, or even 400 to 500 cubic meters if well cultivated. Comrades in the Bureau of Forestry in Daling said they could produce a yield of 700 cubic meters per hectare. They have calculated correctly. Indeed, I saw trees growing quite well. So, the timber output per hectare in artificial regeneration is equal to that for 5 hectares in natural regeneration, and in the future the costs for artificial regeneration will be very low. Perhaps our next generation will fell trees mainly grown by artificial rather than natural regeneration. We do not deny the argument over natural regeneration. Speech at Conference of Forestry Cotters 325. An artificial promotion, however, people usually take the easiest way, so we shall give priority to artificial regeneration and adopt the principle of walking on two legs. You should analyze the experience gained in artificial regeneration. It seems that people in the Xiaoxing Mountains have done a better job in artificial regeneration than you have, and they have richer experience. They have stretches of new growth forest in their region, but you have very few. You do not have many living seedlings. You should go over your experience in planting trees and figure out ways to make them survive. You should give specialized teams total responsibility for planting trees, seeing they survive and grow into a forest. Payment of wages can be staggered according to the survival rate. For example, if 100 planted trees survive, the planter will be given part of his wages that year. The second year, following inspection, he will receive another part, depending on the survival rate of his trees. The third year, after inspection, he will receive the rest of his total wages. The problem now is that there is no one specially assigned to this work. The responsibility system should be applied to forest farms, work sections, teams, and individuals. The fifth question concerns the structure of a Bureau of Forestry. At present, a Bureau of Forestry functions as a basic accounting unit with dozens of units and tens of thousands of people subordinate to it, and the number will increase in future. It now is in charge of the people's commune, the government, and enterprises, of felling and regenerating trees, looking after people's daily lives, handling political and legal affairs, managing commerce, and running schools. Can it handle all this well? Perhaps it could operate this way. A forest farm is taken as the basic accounting unit, and the Forestry Railway Management Office, Timber Storing Yard, and Timber Processing Yard are taken as separate accounting units. The Bureau of Forestry can serve as a general company or corporation, doing overall accounting and conferring on the forest farm some responsibilities and fixed quotas. Is this suggestion feasible? Of course, we cannot reform the structure at one stroke. We can first conduct experimentation. Shouldn't the government and the people's commune be separated from the Bureau of Forestry? Government affairs should be handled by the government. The Bureau of Forestry should be responsible only for logging, reforestation and lumber processing. The people's comm. 326. Commune should still operate under collective ownership and not necessarily adopt ownership by all the people, which is difficult to practice without a high level of mechanization. Is it practicable for an enterprise to pay a worker 70 yuan a month to do farming? I am afraid not, because it costs too much. If the people's commune, the government, and enterprises are separated from one another and accounting units are transferred to lower level units, things will be easier to handle. Think it over, please. A worker under the Genhe Bureau of Forestry has proposed that we demarcate a forest area of about 3,000 hectares and help 10 to 12 households settle down there, and that the state build houses for them, allow each one to open up 2 mu of land, provide them with some small farm tools and draft animals, and help them form a small cooperative. Their main task would be to plant trees, not grow commodity grain. A dozen households will have a dozen able-bodied farm workers. Each worker will be responsible for planting, tending, and protecting trees within a 300-hectare forest area, for which he will be given a little pay per month. The households can each open up 1 mu of private plot and engage in forest and sideline production. In winter they can help forest farms collect timber. After paying taxes and fulfilling state purchase quotas, they are free to dispose of their produce. This method may be tried, however. You should impose a few duties on them. Can you apply this method to the peasants in forest regions as well? The state would allow them to open up some land, grant them loans to buy small farm tools and draft animals, and also give them loans to build houses, or they could build houses themselves. The main task of the peasants who organize themselves into cooperatives in forest regions is to engage in agricultural production, producing commodity grain and marketable vegetables to meet the needs of the workers and office staff in these regions. After loans are paid off in a few years, the draft animals, farm tools, and other means of production would belong to the cooperatives. We may also consider helping herdsmen and handicraftsmen to settle down in forest areas by the same methods. For all these undertakings we probably need quite a large investment, however, we might not need too much, and it would at least be much cheaper than having a Bureau of Forestry pay 70 to 80 yuan per month for a forest worker to plant and tend trees and. Speech at Conference of Forestry Cotters 327. Then establishing farms and pasture lands. This is a project the masses will be willing to undertake, and the state will benefit from it. These are my suggestions for you to consider. It's up to you to decide what to do. In short, I wish you success. Report to an enlarged working Conference of the Central Committee. January 27, 1962. Comrades. This is an enlarged working conference of the Central Committee. Participants include comrades from the Central Committee itself, from its bureaus, from the provincial, municipal, and autonomous region party committees, many comrades from the prefectural and county party committees, and also many comrades from major factories and mining enterprises and from army units. The chief purpose of this conference, called by the Central Committee, is to sum up our experience, unify our thinking, further close our ranks, tighten our discipline, strengthen democratic centralism under a unified, centralized leadership and encourage people to go all out to achieve better results and surmount all difficulties, so as to win new victories in our socialist construction under the great banner of Mao Zedong thought. The current conference is aimed at mobilizing the entire party membership to fulfill the 1962 construction tasks and reach the long-range goals set forth in our 10-year program. In this report I should like to deal with three questions: first, the current situation and our tasks; second, strengthening democratic sen. The enlarged working conference of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, held in January 1962 in Beijing, also known as the 7,000 Participant Conference, was an important meeting for the party historically since the founding of the People's Republic. The conference preliminarily summed up the experience and lessons gained in socialist construction since 1958, conducted criticism and self criticism and strengthened democratic centralism in the party. It played an important role in unifying the thinking of the entire party membership, further carrying out the principle of readjustment, consolidation, filling out and raising standards of the national economy, and putting an end to the country's economic difficulties. The text given here is an abridged version of a written report submitted by the author to the conference on behalf of the Central Committee. 328. Report to Working Conference of CPC 329. Tralism and Unified, Centralized Leadership, and third, Problems concerning the party. The current situation and our tasks. The domestic situation. Since the founding of the People's Republic of China we have passed through a period of rehabilitation of the national economy and 2 5-year plan periods of economic development. During these relatively short periods we scored tremendous achievements in socialist transformation and construction. During the last 12 years China has undergone tremendous changes in all fields. We succeeded in the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce and established and developed a socialist economy owned by all the people or by the collective. An advanced system of socialist economy has taken shape in our country. Thanks to the socialist system, the country's unprecedented great unity, achieved in post-liberation years, is becoming ever stronger. China used to be a backward agricultural country, but it now boasts comparatively developed industry. Practically, we had no heavy industry in the old days, and today we have heavy industry built on a solid foundation and complete with quite a number of necessary ramifications. Economy and culture have progressed noticeably in the vast areas inhabited by minority nationalities. A new relationship characterized by solidarity, friendship, mutual respect, and mutual assistance has been formed among all the nationalities in our country. The mental outlook of our workers, peasants, and intellectuals has changed dramatically, with marked improvement in their political and ideological levels. Thanks to the party's efforts to unite with, educate and remold the national bourgeoisie, the majority of them have made much headway politically. People of all nationalities and all social strata in our country have stood the repeated test of many domestic and international upheavals. 330. Our worker-peasant alliance has become ever more consolidated. The same is true of the People's Democratic United Front, which is led by the Chinese Communist Party, based on the worker-peasant alliance and composed of all democratic classes and parties. A fundamental change has occurred in China's international position, and China is playing an increasingly great role in world affairs. Facts prove that our country has, indeed, undergone tremendous changes in the years after liberation. We have done very well and scored significant achievements in both socialist transformation and socialist construction. Of course, it will take a considerably long time to put an end to the country's poverty and blankness. Socialist construction is a long-term task, an endeavor just begun, but already showing splendid results. Now I'd like to review specifically our work since 1958. Since 1958 our party has been holding high among the Chinese people the three red banners, the general line for socialist construction, the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes. Under the guidance of the three red banners the entire party and all the people have heightened their awareness of the need to work for prosperity through self-reliance. Fired with utmost enthusiasm and making gigantic efforts, they have scored a series of new achievements in socialist construction, chiefly as follows. 1. Already in 1960 we fulfilled, 2 years ahead of schedule, the quotas of major industrial products set forth in the second five-year plan. 2. We have doubled or greatly increased the production capabilities of the country's basic industries, including the coal, electric power, petroleum, iron and steel, non-ferrous metals, chemicals, construction materials, and machine-building industries. 3. Our country has attained a very high degree of self-sufficiency in the supply of machinery, equipment, and important materials. 4. The geographical distribution of the country's industries has further improved, each province and region having established its own framework of modern industry as well as modern transport and communications networks of different sizes. 5. Geological surveys and prospecting have been conducted in vast areas of the country, providing us with more information about the nation's mineral and water resources. 6. Agricultural collectivization has reached a higher level of Report to Working Conference of CPC 331. Development, with more than 500 million peasants organized into more than 50,000 people's communes. 7. Marked results have been achieved in farmland capital construction and in water conservation projects. Farm machines have increased. State farms have further developed. 8. The number of technicians and engineers has grown considerably. Having improved their technical expertise, they can now independently design and build modern enterprises that involve the use of fairly sophisticated technology. 9. Scientific research has been promoted in many important spheres, with some results approaching the world's advanced standards. 10. Significant progress has been achieved in the fields of education, culture, public health, and sports. Graduates from institutions of higher learning now exceed 100,000 every year. 11. We have done quite well and gained much experience in the spheres of commerce, finance, and banking as well as in public security, procuratorate and justice and in foreign affairs. 12. We have also scored great achievements in the building of national defense, in the political and military training of the People's Liberation Army and in related areas. All these accomplishments demonstrate the great enthusiasm and creativity of the people of all nationalities led by the party and encouraged by the party's general line for socialist construction. Our people have enormous potential waiting to be tapped. While confirming those great achievements, the Central Committee considers it necessary to point out, at this conference, the shortcomings and mistakes we have made in our work during the last few years. The principal ones are as follows. 1. We set too high production targets for industry and agriculture and overextended capital construction, causing a serious imbalance between different sectors of the national economy and between consumption and accumulation. For a certain period we made such mistakes as overestimating the actual output of agricultural production and consequently procuring too large a proportion of the peasants' farm produce through state purchases. Authorities in many localities and departments, eager to attain magnificent goals, launched a number of inappropriate giant projects. Arbitrary and impracticable directions were given not only in agriculture and industry but also in commerce, finance, culture, education, and public health. In agriculture, for example, the customary farm systems were altered wantonly, some 332. Ineffective and unscientific techniques were introduced, and some unprofitable, harmful water conservation projects were constructed. In industry, rules and regulations were abolished willfully and impractical, unscientific techniques were put into practice, causing damage to equipment and resulting in poor quality of products, high production costs and low productivity. 2. For some time and in many localities the collective ownership of rural people's communes was confused with ownership by all the people in their practical work. Many impetuous and improper alterations were imposed on the internal mechanisms of the collective ownership, trampling on the principles of distribution according to work and exchange at equal value and giving rise to a wind of communization and other egalitarian tendencies. In handicrafts and commerce, errors were made by those who were so impetuous as to convert collective ownership into ownership by all the people. 3. We attempted unrealistically to establish many comprehensive industrial networks on a nationwide scale. Moreover, we delegated too many powers to authorities at lower levels, resulting in a very serious tendency towards decentralization. The central authorities delegated too many of their powers to authorities at lower levels, and so did many departments and local governments to their subordinate units. The result was that many measures adopted by the departments and local authorities were at odds with the policies of the central authorities and with state plans. This greatly damaged unified, centralized leadership in economic activities and adversely affected the system of ownership by all the people. 4. We not only overestimated the agricultural growth rate but also wanted to accelerate economic development at a very fast speed. The measures we adopted for this purpose caused a sharp increase in the urban population, so that the proportion between urban and rural populations was out of keeping with the present level of our agricultural production. The strain on material supply for the cities was aggravated and agricultural production met more difficulties. In addition, an excessive number of enterprises and institutions have been established in the last few years, leading to an abrupt increase in the number of workers and staff, including a high percentage of non-productive personnel. This caused a serious waste of manpower. Some party and government departments became increasingly overlapping and overstaffed, greatly stimulating tendencies towards subjectivism, bureaucratism, and authoritarianism. Report to Working Conference of CPC 333. These major shortcomings and mistakes of setting excessively high targets and attempting to accomplish them within too short a period of time can be attributed to our inadequate experience in economic development and also to the fact that in the last few years many leading comrades in our party failed to remain modest and prudent, running counter to the party's traditions of seeking truth from facts and following the mass line. Consequently, they weakened, to varying degrees, the principle of democratic centralism in party and government institutions and in mass organizations. The erroneous desire to meet too high targets in too short a time made it easier for them to become divorced from the masses and from reality and to neglect the practice of democracy, which, in turn, rendered it difficult for the party to discover the problems and correct the errors in good time. The shortcomings and errors caused heavy losses to our economy. In 1959 and 1960 our agricultural output dropped sharply. In 1961 we were compelled to cut industrial production, and currently we are confronted with many difficulties. Natural disasters can be blamed for some of our difficulties, but to a greater extent they were caused by mistakes in our work and our defective work style. After reviewing our work over the last few years, the Central Committee has arrived at the conclusion that part of the shortcomings and mistakes were due to lack of experience, which accounts for our failure or, in some cases, the impossibility to formulate all necessary and specific policies in the due course of time. Some of our policies proved inappropriate or partly inappropriate. Although the Central Committee formulated correct policies, it did not check on them strictly or take effective measures to ensure their implementation. Approval and advocacy by central departments also led to some unusually high targets, inappropriate giant projects and an overdelegation of administrative powers to authorities at lower levels during the last few years. More often than not, some comrades in central departments relied on reports from subordinate units as their only source of information and were credulous of reports that were untrue or only partly true. They did not make painstaking investigations and studies. During a certain period their assessment of the situation was too optimistic and consequently they failed to form correct judgments regarding some issues in their practical work. At this enlarged working conference the Central Committee considers it necessary to declare that the central departments should, first of all, be held responsible for the shortcomings and mistakes that 334 occurred in our work during the last few years. Recently, after examining documents issued by central leading bodies over the past few years, the Central Committee's Secretariat submitted a report to Comrade Mao Zedong and the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee that, while affirming the correctness of the 3 red banners, outlined the principal shortcomings and mistakes made by the central departments and identified what the Central Committee's Secretariat should itself be held responsible for. It was the Political Bureau that endorsed some of the impracticable policies and measures mentioned in the report, so the Political Bureau should also bear a certain responsibility. When stating that the central leading bodies should first of all be held responsible for the shortcomings and mistakes, the report naturally refers to all the departments of the Central Committee as well as the State Council and all the ministries attached to it. Leading party organizations at the provincial level should also be held responsible for shortcomings and mistakes in our work, since they assumed quite a big share of responsibility in a wide range of work during the last few years. Of course, this is not to say that party organizations below the provincial level had no shortcomings and mistakes whatsoever. It should be pointed out that during the last 4 years the overwhelming majority of our party cadres worked diligently, trying to do their work well. Indeed, splendid results have been achieved by many comrades, local authorities, and departments. However, quite a number of our comrades, although with good intentions, mishandled matters and failed to perform well in their work. Here I have been focusing on discussing the many shortcomings and mistakes in our work over the last 4 years, analyzing their nature, exploring their cause and identifying those responsible for them, all with a view to drawing truly useful lessons from our past work and thereby scoring new successes in our future work. This indicates that ours is a Marxist-Leninist party, one that takes a serious attitude towards truth and facts and a responsible attitude towards the people, that our party always upholds its tradition of criticism and self-criticism, and that it has the greatest confidence in being able to surmount the current difficulties and win new victories. Already, much effective work has been done by central and local authorities and by many departments to correct the shortcomings and mistakes in our work. Report to Working Conference of CPC 335. As regards our work in rural areas, since the Zhengzhou meeting of November 1958-14-6 the Central Committee, at the suggestion of Comrade Mao Zedong, has adopted a series of measures to stop the wind of communization and other egalitarian tendencies prevailing in rural people's communes. In the winter of 1960 the Central Committee proclaimed a 12-article directive for rural work. 133. Acting upon the directive, rural party organizations at various levels did a great deal of work and achieved very good results. Soon afterwards the Central Committee, under the direct guidance of Comrade Mao Zedong, drew up 60-article draft regulations on the work of rural people's communes. 142 The draft regulations, soon after being widely discussed and put into trial practice in many areas, aroused great enthusiasm among the peasant masses. In 1961, although there was a poor summer harvest, the gross annual output of grain was somewhat greater than that of the previous year. In many localities the number of livestock and poultry has been rising steadily. In general, the peasants' living conditions are better than in the previous year. China remains basically an agricultural country. The steady turn for the better in rural areas is decisive for our efforts to boost the national economy, surmount current difficulties and further consolidate the worker-peasant alliance. In the autumn of 1961, Comrade Mao Zedong once again proposed that the production team be designated the basic accounting unit of the People's Commune. 147 This represents a policy of vital importance for continuing to kindle great enthusiasm among the peasants for collective farming and increasing agricultural production. Readjustment of the relations of production will make it possible for the peasants to overcome the egalitarian tendency among the production teams in a fairly thoroughgoing way. The rural people's commune system will be more suitable for the current level of the productive forces in rural areas, thereby enabling the system to grow on a firmer basis. During the past few years, Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out on many occasions that our industrial planning was not good and that production targets were set too high and altered too frequently. He stressed the need to work out realistic and workable plans, to allow a certain flexibility, to improve quality and increase the variety of products. At the working conference of the Central Committee held at Baidahe in the summer of 1960, the question of economic readjustment was raised, and soon afterwards the Central Committee Formula 336 laid the principle of readjustment, consolidation, filling out and raising standards. 14.8 Unfortunately, this principle was not put into effect in many spheres of practical work. In May 1961 the Central Committee worked out a proposal for curtailment of the urban population and for cutting back the number of workers and office staff. 149 2 months later, in July, after studying a host of investigation findings and reviewing our work over the past few years, the Central Committee drew up the 8-article directive on current problems in industry 150 and also the 70-article draft regulations on work in state-owned industrial enterprises. 151 It stressed that in carrying out the principle of readjustment, consolidation, filling out and raising standards, we must take readjustment as the key link, exercise a highly unified, centralized leadership and work hard to improve management of the enterprises. In addition, it put forth some specific proposals for readjusting the industrial targets. After being discussed at the Lushan meeting in September 1961, 152 the two documents were issued to all local authorities and departments concerned. At present our industrial production has basically ceased to decline, with output becoming stable or increasing in some areas, quality of many products beginning to improve and their variety growing. Measures for curtailing city and town populations have yielded noticeable results. Marked achievements have been scored in all departments and places where earnest efforts were made to implement the Central Committee's directive for industry and its proposal for curtailment of workers and office staff. The same is true of enterprises that have conscientiously discussed and put into effect, though on a trial basis, the 70-article regulations for industry. To readjust commercial work, the Central Committee has worked out a series of regulations and measures during the past year or so. In its 12-article directive on rural work, issued in November 1960, it proposed the opening of rural trade fairs under proper planning and guidance. Later, at a working conference in March 1961, it called for re-establishment of the supply and marketing cooperatives. 2 months later, at another working conference in May, it drew up the 40-article draft regulations on improvement of commercial work 153 and the draft regulations on some policies concerning urban and rural handicrafts. 154 Already in its 8-article directive for industry, the Central Committee had called for the adoption of measures to boost the output of light and handicraft industries and stabilize the market. In the last 6 months much. Report to Working Conference of CPC 337. Work has been done in this regard by both central and local authorities. In accord with investigation data, the Central Committee is now working on preliminary draft regulations for commercial work 155 that will soon be issued for trial in all parts of the country. In general, the domestic situation is good. Our work in all fields of economic development is progressing steadily and healthily along the right course. We must not fail to see, however, that there are still grave difficulties in the national economy. By the end of 1961, the production of grain, cotton, oil yielding and other cash crops as well as animal husbandry, sideline occupations and fishery had not fully recovered. Our agriculture with its weak foundation cannot yet offer our industries and cities an abundant supply of products. The country's industry reported a decrease of more than 40% in output value in 1961. An insufficient supply of raw and semi-finished materials and fuel caused quite a number of industrial enterprises to partly and in some cases completely cease operation. There is an acute shortage of goods on the market. People do not have sufficient supplies of food, clothing, and articles of daily use. This is particularly true for daily necessities for urban residents, a situation not likely to improve significantly in the near future. A sharp decrease in state revenue in 1961 resulted in an overissue of currency. Tendencies towards decentralization gravely hinder our efforts to overcome the difficulties. It should be noted here that a decline in agricultural output in 1961 necessitated our importing at least 5.2 million tons of grain from capitalist countries, the greatest amount ever imported since liberation. In 1962 we still need to import 4 million tons. The foreign exchange required by grain imports during these 2 years will total $660 million. Such a sum of foreign exchange would be enough to import the equipment necessary for 40 factories similar in size to the present-day Luoyang tractor plant or enough to purchase 17 million tons of chemical fertilizer from abroad. Comrades, it is absolutely unwise for China, which has so large a population, to depend on grain imports. The expenditure of huge sums of foreign exchange on grain imports will make it impossible for us to import the raw and semi-finished materials and equipment necessary for the nation's economic development, especially for its industrial development. That will greatly impede the country's socialist construction, therefore, a rapid change is necessary. 338. The Central Committee considers it imperative to adequately assess the current difficulties. It is wrong not to face up to difficulties and try hard to surmount them. Communists can never be cowed by difficulties. The only correct attitude for communists in the face of difficulties is to make a serious study of their causes, explore methods for overcoming them and concentrate all efforts to vanquish them. It must be noted that we are fully capable of surmounting the difficulties because we have many advantages. The enthusiasm for socialist construction shown by the people of all nationalities in our country is the greatest guarantee of our triumph over all difficulties. During the last 12 years, especially since 1958, we have created tremendous material conditions and accumulated a wealth of experience. Under the leadership of the Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong and under the radiance of the three red banners, we are now making steady improvement in various fields of our work. The shortcomings and mistakes have mostly been or are being corrected. We are over the most difficult period. Although some grave difficulties still remain, they are steadily being eliminated. Surely, so long as we are conscientious about drawing upon the experience and lessons from our work, we can overcome the difficulties quickly and propel our socialist construction into a new period of vigorous development. Basic experience and lessons. On more than one occasion Comrade Mao Zedong emphasized the great importance of accumulating experience in the course of socialist construction. Early in 1957, in his speech on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, he pointed out, with barely 7 years of economic construction behind us, we still lack experience and need to accumulate it. Neither had we any experience in revolution when we first started, and it was only after we had taken a number of tumbles and acquired experience that we won nationwide victory. What we must now demand of ourselves is to gain experience in economic construction in a shorter period of time than it took us to gain experience in revolution, and not to pay as high a price for it. Some price we will have to pay, but we hope it will not be as high as that paid during the period of revolution. Report to Working Conference of CPC 339. We made mistakes and took tumbles in some spheres of construction work during the last few years, causing quite a few losses. We should learn to avoid mistakes in our work and try our best to avoid serious ones, but we cannot expect never to make any mistakes. The proverb "failure is the mother of success" implies that success often results from many setbacks, and that so long as one knows how to draw lessons from one's errors, one has the chance of success. Success in our construction work cannot but be accompanied by mistakes and by the payment of a certain price, which is a kind of tuition for the knowledge we must gain about construction work. Is it possible for us to accumulate experience in construction work at a price lower than what we paid for experience in revolution? Yes, certainly. It depends on whether all the cadres of our party, leading cadres in particular, are good at summing up experience, drawing lessons from both success and failure, and gradually adapting their subjective thinking to objective realities, thereby achieving a gradual understanding and mastery of the objective laws governing construction. During the past 12 years, especially during the last 4, we raised to a new height our material capabilities for socialist construction, and, what's important, all our party cadres and the masses of party members and people have gained an enormous wealth of profound experience and lessons. We have scored tremendous achievements in our work, which provided us with positive experience, but we have also committed many mistakes, which brought us considerable loss and provided us with negative experience. We should earnestly analyze our experience, both positive and negative, so that through comparative analysis of the two types of experience we may arrive at a deeper understanding of what we should and should not do and what approaches towards getting things done we should take or avoid. In so doing we shall be able to increase our immunity to error and more quickly master the knowledge and expertise necessary for construction. In this sense, both positive and negative experience have great value. It can be affirmed that through our work during the last 4 years we have accumulated more rather than less experience in socialist construction, so we have grown stronger instead of weaker. The question now is for us to painstakingly sum up our experience and lessons. 340. What basic experience and lessons have we gained in socialist economic development during the 12 years since 1949, especially during the 4 years since 1958? A preliminary review indicates the following. 1. The general line for China's socialist construction requires that our efforts to achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results be mutually promoting and mutually restricting. In addition to greater, faster, better and more economical results, the Great Leap Forward campaign requires that we attach importance not only to quantity but also to quality of products, pay attention not only to needs but also to possibilities, strive for not merely a speedy but also a well-proportioned development, and not only proceed from current, actual conditions, but also have a long-term program. A correct handling of these mutually promoting and restricting relationships means adhering to what is realistic and practicable. Only by following such guidelines can we go all out and aim high. Otherwise, the result can only be more haste, less speed. 2. Our fundamental policy for the development of the national economy of our country is to take agriculture as the foundation. To develop a socialist economy in a planned and proportionate manner and to achieve a great leap forward during a given historic period, we must make sure there is a proper proportion between industry and agriculture. The scope of industrial development must correspond, to a certain degree, to the quantities of farm produce and the amount of labor that can be provided by agriculture. Industry must serve agriculture so as to accelerate the latter's growth. To ensure a steady increase in agricultural productivity, heavy industry must try its best to provide agriculture with an increasing supply of technical equipment, chemical fertilizers, fuel, and so forth. As for light industry, it must do its utmost to offer peasants more and more commodities for daily use. In its turn, agriculture should assist the development of industry, doing its utmost to provide industry and cities with increasing amounts of grain, raw materials, and other farm and sideline products. Without a proper proportion between industry and agriculture, neither will see rapid growth. 3. The two types of socialist ownership, by all the people and by the collective, must not be confused. The conversion of collective ownership into ownership by all the people will be a gradual process of transformation lasting throughout the historic period of socialist. Report to Working Conference of CPC 341. Construction. The completion of such a conversion will require quite a long period, say, several decades or so. If we confuse the two types of ownership and convert collective ownership into ownership by all the people hastily before conditions are ripe, disregarding current productivity levels and going against objective possibilities and the will of the peasants, we shall commit the error of expropriating the peasants and consequently harm or even undermine the alliance of workers and peasants. 4. Socialist ownership by all the people plays the leading role among all other types of ownership now existing in China. Ownership by all the people implies that the assets are owned by all the people, by the entire society, and the products are at the disposal of the state. Marxism-Leninism always opposes so-called ownership by a certain locality or municipality. Under no circumstances should ownership by all the people be divided into ownership by certain departments, localities, municipalities, enterprises, or small groups. The economy under ownership by all the people is an integral whole, at the same time its management is exercised at different levels. In carrying out their managerial functions, institutions at various levels must abide by the unified rules and plans set by the state. Any department, locality, or enterprise could damage the socialist planned economy and socialist ownership by all the people if it violated the unified state rules and plans and handled matters of production, supply and marketing any way it liked. 5. A socialist economy requires a unified formulation of state plans. The plan targets must be tailored to actual possibilities, allow some flexibility and ensure a certain amount of necessary reserves. To make competent plans, it is necessary to pay attention to overall equilibrium and proper proportions of the various economic sectors, such as agriculture, light industry, heavy industry, and transport, and also of the branches within these economic sectors, such as the proportion between grain and cash crops in agriculture and between excavating and processing in heavy industry. So long as necessary proportions are kept between the various economic sectors, it is fully justified to give priority to the development of heavy industry or to some particular economic branch in order to facilitate growth of the national economy as a whole. It would be wrong to solely concentrate efforts on a particular economic sector for its sharp increase, because it would upset the necessary proportions between the various economic 342 sectors, preventing that particular sector from growing normally and retarding the growth of other sectors. With regard to the question of expanded reproduction, it is necessary to handle properly the relationship between accumulation and consumption. We should increase accumulation as much as possible, but this must be based on a constant growth of production and a steady, corresponding improvements in the people's living standards. Accumulation at a proper rate will promote production, whereas overaccumulation will hamper its development. We must put our best efforts into developing the national defense industries on a proper scale and in accord with the planned development of the national economy as a whole. In working out development programs, some industrial departments in particular should take into consideration the needs involved in building up national defense. 6. The development of cultural, educational, scientific, and public health undertakings must be in keeping with and in proportion to economic development. In this connection, consideration should be given not only to the requirements of economic development but also to the people's needs. Both impractical programs and attempts to achieve too much in too short a time should be avoided. 7. The state's unified planning should dovetail with the initiative of local authorities. Under a unified, centralized leadership attention should be paid to taking full advantage of the initiative and pioneering spirit of the local authorities. The central authorities ought to give local authorities a certain leeway for maneuvering and meanwhile encourage them to overfulfill state plans by making the most of their potential. It is wrong to ignore the initiative and creative power of the localities. But the plans of local authorities must be incorporated into state plans. The interests of the part must be subordinate to the interests of the whole, and local interests must be subordinate to national interests. That is what Comrade Mao Zedong means when he speaks about the importance of having a unified, centralized leadership and the need to combat both anarchism and semi-anarchism. 8. Democratic centralism of the proletariat is the most thorough kind. As a fundamental system to be practiced among the people, it represents a high degree of centralism and a high degree of democracy, with the former serving as the guide and the latter as the basis. Within such a system, democracy and centralism are mutually. Report to Working Conference of CPC 343. Prerequisite, mutually dependent and mutually complementary, neither can be dispensed with. Proletarian centralism can by no means be separated from the practice of extensive democracy among the people, that is, among more than 90% of the population. It is diametrically opposed to autocracy exercised by a small group or by some individuals who are divorced from the people, and also to the extremely reactionary, despotic rule by the Kuomintang or the fascists. It must have highly centralized guidance and is incompatible with decentralism and anarchism. We should bring the people's political consciousness and enthusiasm into full play, learn how things stand in various sectors of society, collect the people's true opinions and convert them into a systematic series. Then we should feed the opinions back in practice, in the people's actions, so that as they are being enriched, perfected, or rectified, the correct opinions persist among the masses. Only by properly combining democracy with centralism can we establish a proletarian system of democratic centralism among the people and fight against autocratic rule by a small group or by some individuals who dislike a people's democracy, and against any tendency towards decentralism or anarchism. Proletarian democratic centralism is a fundamental system in the political, economic, and cultural spheres of socialism. Without such a system of democratic centralism, it would be impossible to build socialism. Workers, peasants, and people from various democratic classes and strata all want to have not only democracy but also a unified, centralized leadership. In matters of planning and in the supervision of production or disposal of products, state leadership over economic undertakings owned by the collective should be markedly different from that over ones owned by all the people. Like the working class, however, the peasantry urgently need unified policies formulated by the party and unified plans set by the state. Both workers and peasants are afraid of leadership from more than one source and of frequent fluctuations in both policies and plans, hence their demand for policies and plans to be finally decided on by the central authorities. If the democratic system is being undermined in any department or in any locality, the inevitable and immediate result will be the emergence of decentralism and departmentalism as well as impairment of unified, centralized leadership. That will violate the requirements of achieving greater, faster, better and more economical results in our socialist construction, and it will be at variance. 344. With the interests of workers, peasants, and all the other people, and run counter to their wishes. 9. It is essential to promote commodity exchange and to strengthen economic ties between economic sectors owned by all the people and those owned by the collective, between industry and agriculture, between urban and rural areas and between different regions. For this purpose we should learn how to do business and we should adopt sensible price policies. Besides state-run commerce, which is owned by all the people and assumes the leading role, socialist commerce includes collectively owned commerce, such as the supply and marketing cooperatives in rural areas and the consumers' cooperatives in the cities. Cooperative shops can be organized in the cities, and certain kinds of trade fairs should continue in rural areas as a supplement to commercial undertakings owned either by all the people or by the collective. 10. Socialism is not egalitarianism, neither is communism. During the socialist period, our principle of distribution is to each according to his work, and our principle of exchange is exchange at equal value. In the communist period, the principle of distribution will be to each according to his needs. It would be utterly wrong to negate the principles of distribution and exchange during the socialist period, to confuse egalitarianism with socialism or communism, or even to regard egalitarianism as exactly what is meant by socialism and communism. Such interpretation is in direct conflict with the people's interests. Egalitarian views are, to quote Comrade Mao Zedong, reactionary, backward and retrogressive in nature. 156. Whenever and wherever we are drawing up or carrying out policies relating to distribution and exchange, we should bear in mind this Marxist-Leninist view as expounded by Comrade Mao Zedong. While carrying out the principle of to each according to his work, we should continuously improve ideological and political work among the masses. We should closely combine endeavors in this regard with our efforts to appropriately satisfy the people's material needs and gradually improve their living standards. 11. We should always highly treasure the people's efforts, putting them to best use for the achievement of excellent results. When we want to introduce something new, we should make an experiment with it first. Whatever we are undertaking, we can achieve success only by consulting the masses for their opinions and approval. That is what Comrade Mao Zedong had in mind when he said, "Every day. Report to Working Conference of CPC 345. And every moment we should concern ourselves with the people's interests and always see to it that our policies and measures conform to the level of their political awareness and meet their pressing demands. Violate these two principles, and you will run up against a wall and end in failure." 157:12. To further its cause, the proletariat in any country must draw upon the experience of other countries and seek the support and assistance of the proletariat and people of those countries, but all people should regard the revolutionary struggle they are waging or the task of socialist construction they are tackling as primarily their own affairs. We must carry on socialist construction through our own efforts and build a powerful and independent economic system in such a large country as ours. This not only is in the fundamental interest of the people of our country, but also relates to the fundamental interest in the emancipation of the world proletariat and mankind. 13. Our long-term principle is to build up the country through diligence and thrift. We should anticipate that our socialist construction will be a protracted process involving complicated and incessant struggle against all sorts of difficulties. Therefore, we should rally under the unified, centralized leadership of the Central Committee, make the best use of the country's manpower and material and financial resources, practice strictest business accounting and permit no waste whatsoever, so that after a few decades of hard work we can reach the magnificent goal of accomplishing socialism in our country. 14. Overexpanded government departments, enterprises, and other institutions and an unnecessarily large number of non-productive personnel constitute obstructions to the growth of the national economy. The policy of better staff and simpler administration must be adhered to strictly, because it is a policy of fundamental importance in our efforts to combat bureaucratism and authoritarianism, to strengthen our ties with the masses and raise work efficiency, to economize on expenditure and increase production, and thereby to ensure success in our economic development. 15. We must unify politics and the economy and politics and professional competence. Comrade Mao Zedong said, "On the one hand we are against politicians who indulge in empty talk, on the other hand we are against men of action who lose their bearings." 15. 8. Politics is the commander, the soul in everything. Putting politics in command means putting the party's line and policies in command. We must conscientiously study the party's general line and policies. 346. And, under the guidance of a correct political orientation, familiarize ourselves with economic conditions, try to recognize and master the objective laws governing economic work, improve professional proficiency, learn to calculate carefully and budget strictly, make meticulous plans for specific work and avoid empty political talk. Science and technology must be held in high esteem. We should unite with scientific and technological personnel and help them progress politically, while in matters involving technological problems we must show respect for their opinions and professional rights, so that they can contribute fully. In the meantime, we should learn science and technology from them. 16. Party leadership over socialist construction must be strengthened and integrated with the practice of the masses. The party's specific policies must be integrated with its general line. In a speech in June 1961, Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out, after 11 years of economic work we now have mapped out our general line for socialist construction and gained much experience. A general line alone is not enough, a complete package of specific policies is also needed. At the moment we must carefully analyze our experience and gradually formulate specific policies for various fields of work. 1s9. During the revolutionary period, Comrade Mao Zedong and the Central Committee mapped out not only a general line for the revolution, but also a whole series of specific policies essential for the fulfillment of the general line, thus promoting true unity of thought within the party and enabling the party and people throughout the country to march ahead triumphantly along the road of revolution. Similarly, in the period of socialist construction, Comrade Mao Zedong and the Central Committee have set forth not only the general line for socialist construction but also the policy of developing several industries simultaneously. 160. Furthermore, in light of the experience already accumulated, they are now drawing up a complete package of specific policies necessary for the fulfillment of the general line. All this will help achieve unity of thought within the party regarding problems of socialist construction, thereby enabling the party and all the people to win further victories in construction. What I have just said concerns our basic experience and lessons, which all our party comrades should understand profoundly. In June of 1960, Comrade Mao Zedong made it clear to us, we have had 10 years of experience and learned a great deal so far as Socialist Rev. Report to Working Conference of CPC 347. Aviation and construction in our country are concerned. However, in revolution and construction during the socialist period, we are still groping in the dark and there remains a very large realm of necessity yet to be recognized. We have not reached a deep understanding of them. We need to spend the next 10 years investigating, studying, and exploring their inherent laws, so that we can use these laws for the benefit of our socialist revolution and construction. 161. We should act in accordance with this instruction given by Comrade Mao Zedong. We must live up to what is expected of us by Comrade Mao Zedong and all the people and exert ourselves in a practical manner to meet the challenge of the new militant tasks now facing us. Our tasks. We have started to readjust the national economy, beginning with agriculture, for more than a year now and will continue for a period of time. We should make genuine and energetic efforts to bring the readjustment to a successful end. The more we communists are confronted with difficulties, the more we should inflame our hearts with noble ideals and lose no sight of the bright prospects ahead. We should set a magnificent goal for the entire party and all the people and call on them to work for its attainment, and we must gear the current readjustment to the realization of this goal. At present, the Central Committee considers it imperative to draw up a long-term program for the next 10 years. The Central Committee has worked out a tentative blueprint for development of the national economy during the years between 1963 and 1972. Its main targets are as follows: 1. In accordance with the principle of building up the country through thrift and hard work and on a moderate standard, to basically meet the people's needs of food, clothing, and articles of daily use. 2. To build up a basically independent and comprehensive economic system and, by a great leap forward, approach the levels of modern industrial countries in the fields of science and technology and in terms of variety and quality of manufactured goods. Achievement of these targets requires the output of grain, cotton, steel, and coal to reach the following figures. 348. Grain, 190 million tons in 1967 and 215 million in 1972, cotton, 1.6 million tons in 1967 and 2.1 million in 1972, steel, about 18 million tons in 1967 and 28 million in 1972, and coal, about 350 million tons in 1967 and 450 million in 1972. To make sure our plans are really practicable and to ensure some room for maneuvering, we need a further examination of the above targets from the angle of overall balance among the various economic sectors. Our tentative 10-year program is based on an analysis of our past experience in construction work, the spirit of the Patries General Line and the Great Leap Forward, and Comrade Mao Zedong's instructions concerning correct handling of the relationships between agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. Accomplishment of this program will provide a solid foundation for the modernization of the country's industry, agriculture, science, technology, and national defense, thereby placing the country's economic development and the building up of its national defense on a secure, self-reliant basis. We should call upon the entire party and all the people to work hard for this splendid goal. We should have full confidence in its attainment. The current readjustment drive is designed to consolidate the achievements we have already scored and, at the same time, prepare a new foundation for the attainment of our long-term goals. In 1961 our readjustment drive began to yield good results in some spheres, but not in others. Judged by actual needs, the readjustment endeavor was started a bit too late in the industrial sector and some other economic spheres. The year 1962 is crucial to readjustment of the national economy. We must lose no time in the current year and work hard for new and marked results in every aspect of our readjustment efforts. Otherwise, if we slacken our efforts or fail to do a good job, we shall encounter more difficulties and find ourselves in a passive position for a longer period of time. So, in the economic development of 1962, we must do the following: 1. Strengthen the agricultural front by every means for increased production of grain, cotton, oil yielding and other cash crops. Guarantee the fulfillment of state purchase quotas for grain, cotton, oil yielding and other farm and sideline products. In order to facilitate agricultural development, effective measures should be taken to preserve and, at the same time, promote the breed. Report to Working Conference of CPC 349. Ing of draft animals and ensure an adequate supply of materials needed for the manufacture and repair of medium-sized farm machinery and facilities. 2. Take measures to ensure that the light and handicrafts industries increase production and fulfill or, if possible, overfulfill the quotas prescribed by the state. 3. Firmly carry out the policy of better staff and simpler administration and continue to cut back urban population and the number of workers and office staff. The curtailment plan set for the first half of this year must be fulfilled as early as possible, say, before the spring plowing season or no later than the summer harvest. Meanwhile, we should draw up plans for further curtailment during the second half of the year. Proper arrangements must be made for those discharged. We must accomplish the curtailment without fail, because it is of utmost importance for reinforcing the agricultural front and easing the strain of short supplies in the cities. 4. Cut back further on capital construction and absolutely prohibit the building of any additional projects that are not included in state plans. Projects already included in state plans should be scheduled for construction in order of importance and urgency. Sufficient measures should be taken to protect installations, building materials, and completed premises of all cancelled or postponed construction projects from damage. 5. Readjust the production plans of industrial enterprises. Take resolute measures to curtail the production quotas or even suspend operation of enterprises turning out poor quality products with a high consumption of raw and semi-finished materials. However, enterprises whose consumption of raw and semi-processed materials is low and whose products are of good quality should be encouraged to increase output as much as possible. 6. Do a good job of commerce, expand the flow of goods and materials between town and country and adopt appropriate measures and correct price policies to improve the market, thereby ensuring a steady supply of daily necessities for residents in big and medium-sized cities. 7. Ensure the fulfillment of production targets set for heavy industry in state plans and try to produce the greatest possible amounts of coal, timber, and other raw and semi-finished materials, and fuel and a greater variety of rolled steel. 350. Further enhance the efficiency and capabilities of the country's transport and communications networks and especially improve short-distance transport services. 8. All industrial enterprises must work hard to improve their management and regard the production of quality products in greater variety, increase of labor productivity and paring down of production costs as their primary tasks. Those enterprises that are running at a loss should take resolute measures to stop it. 9. Make a detailed inventory of all surplus materials and equipment and, through state allocation, put them to best use. 10. Conscientiously carry out, or implement on a trial basis, the rules and regulations formulated by the central departments for efficient management of agriculture, industry, handicrafts, commerce, education and scientific research. Efforts should be made to maintain good order in production and other work. By accomplishing these tasks set for 1962 and successfully conducting the readjustment drive, we shall, by the year 1963, be able to extricate ourselves from the passive position and gain the initiative in agriculture and industry, thereby creating favorable conditions for the achievement of the 10-year objectives. Of particular importance in accomplishing the 1962 tasks is for us to carry out the policy of better staff and simpler administration, increase production and practice economy, maintain a stable market and ensure good public order. Here I should like to lay stress on the necessity to carry out the policy of better staff and simpler administration, because it is of prime importance for our current readjustment endeavors. In 1961 we achieved noticeable results in the curtailment of city and town population and in cutting the number of workers and office staff. In 1962 we should redouble our efforts in this regard. During the past few years the number of personnel working in party and government departments at various levels increased excessively, the same was true of many enterprises and institutions. In many counties the average number of people working in county-level party or government departments was reported to exceed 500. Some ministries under the State Council, despite having tried several times to reduce administrative personnel, remain staffed by as many as 4,000 to 5,000 people each. Institutions so unwieldy, overlapping and overstaffed with non-productive personnel hinder our current efforts to readjust the national economy in an all-round way and to speed up. Report to Working Conference of CPC 351. Production, furthermore, they tend to breed bureaucratism and decentralism. This calls for particular attention. We must make up our minds to truly improve our methods of work, drastically cut the size of various institutions and merge overlapping ones, curtail the number of administrative personnel and dismiss unnecessary workers and office staff. The Central Committee and the State Council will fix again the authorized size of party and government bodies and mass organizations and issue a circular order for nationwide implementation. The above constitutes our objectives for the next 10 years and the tasks set for the year 1962. We must unify our thinking and call upon people throughout the country to do their utmost for the success of these endeavors. To strengthen democratic centralism and unified, centralized leadership. In order to uphold the three red banners, more efficiently readjust the national economy, fulfill the 1962 plans and the goals set forth in our 10-year program, and accomplish the building of socialism in our country, the Central Committee considers it necessary to tackle a question of vital importance, that of strengthening democratic centralism and a unified, centralized leadership and combating decentralism. To strengthen democratic centralism and a unified, centralized leadership, we need to practice full democracy among the people and all party members, cement the ties between the party and the people, improve the unified, centralized leadership of the Central Committee and work for party-wide unity of thought, policy, planning, command, and action. Combat tendencies of divorce from the masses and disruption of a democratic work style. Under the leadership of the Central Committee, headed by Comrade Mao Zedong, our party has maintained a firmly rooted tradition of close ties with the masses. During the Revolutionary War years r. 352. Party never ceased drawing on the experience and wisdom of the people, making it possible for the party to formulate correct policies, adhere to the right course in its work, fully mobilize the people's strength and win victories in the revolution. Without practicing full democracy, the Central Committee could not have exercised dynamic, centralized leadership, and victory in the revolution would have been out of the question. The same is true now. Unless we practice full democracy and establish close ties between the party and the people, we shall not be able to establish proletarian centralism or the unified, centralized leadership of the Central Committee, in which case we can expect no success in socialist construction. We won great victory in the revolution, and now we have achieved splendid results in socialist construction, which is, of course, highly encouraging. However, a good many of our comrades, owing to the victory and achievements, have failed to remain modest and prudent, have developed arrogance and conceitedness, and have alienated themselves from the masses in the performance of their work. What is worth noting is the fact that in recent years democratic centralism has become seriously weakened in our party and government departments. In some localities it has been grossly disrupted. Dictatorship must be exercised over the people's enemies, while democracy must be practiced among the people to the broadest extent. A combination of the two means dictatorship of the proletariat, or the people's democratic dictatorship. Dictatorial measures are intended for enemies. You would be contradicting dictatorship of the proletariat, that is, the people's democratic dictatorship, if you use dictatorial means in dealing with the people. In his essays on the people's democratic dictatorship and on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, Comrade Mao Zedong elucidated the concept of proletarian dictatorship, or the people's democratic dictatorship. Most of our party cadres have grasped this concept and thus are able to distinguish between contradictions between the people and the enemy and the ones that exist within the ranks of the people. So, they can handle correctly the relationship between the people and the enemy and also that between themselves and the masses. Quite a number of cadres, however, have not grasped it and cannot handle correctly either the relationship between the people and the enemy or that between themselves and the masses, which accounts for their failure to maintain close ties with the people in their work. They report to Working Conference of CPC 353. Have often adopted simplistic methods and unwittingly mishandled some matters in such a way as to infringe upon the people's democratic rights. A handful of our cadres are morally corrupt, acting arbitrarily and lording it over others. Being divorced from the masses, they have placed themselves against more than 90% of the people. Caring not a bit about the people's will and woe, these bad people are harming the interests of the masses and the party. In fact, through their work, they are undermining the dictatorship of the proletariat. In essence, they are turning it into the kind of autocracy practiced by the Kuomintang. Totally at odds with the communist style of conduct, they represent the most repugnant conduct of the Kuomintang, one that poses as a mortal enemy of the people, the proletariat, and the Communist Party. The overwhelming majority of our party comrades have always been opposed to the Kuomintang style of conduct. Our party has never tolerated such conduct among its ranks. During the War of Resistance against Japan, Comrade Mao Zedong warned our comrades that they would have to choose between the Communist Party's style of conduct and that of the Kuomintang, since the two were mutually incompatible. 162 Although the Kuomintang regime has already toppled, its remaining style of conduct is still corrupting weak-minded people among our ranks. In order to build socialism, we must draw a strict line between the Communist Party's style of conduct and that of the Kuomintang. We must continue to combat manifestations of the Kuomintang style in our party and government departments and always guard closely against it. Only thus can we fully promote democracy among the people and maintain close ties with them. Many troubles can be attributed to the fact that leading members of some departments, localities, and institutions have forgotten the party's tradition of maintaining close ties with the masses and the need to base the proletarian dictatorship on the broadest possible practice of democracy among the people. They don't like to conduct investigation and study, and they don't understand what Comrade Mao Zedong considers a tenet: be a pupil of the masses before you become their teacher. 16.3 When confronted with problems, they do not consult the masses for a solution, holding discussions with them and listening to their opinions. What's more, they pay no heed to people's pros and cons and stick to measures that are wrong but that they themselves consider right, ones that have already jeopardized the people's interests and aroused their strong disapproval. 354. Of course, it is impossible for all our party and government leading bodies and their leading members to have a correct understanding of everything. There are things that we ourselves do not understand, but many of the rank and file do. Take, for example, agricultural and industrial production. The peasants, workers, and cotters at the grassroots have a lot of valuable experience, and the technicians and scientists possess a good deal of valuable knowledge. So long as we bring their initiative into full play, listen to their opinions and earnestly learn from them, we can do the work well together. However, quite a few people in charge of agricultural and industrial production act otherwise. They stifle criticisms and suggestions, with the result that experienced and knowledgeable people have neither the opportunity nor the courage to voice their views. Such undemocratic conduct can only shut out the truth and plunge them into otherwise avoidable errors. The shortcomings and mistakes in our work during the last few years, referred to in the first section of this report under the heading "The Current Situation and Our Tasks," are all related to wrong conduct on the part of leading members in some departments, localities, and institutions, because they trampled on democracy and damaged the party's ties with the masses. Obviously, if our comrades had always taken a modest, prudent attitude, maintained close ties with the masses, fully practiced democracy in their work, shown respect to the masses and regarded them as their teachers, holding earnest discussions with them on how to solve problems and listening patiently to their opinions, especially those representing a different point of view, they most probably would have avoided many errors. For example, if they had arranged for the masses to discuss the question in a really democratic atmosphere, the widespread establishment of communal canteens in rural areas would never have taken place. 132 To perform our work well and ensure that our party and state are always invincible, we must constantly be modest and prudent, maintain close ties with the masses in various forms and hold heart-to-heart talks with them. This is a matter of paramount importance in our work, a matter I intend to discuss in detail later on in this report so that our comrades will have a firm grasp of it. Report to Working Conference of CPC 355. Combat tendencies towards decentralism. How can we expect that the tendencies mentioned above, which estrange us from the masses and damage the exercise of democracy, will not impede development of the nation's agriculture, industry, science, technology, culture, education, and other undertakings? How can we assume that those tendencies do not contravene Comrade Mao Zedong's guiding concepts or the central authorities' unified policies and plans? How can we believe that these erroneous practices will not give rise to decentralist tendencies? A most striking manifestation of decentralism is the many small kingdoms. Their leading members attempt to act independently of the central authorities. They behave overbearingly and arbitrarily towards the masses and their subordinates and try to suppress democracy. They care only about the interests of the part, or their own immediate interests, and not about the interests of the whole, or the nation's long-term interests. They do not take resolute measures to carry out the unified policies of the central authorities or the unified plans of the state. Now that we have set right the unreasonably high targets, stopped the wind of communization and checked the issuance of irresponsible orders, decentralist tendencies are looming large as the main obstacles in our march forward. If we turn a blind eye to those tendencies and do not take prompt action to stop them, we can hardly make any further progress. Let us look at the confusion caused by decentralist tendencies. Firstly, these tendencies have impeded the implementation of our policies. Some comrades, departments, and localities did not pay serious attention to or adopted a wrong attitude towards policies decided by the Central Committee. They were skeptical and took a wait-and-see attitude, or tried to interpret the policies to their best advantage, or simply ignore them, or drew up their own substitute policies. In recent years, newspapers and periodicals have also spread decentralist ideas to a very serious extent. Some departments did not request instructions from or report to the central authorities about problems they encountered in carrying out certain major policies or introducing important technical measures for production purposes. Instead, they acted exclusively according to their own judgment and decisions. Some departments, in reporting on their work or asking for instructions, hid the truth, thus 356. Making it impossible for the central authorities to come to proper Dec 1s1 ons. Some local authorities did not faithfully make many of the important policies of the central authorities known to their subordinates and did not make an earnest effort to implement those policies. Some drew up regulations at variance with the central authorities' policies on the pretext that conditions in their localities were quite different from elsewhere. Some local authorities even imposed an embargo on certain policies of the central authorities so that their subordinates and the masses were ignorant of them. Cases like these are legion. They occurred after April 1959, when the Central Committee approved and issued an inter-party correspondence drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong that dealt with 6 questions in agriculture. 164. They recurred after the spring of 1961, when the Central Committee publicized its 60-article draft regulations on the work of rural people's communes, and also after September of the same year, when the Central Committee issued the directive on current problems in industry and the 70-article draft regulations on work in state-owned industrial enterprises. Similar cases occurred once again when the Central Committee made known its decision on training cadres in rotation. 165. Now let's turn to decentralist tendencies that obstructed the execution of economic plans. In the past few years, targets set in state plans proved too high. To make matters worse, some departments, localities and institutions, without requesting approval from the central authorities or their immediate leading authorities, mapped out programs separate from the state plans. Furthermore, they often vied with one another in producing more and more impressive plans and even placed them above state plans, upsetting state plans and seriously disrupting our planned economy. Some departments, localities, and institutions, instead of concentrating on fulfilling production quotas and completing capital construction projects prescribed in unified state plans, diverted their efforts to projects not included in state plans. They even put aside state plans. In order to accomplish their own programs, including the construction of unnecessary office buildings, auditoriums, hotels, and guest houses, they wantonly used materials specifically earmarked in state plans for other purposes. Report to Working Conference of CPC 357. When allocating means of production or means of subsistence, the authorities of some departments, localities, and institutions did not give first consideration to the proportions of their products designated to be turned over to the state to help meet the nation's primary needs. Instead, they gave first priority to their own needs, so that their small households would be better off. At each level, they withheld materials that ought to have been turned over to authorities at a higher level and, moreover, tried to hold back goods the state had earmarked for their subordinate units. Some exchanged with others materials subject to strict control by the state in the name of coordination and without authorization. Some went so far as to deliberately understate their actual output or the exact kinds and amounts of goods in their storehouses, their behavior reminding people of warehouse keepers who steal the very goods entrusted to their care and egoists who have no scruple in benefiting themselves at the expense of others. Some departments, localities, and institutions did not recruit employees according to state plans or actual needs, but increased their personnel at will. When called upon to curtail surplus employees, they bargained back and forth, or coupled curtailment with simultaneous increase, or overtly reduced the numbers of employees, but covertly increased them. Some did not observe state regulations concerning the use of funds, using bank loans or the working funds of some enterprises to build capital construction projects not covered in state plans, hoarding goods and materials, and demanding advance payment for goods long before the delivery date so as to make up their financial deficits. Unauthorized use of state-controlled materials has been ubiquitous in recent years, particularly in enterprises, departments, and localities that produce these materials. The decentralist tendencies in economic work made it difficult for the state to draw up unified plans suited to the country's conditions and upset state plans in such areas as production, capital construction, materials allocation, commercial administration, and the use of labor resources and finance. According to the State Statistical Bureau, investments in capital construction projects outside state plans added up to 21.7 billion yuan during the 3 years from 1958 through 1960, accounting for more than 1/5 of the nation's total. An equivalent sum could build 358 iron and steel complexes similar to the one in Anshan or 35 automobile plants like the one in Changchun. In addition to the construction projects approved by the central authorities and included in state plans that later proved too numerous to be practicable, construction programs outside state plans increased considerably. This led to overextension of capital construction and a more serious dispersion of resources, making it more difficult for us to achieve quick economic results from investments. Except for a certain portion that was really needed, quite a large part of the investments outside state plans were unjustifiable and ill-considered. These included investments to build unnecessary auditoriums, office buildings, hotels, and guest houses, amounting to 1.75 billion yuan. Such a sum alone, spent for unnecessary, unproductive purposes, was approximately enough to build a plant capable of producing more than 3 million tons of nitrogenous fertilizer per year. In 1958, when the central authorities began to delegate certain managerial powers to lower levels, workers and office staff in all parts of the country increased by 20.82 million. In 1959, although the state called for a curtailment of 8 million workers and office staff, there was an actual increase of 290,000 by the end of the year. Again in 1960 there was an increase of 4.83 million, although the state planned a total of 2 million. During the 3 years the number of workers and office staff in industrial enterprises alone increased by a total of 13.96 million. In 1961 the central authorities stressed time and again the necessity to cut surplus workers and office staff and to resolutely stop recruitment from rural areas, but some localities, departments, and institutions failed to act strictly in accordance with the instructions. I am not going to give more examples of how state plans have been upset. I think I have already given you a clear idea of the grave nature of decentralist practices. Some people say there are not many decentralist manifestations, or if any, they have not yet assumed serious dimensions. What they say is utterly inconsistent with the facts. In many cases, decentralist tendencies can be blamed on our shortcomings and errors in mapping out state plans and in our management of the economy. For example, in mapping out plans the state set arduous production and capital construction tasks but failed to allocate adequate raw and semi-finished materials and fuel. Moreover, the state material management system still leaves something to be. Report to Working Conference of CPC 359. Desired. These made things difficult for some localities, departments, and institutions. At one time we attempted to complete the building of a good number of comprehensive industrial networks throughout the country, all within a short space of time. What's more, some localities, departments and institutions exhibited a considerable degree of aimlessness in their construction work. They imposed extra quotas on the state plan targets that had already proved too high and pressed for their quick fulfillment. Uppermost in the minds of a great number of leading members and cadres was to speed up construction in their respective units. In their opinion, the more such construction projects and the quicker they were completed, the better, before making a careful study of the conditions available or correctly handling the relationship between the interests of the whole and those of the part. This led to their decentralist tendencies in practical work, upsetting unified state plans and harming the interests of the whole. Some cadres in our party are so strongly tainted with departmentalist, individualist, and other non-proletarian ideologies and so lacking in political foresight that they are exclusively preoccupied with their immediate benefits and the interests of their own departments. This is a more important factor leading to the breeding of decentralism. Decentralist practices, of whatever kind, is at variance with the party's general line, which calls for greater, faster, better and more economical results in socialist construction, and with Comrade Mao Zedong's call to draw on people's enthusiasm and creativity in all localities. On the surface it seems that decentralist deviations are serving the interests of a certain locality, department, or institution, but in essence, they are harming the overall, long-term interests of the party and the nation and, in the final analysis, they will damage the fundamental interests of that locality, department, or institution. Decentralism tends to foster bourgeois ideology, including pragmatism of the bourgeoisie. It not only undermines our socialist economy, but also corrode our party members and government functionaries ideologically. Some cadres took advantage of the disturbances created by decentralist deviations for their personal gain. They even ganged up with bad elements in society for illegal dealings to disrupt the market. In fact, they have degenerated politically. In recent years, activities against the law and discipline, such as embezzlement, theft, speculation, and profiteering, have increased sharply. The roots for 360. This can be traced, of course, to society at large, but we cannot deny the influence of decentralism. We are all aware that because of the tendency towards decentralism, a number of our comrades' sense of the nation's overall interests and of organization and discipline has slackened and they have departed from their communist ideals as a result. Decentralist deviations have brought about abnormal relations between departments, localities, and institutions as well as between superiors and subordinates. Some comrades have even played tricks on the party. When submitting their capital construction plans, for example, they deliberately avoided mentioning some key construction projects and the investments involved, but after their plans were approved, they requested leading authorities to endorse these extra, special projects and asked for additional investments. This contributed to our difficulties in drawing up state plans accurately and bringing them to fruition efficiently. Bargaining that went beyond normal discussion often occurred at party meetings. Refraining from speaking the truth, avoiding sincere exchange of views, worrying about being put at a disadvantage, playing the part of a worldly wise man, unjustifiably withholding information, and regarding each other's difficulties with indifference, such patterns of relationship maintained among comrades and between institutions, departments, and localities often caused simple problems to remain unsolved for an unreasonable period of time, making our work suffer. To sum up, decentralism jeopardizes our cause in the following four spheres. 1. Politically, it damages the party's unity. The party's policies represent the party's lifeline, so disruption of the party's policies inevitably damages the party's unity. 2. Economically, it injures the system of ownership by all the people and hampers our efforts to draw up state plans correctly and carry them out efficiently. 3. Ideologically, it facilitates the spread of individualist and departmentalist ideas and, consequently, harms the cause of communism. 4. Organizationally, it impairs democratic centralism and disrupts the party's discipline, thus weakening the party's fighting capacity. From this it follows that strengthening democratic centralism and unified, centralized leadership and combating decentralism are important tasks now facing the entire party membership. Report to Working CONFE REN CE of CPC. The enforcement of democratic centralism and correct handling of relationships between central and local authorities. 361. In order to accomplish its great historic mission, the Communist Party, the political party of Marxism-Leninism, always imbues its ranks with the proletarian concept of democratic centralism and uses it as a guide to action. Lenin often stressed that Marx advocated proletarian centralism. Analyzing the experience of the October Revolution, he said, Absolute centralization and rigorous discipline in the proletariat are an essential condition of victory over the bourgeoisie. Here Lenin stressed that centralization was absolutely necessary for the proletariat. He pointed out that the proletariat could practice such centralization and discipline mainly because as a vanguard it was politically conscious and maintains the closest contact and, if you wish, merges, in certain measure, with the broad masses of the working people, and because the policies of the proletarian vanguard were correct and the broad masses have seen, from their own experience, that they are correct. Without these conditions, Lenin stated, any attempt to establish proletarian centralization and discipline would end up in phrase. 166. Mongering. After the October Revolution, Lenin repeatedly emphasized that without strict centralization and iron discipline, socialism could not be built, pointing out, socialism cannot be built if it is not, for that means building a centralist economic system, an economic system directed from the center, and that can only be done by the proletariat. 167. Lenin maintained that the building of such a centralized socialist economy would be impossible without active participation by the broadest masses. He was right when he said that only socialism will be the beginning of a rapid, genuine, truly mass-forward movement, embracing first the majority and then the whole of the population, in all spheres of public and private life. 168. With regard to the relationship between central and local authorities, Lenin said, only large-scale, planned construction, which aims at evenly utilizing economic and business values, deserves to be called socialist. The Soviet government certainly does not intend to belittle the importance of the local authorities or kill their autonomy and initiative. Even the peasants realize through their own experience the need for centralism. 169. 362. Comrade Mao Zedong holds the same views as Lenin. As early as during the Second Revolutionary Civil War, Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out the incompatibility between ultra-democracy and small group mentality on the one hand and the political party of the proletariat on the other. He said, the danger of ultra-democracy lies in the fact that it damages or even completely wrecks the party organization and weakens or even completely undermines the party's fighting capacity. Small group mentality, he added, also has a strong corrosive and centrifugal effect on the party organization. 17-0 At the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee of the party, held in the early days of the War of Resistance against Japan, Mao Zedong outlined 4 principles of party discipline. 1. The individual is subordinate to the organization. 2. The minority is subordinate to the majority. 3. The lower level is subordinate to the higher level. And 4. The entire membership is subordinate to the Central Committee. He made it clear that whoever violates these articles of discipline disrupts party unity. 17 One of the 4 principles, the fundamental and essential, is the one that calls for the entire membership to be subordinate to the Central Committee. In 1942, in his speech Rectify the Party's Style of Work, Comrade Mao Zedong said, some comrades see only the interests of the part and not the whole. They always put undue stress on the part of the work for which they themselves are responsible and always wish to subordinate the interests of the whole to the interests of their own part. They do not understand the party's system of democratic centralism. They do not realize that the Communist Party not only needs democracy but needs centralization even more. On the eve of nationwide liberation, Comrade Mao Zedong drafted, on behalf of the Central Committee, a directive entitled The Work of Land Reform and of Party Consolidation in 1948. In it he pointed out emphatically, it is necessary resolutely to overcome certain manifestations of indiscipline or anarchy existing in many places. There are people who, without authorization, modify the policies and tactics adopted by the Central Committee or other higher party committees and apply extremely harmful policies and tactics, which go against the united will and discipline but which they opinionatedly believe to be correct. There are also people who, on the pretext of pressure of work, adopt the wrong attitude of neither asking for instructions before an action is taken nor submitting a report afterwards, and who regard the area they administer as an independent realm. All this is Report to Working Conference of CPC 363. Extremely harmful to the interests of the revolution. Party committees at every level must discuss this matter again and work earnestly to overcome such indiscipline and anarchy so that all the powers that can and must be centralized will be concentrated in the hands of the Central Committee and its agencies. In the post-liberation days, Comrade Mao Zedong, with a view to bringing about a fundamental for the better in the nation's financial and economic situation, stressed the need to tighten unified control and improve unified leadership in our financial and economic work and gradually to eliminate drifting and anarchy in our economic work. 172. In his article on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, Comrade Mao Zedong clearly enunciated the relationship between democracy and centralization when he said, "Within the ranks of the people, democracy is correlative with centralism and freedom with discipline. They are the two opposites of a single entity, contradictory as well as united, and we should not one-sidedly emphasize one to the exclusion of the other. Within the ranks of the people, we cannot do without freedom, nor can we do without discipline, we cannot do without democracy, nor can we do without centralism. This unity of democracy and centralism, of freedom and discipline, constitutes our democratic centralism." In another article, The Situation in the Summer of 1957, Comrade Mao Zedong wrote, "Our aim is to create a political situation in which we have both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness, and thus to promote our socialist revolution and socialist construction, make it easier to overcome difficulties, build a modern industry and modern agriculture more rapidly and make our party and state more secure and better able to weather storm and stress. We should practice democratic centralism among the people and make a great effort to create such a political situation. We often talk about the need to aim high. What, then, is the high aim that we must, first of all, work to attain in our work? Well, it is the creation of that political situation in all localities, departments, and institutions of the country. Under such a political situation, we shall be able to mobilize the people's enthusiasm more efficiently, thereby making it easier for us to achieve the high aims in the development of our economy and culture as well as in other spheres. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to achieve the high aims in other spheres, or even though we may 364 sometimes manage to do so, we shall find it hard to consolidate the resultant achievements and to persist in our efforts in this regard. This explains why the practice of democratic centralism is of political importance. You comrades know that Comrade Mao Zedong has always been a model in safeguarding unified leadership of the Central Committee and observing party discipline. During the Second Revolutionary Civil War, even at a time when the party was being dominated by a wrong political line, he still proceeded from the interests of party-wide unity and adhered strictly to the principle of democratic centralism. He combined the necessity of upholding the truth with the necessity for the individual to be subordinate to the party organization, regarding the former as a matter of principle and the latter as a matter of disciplinary requirement. His efforts culminated in the correction of the erroneous political line at the Zunyi meeting, 100, thus putting the leadership of the Central Committee back on the right track. It was under the unified, centralized leadership of the Central Committee headed by Comrade Mao Zedong that our party led the people all over the country to victory in the war of resistance against Japan and the war of liberation and in establishing the People's Republic of China. In the years since the founding of the People's Republic we have rapidly rehabilitated the national economy, completed socialist transformation and carried out socialist construction on a large scale. None of these achievements can be separated from the ever-improving unified and centralized leadership exercised by the Central Committee or from the efforts of various localities and departments to resolutely carry out the Central Committee's instructions. At some time during the long period following the Zunyi meeting, party organizations in some places and areas made mistakes. Nevertheless, thanks to the unified, centralized, and correct leadership offered by the Central Committee, these mistakes were quickly rectified, which salvaged our cause from grave setbacks and pushed it forward steadily. Only in a few localities did the work suffer heavy and unwarranted losses, places where the leading authorities asserted undue independence, broke away completely from the Central Committee's unified leadership and persisted in their own erroneous line and policies. From what I have said, it is evident that under no circumstances can we do without the unified, centralized leadership of the Central Committee, and it is of particular importance to strengthen such. Report to Working Conference of CPC 365. Leadership whenever we are confronted with difficulties. All party comrades should have a correct understanding of this, because it has a vital bearing on the smooth progress of our cause. Of course, the decentralist deviations found in our practical work are different in principle from the complete divorce from the Central Committee's correct leadership mentioned above, a divorce that, by its nature, represents an erroneous political line. Therefore, we must not mix them up. However, if the current decentralist tendencies are not resolutely corrected but are allowed to develop unchecked, they can pose very serious dangers. Some questions concerning the relationships between vesting powers in the central authorities and delegating powers to the local authorities need to be explained clearly. The first question is the relationship between strengthening the central authorities' unified, centralized leadership and bringing the local authorities' initiative into play. This issue must be handled with prudence and care. As pointed out in Comrade Mao Zedong's speech on the 10 major relationships, the fundamental principle for correct handling of this issue is to mobilize the initiative of the local authorities in order to consolidate and strengthen the unified leadership of the central authorities. The Central Committee headed by Comrade Mao Zedong has always attached great importance to bringing into play the creativity and enthusiasm of local authorities. Many of the Central Committee's correct policies were drawn up on the basis of a summing up of the experience offered by various localities and the masses. Furthermore, many of its correct policies were worked out through consultation with comrades working in various localities. As pointed out by Comrade Mao Zedong, all correct policies and all correct leadership are invariably in conformity with the principle of from the masses, to the masses. 173 This represents a basic principle of Marxism-Leninism. Whoever violates this principle is bound to make mistakes. Whatever the circumstances, our unified central leadership must be kept in line with the principle of from the masses, to the masses. Likewise, the creativity and enthusiasm of local authorities must be based on the principle of from the masses, to the masses. Therefore, local authorities, when demonstrating their creativity and enthusiasm, must follow the principle of from the masses, to the masses and guide their actions by summing up the people's experience, not by any wishful thinking. 366. Implementation of the central authorities' policies and fulfillment of the state's unified plans require the active support of various localities. Since 1958, the central authorities have delegated many managerial powers to the local authorities as they should. This has played a great part in mobilizing the initiative of local authorities and speeding up the nation's construction. We must always bring the initiative of localities into play in a correct and reasonable manner. There should be no doubt about that. However, there are two types of initiative: one represents a realistic approach, while the other is characterized by aimlessness. The Central Committee calls on local authorities to display the first type of initiative, not the second. Strengthening the central authorities' unified, centralized leadership, as is appropriate, can help local authorities better display the first type of initiative and avoid the second, erroneous type. The initiative of local authorities should be displayed, first of all, in their resolute implementation of the central authorities' policies and fulfillment of unified state plans. Local authorities, under the unified leadership of the Central Committee, should study their specific local conditions, find ways for turning local advantages to good account, calculate carefully, work out strict budgets, make optimum use of local manpower and material and financial resources, and do their best to ensure fulfillment of state plans. In 1962, for example, local authorities are required to demonstrate their initiative by acting in accordance with the central authorities' policies, doing everything in their power to revitalize and develop agricultural production, trying as best they can to ensure the fulfillment of this year's quotas for grain to be purchased and allocated by the state, and also of the production and purchase quotas for cash crops, trying to accomplish the industrial production tasks, streamlining various organizations and institutions according to the principle of better staff and simpler administration, and adopting measures to boost production and practicing economy. Only by fulfilling these tasks can we effectively readjust the national economy and quickly free ourselves from the passive position in our economic activities. The second question concerns the relationship between strengthening the central authorities' unified, centralized leadership and allowing local authorities to adopt measures suited to specific conditions prevailing in their localities during a given period of time. Report to Working Conference of CPC 367. In carrying out the central authorities' policies, the local authorities may and must study the specific conditions in their particular localities during a given period and adopt suitable measures. When necessary, they should draw up certain supplementary regulations to best dovetail the central authorities' policies with the local people's experience. However, it should be noted that the central authorities' policies are formulated in view not only of the nation's overall situation but also of the particular conditions in various localities. They not only represent a concentrated embodiment of the interests of the whole, but also take into consideration the interests of the part. Therefore, it is up to party organizations in various localities to implement the central authorities' policies conscientiously and to the letter, and it is only under this condition that they may substantiate these policies by adopting concrete measures suited to local conditions. Under no circumstances shall they be allowed to alter or even reject the central authorities' policies under the pretext of the particular conditions in their localities or the need to suit measures to different local conditions. Some of the policies drawn up by the central authorities may prove inappropriate or not entirely appropriate. If, in the course of implementing these policies, the local authorities find something unsuitable for the current, specific conditions in their localities, they should promptly report their opinions and suggestions to the central authorities. Nevertheless, they should resolutely continue carrying out these policies until new decisions are made by the central authorities. With regard to farming systems and technical measures in agricultural production, it is necessary to take a flexible attitude according to the specific conditions in given localities and pay due attention to the experience of local people. Under no circumstances should uniformity be imposed. In the practical work of agriculture, especially in matters related to farming techniques, it is not right to exercise too rigid control over too many things, because such control is actually at variance with the central authorities' policies, in that it is actually a manifestation of over-concentrated power, issuing of arbitrary orders, and practicing of authoritarianism. We advocate unity in command and action under the central authorities' unified policies and plans, but this absolutely does not deny the need to suit measures to specific conditions in certain localities during a certain period of time, or the need for various localities, departments, and institutions to tackle their special problems by flexible 368 measures. It is entirely wrong to regard unity in command and action as identical with issuing arbitrary orders and practicing authoritarianism. The third question concerns the relationship between strengthening the central authorities' unified, centralized leadership and management by local authorities at various levels. In economic, cultural, and educational undertakings, the central authorities have always adhered to the principle of a centralized leadership combined with management by local authorities at various levels. We shall continue to uphold this principle in the years to come. In this regard, we have had two kinds of experience: over-concentration of power by the central authorities, as was the case during a period before 1958, and over-delegation of power to local authorities and local departments that, on their part, did likewise to their subordinate units, with the resultant over-decentralization of power, as has been the case during the past few years. Neither is conducive to the central authorities improving their unified, centralized leadership or the local authorities taking initiative in a correct manner. In the light of past experience and the current situation, we must change the recent practice of delegating too much power to local authorities, which led to over-decentralization of power, and concentrate more power in the hands of the central authorities. First and foremost, it should be concentrated in the Central Committee and its agencies, so that it will be easier for the central authorities to arrange for overall use of the nation's manpower and material and financial resources, make more efficient readjustment and overcome current difficulties, thus quickly achieving a fundamental turn for the better in the national economy and creating the conditions necessary for further development in the future. The powers to be concentrated should include those powers that have been unduly delegated by local authorities or by central administrative departments to units at the grassroots level. They should now be turned over by authorities at lower levels to those at higher levels, until those powers are placed under the direct control of the leading authorities at provincial, municipal, and autonomous region level or restored to the central administrative departments concerned. While a unified, centralized leadership is being strengthened, it is necessary to give the localities and departments, within the scope of unified state plans, some leeway and certain powers for maneuver. Report to Working Conference of CPC 369. In the arrangement of production tasks, the use of investment funds for capital construction, the allocation of certain materials, the disposition of labor power, etc., so that they will be able to solve problems peculiar to their localities and departments and better accomplish the tasks prescribed in unified state plans. In capital construction, for instance, past experience indicates that between 10 and 15% of total state investment should be granted to the localities for use in locally needed construction projects, on condition that all these local projects are included in unified state plans. Local plans constitute an indispensable part of state plans. Mapping out local plans constitutes an important aspect of management at different levels. Under the central authorities' centralized leadership and unified state plans, leading authorities in all localities not only can but ought to adopt measures for a rational utilization of local resources, bring all useful forces into play and try their best to fulfill or overfulfill all the tasks prescribed in state plans. The state should give awards to those who perform these tasks especially well. The departments concerned under the State Council should work out reasonable regulations concerning the granting of such awards. It should be understood that a basic requirement for management at different levels is that local authorities and administrative departments at all levels should manage well all enterprises and other institutions under their jurisdiction or under their charge. In order to fulfill this requirement, they must follow unified policies, rules, and regulations formulated by the party and state. In all rural people's communes, for example, continued efforts should be made to implement, on a trial basis, the revised draft regulations on the work of rural people's communes and, meanwhile, to carry out all related instructions issued by the central authorities. In all state-owned industrial enterprises, the central authorities' instructions on industry should be carried out and the draft regulations on work in state-owned industrial enterprises put into trial implementation. As for commercial departments, they should all carry out the central authorities' instructions concerning commercial undertakings and trial practice the draft regulations on commercial work. Likewise, in colleges and universities, the draft regulations on work in institutions of higher education should be implemented on a trial basis. 174. To put it briefly, the most important prerequisite at present for a strong, centralized leadership and an effective fight against decentralism is a set of unified policies for the entire party and a series of 370 unified plans for the country as a whole. We must absolutely not allow any policies outside of or at variance with the central authorities' policies. Likewise, we shall definitely not allow any plans outside of or at variance with state plans. Requirements of unified and centralized leadership in economic work. In addition to unity in thinking, policy making, and planning, there must also be unity of command and action so as to ensure a unified, centralized leadership by the central authorities. To ensure a strong unified, centralized leadership in economic work, the Central Committee has put forth the following 10 requirements. 1. All-round fulfillment of state plans and, if possible, their overfulfillment must be ensured. Local plans must be incorporated into state plans. Any changes or augmentations to be made in plans are subject to approval by the central authorities. 2. All key industrial enterprises whose products are to be distributed nationwide according to unified state plans must be placed under the direct management of central leading departments. Overall arrangements must be made for key enterprises whose management has been assigned to local authorities to be turned over gradually to central leading departments within the year 1962. Likewise, provincial, municipal and autonomous region leading departments should take over management of all important industrial enterprises that had been assigned to lower levels. 3. All capital construction projects, whether undertaken by central or local departments, and the required investments should be incorporated into state plans. No capital construction projects and investments outside of state plans shall be allowed. All such projects must be submitted, one by one, to authorities at the corresponding level for examination and approval in accordance with the procedure set by the state, otherwise, their construction shall not be allowed to start. 4. State plans concerning the allocation of the means of production must be carried out without fail, and practices such as turning over to higher authorities only materials of poor quality while retaining for oneself whatever is good, withholding certain proportions of materials that should be turned over to higher authorities, making report to Working Conference of CPC 371. Unauthorized use of materials or even simply refusing to turn them over to the superior departments concerned must be prohibited. State allocated materials must be used only as stipulated in state plans, not otherwise. Extra manufactured goods resulting from overfulfillment of production tasks and conserved materials should be handled according to state regulations. 5. Fulfillment of state quotas for the purchase and allotment of the means of subsistence must be guaranteed, except for quotas the central authorities, confronted by irresistible natural factors, have curtailed or cancelled. Keeping more for local consumption or turning less over to the state is not allowed. 6. State programs for labor employment must be carried out to the letter. No increases in personnel are allowed unless approved by the central authorities. State prescribed wage scales and total payrolls are not to be surpassed. 7. State fixed prices for industrial and agricultural products must not be altered at will. When changes in prices set by local authorities and departments are necessary, they are subject to approval by the National Price Commission. 8. Under normal conditions, budgetary plans for state revenues must be carried out. Expenditures should not be in excess of revenues. Local budgets should not include prearranged deficits, give primary consideration to expenditures over revenues, or draw funds from the bank without authorization. 9. State plans for granting credit and state regulations concerning the control of ready money must be followed strictly. The exact amounts of working funds necessary for enterprises should be determined and approved by state financial institutions. Enterprises should repay loans borrowed from the bank on schedule. The working funds of enterprises can be used only in productive operations and commodity circulation. They must not be used to build capital construction projects, make up business losses, or cover other financial expenses. Justified losses suffered by enterprises may be covered by state finance. Materials kept too long in enterprise storehouses should be placed at the unified disposal of the state. 10. State plans for exports must be carried out strictly according to the specified quality and quantity and the time schedule. State plans for imports must not be altered by localities or departments without authorization. Goods imported by the state are to be distributed according to the central government's regulations. It is prohibited to 372. Withhold these goods and then distribute them or to put them to uses not originally intended in state plans. To better enable the central authorities to exercise unified, centralized leadership, all party comrades must be of one heart and one mind and work hard for good results in every field of endeavor, especially in the area of economic planning. All localities, departments, and institutions should wholeheartedly cooperate with central planning departments and help them map out state plans that are practicable and have a universally binding force by offering timely, truthful information and accurate statistical data, by highlighting the key problems and by submitting their own workable and well-grounded draft plans. No locality, department, or institution should play tricks, withhold information, hide facts or submit falsified statistics. Once decided on, all plans must be strictly observed, and efforts should be made to guarantee their realization. The more we want to strengthen unified, centralized leadership, the more we need to combat bureaucratism. It is necessary for the central authorities and central administrative departments to devote greater and more effective effort to conducting investigations and studies, to fully developing a democratic style of work, and to overcoming and guarding against bureaucratism, so as to make sure they will be able to offer correct leadership and their guiding principles, policies, economic programs, regulations, and concrete measures are as well suited as possible to reality. In all sectors and branches of the national economy we must have a comprehensive series of rules and regulations that not only facilitate the efforts of central authorities to exercise unified, centralized leadership, but also help mobilize the initiative of local authorities. It is now necessary to carefully examine existing rules and regulations under the guidance of central authorities. All rules and regulations serving the purposes just mentioned should be put into effect without fail. Those partly or totally in conflict with the aforesaid requirements should be amended or redrafted. Both central and local authorities must improve the work of the planning commissions, putting chief leading comrades from party committees at corresponding levels in charge. The Planning Commission at all levels should serve as an important assistant to the party committee and government at the corresponding level by helping them better exercise unified, centralized leadership over economic work. Report to Working Conference of CPC 373. To strengthen unified, centralized leadership and combat decentralism, the most important thing for all the cadres of our party is to sum up experience and enhance political awareness, so that they all have a clear understanding of the harmfulness of decentralism, conscientiously safeguard party policies and state plans, and fight to forestall and overcome decentralist deviations. In whatever localities, departments, and institutions, the drive to expose and criticize decentralist deviations must be based on facts. In general, attention and criticism should be directed at specific examples of decentralism and not at the persons who have committed decentralist errors. Simplistic and rude methods of struggle are not permitted on any account. Cadres who have committed errors of decentralism can be exempted from blame so long as they make self-criticism and earnestly correct their errors. As for cadres who have ganged up with bad elements in society and engaged in speculation and profiteering or stolen state property, they must be punished severely. From now on, whoever sabotages party policies, disrupts state plans or asserts undue independence will be punished according to party discipline and state laws. The fight against decentralism should not be conducted among rank-and-file party members and cadres who are not divorced from production. What is necessary for them is education in socialism and the importance of overall interests. Such education will enhance their political understanding and consequently inspire them to better carry out the Central Committee's policies and handle affairs in accordance with unified state plans. Problems concerning the party. I have explained our current tasks and long-term objectives and also the necessity and importance of strengthening democratic centralism and unified, centralized leadership. Now I consider it necessary to discuss problems concerning the party, for if our party does not possess adequate Marxist-Leninist wisdom, does not earnestly practice democratic centralism, and does not maintain its well-organized and well-disciplined proletarian character, it will be incapable of accomplishing the tasks we have set forth or of solving the problems now facing us. 374. The Communist Party is a political party armed with Marxism-Leninism, the most revolutionary, militant party of the proletariat. When oppressed, it uses all possible means to organize and lead the masses in preparing for and then launching revolutionary struggles to seize political power. After capturing state power, it is committed to organizing and leading the people in carrying the revolution through to the end, in building socialism and communism, in continuing the struggle against world imperialism, and in assisting the revolutionary struggles of people of all other countries until the triumph of communism worldwide. These are the lofty aspirations cherished by the political party of the proletariat. The Communist Party dedicates its all to the cause of the people. It manages to overcome all sorts of setbacks and to steer clear of every kind of hidden reef while continuing its unremitting struggle for the realization of its sublime goals. The Communist Party of China is precisely a revolutionary party that espouses the lofty aspirations of the proletariat. In the years of both revolutionary war and construction, the Chinese people have shown the greatest trust in our party. They have seen clearly that only by relying on the leadership of the Communist Party can China switch from poverty to prosperity and from backwardness to advancement and become a great, powerful socialist state capable of contributing increasingly to the cause of human progress. When we sum up our experience in recent years and conscientious why improve our work, we must greatly enhance the fighting capacity of our party by getting rid of undesirable ideology and practices that smack of subjectivism, bureaucratism, authoritarianism, and decentralism and, therefore, run counter to the people's interests. Thanks to the leadership of the Central Committee headed by Comrade Mao Zedong, our party has long developed Marxist-Leninist work patterns and also mapped out a Marxist-Leninist guideline for dealing with organizational matters. These represent the fine traditions of our party, traditions that should be carried forward by all party members so that our party will always be the vanguard of the proletariat with a strong sense of organization and discipline and will always cherish the lofty ideals characteristic of the revolutionary party of the proletariat. Next, I should like to discuss matters concerning the Seek Truth from Facts work style, the mass line and inner party life. Report to Working Conference of CPC 375. The Seek Truth from Facts work style. In recent years quite a number of our cadres have ignored the Seek Truth from Facts work style consistently advocated by Comrade Mao Zedong. Before making decisions, they conducted no investigation or study, but acted according to their own wishes and assumptions in disregard of the party's policies. In handling practical work, they set unjustifiably high targets, indulged in empty talk, gave arbitrary orders and refused to consult the masses. These comrades liked to take things for granted and act accordingly, thus becoming divorced from reality and from the masses and ending in making a mess of things. In order for our thoughts to conform to objective reality and for us to avoid making mistakes, Comrade Mao Zedong has long and repeatedly pointed out the need for party-leading organizations at all levels to devote great effort to conducting investigation and study. He himself has done quite a lot in this respect. On many occasions during the last few years he has called on leading members of party committees at all levels to conduct analytical investigation and study of one or two villages, factories, shops, or schools, so as to acquire knowledge and obtain the right to speak before offering guidance to practical work in general. He added that it is not difficult to conduct investigation, nor does it take too much time. Comrades who took pains to conduct investigation and study could perform their work comparatively well. Quite a number of comrades, however, acted otherwise, contenting themselves with referring to reports, whether in oral or written form. The problem was that these reports were, in many cases, not so reliable. Hearing some false news, such as rumors about an exemplary model or about the launching of a satellite, 175 these comrades would pass off the spurious as genuine and urge people to follow suit indiscriminately on a large scale. Without conducting necessary investigations and studies, they would mechanically copy and put into practice anything that they had read about but was untrustworthy. Since they discharged their leading responsibilities in such a subjective manner, how could they avoid making mistakes? Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out that since liberation, especially in the last few years, we have conducted fewer investigations than before and consequently know very little about the real situation. This has, perhaps, something to do with our all having ascended to higher position. 16 His remarks carry profound meaning and deserve our 376. Consideration. Some of our comrades holding leading positions have never gone to a selected grassroots unit to gain first-hand experience, have heart-to-heart talks with the masses and acquire a systematic and comprehensive understanding of things there. This being the case, they could give only subjective and impracticable guidance to work. Even now some leading cadres are reluctant to undertake painstaking investigation and study. When they have to do it, they usually carry biased ideas. They still don't like to consult modestly with the masses. When they go among the people, it is only to collect information that fits their taste. In short, they have not yet acquired the correct way of thinking or adopted correct methods of work. A subjective work style is a sign of impurity in party spirit. In August of 1941, in the document The Central Committee's Decision Regarding Investigations and Studies, which he drafted on behalf of the Central Committee, Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out, a subjective work style, characterized by sloppiness and self-opinionatedness, is the first manifestation of impurity in party spirit, whereas seeking truth from facts and integrating theory with practice are basic hallmarks for party members who steadfastly uphold party spirit. The Central Committee now deems it necessary to stress once again among all party members the need to further strengthen party spirit. Adopting a seek truth from facts work style should be regarded as the first criterion for assessing our efforts to strengthen party spirit. What does rejection of a seek truth from facts attitude in work mean? It means taking an unscientific attitude, which runs counter to Marxism-Leninism. We must uphold the Marxist-Leninist attitude of seeking truth from facts, that is, we should proceed from actual reality, take full account of objective possibilities and avoid doing the impossible. However, we must work hard and try by every means to overcome difficulties and fulfill all tasks that should and can be accomplished. Only when we base our work on a truly reliable foundation can our cause develop vigorously. We must act in accordance with the Central Committee's decision regarding investigations and studies. That is to say, we should give encouragement to comrades who are well acquainted with the objective reality and criticize those who are fond of empty talk and pay no heed to practical issues. We should give encouragement to comrades who not only comprehend the real situation but pay close attention to matters of policy and criticize those who fail to do so. The purpose is to promote widespread enthusiasm for a better Report to Working Conference of CPC 377. Standing of reality and the party's policies and, meanwhile, to combine such enthusiasm with a universal interest in the study of Marxist-Leninist theory. The Central Committee calls on those comrades who have neglected the seek truth from facts work style to quickly return to the Marxist-Leninist path, to the path of Mao Zedong thought. The reason these comrades made mistakes in their work was that they knew very little about how things stood and consequently made arbitrary judgments. They might have good intentions, but their methods of thinking were fundamentally wrong. I should say most of the cadres who blundered in the conduct of affairs during the last few years belong to this category. Another category of people made mistakes not because of their temporary failure to comprehend the situation but because they deliberately employed falsehoods to deceive both their superiors and subordinates. Their repulsive practice is incompatible with the party's seek truth from facts work style and a sign of impurity in party spirit, and, moreover, it indicates that they have forfeited honesty and faithfulness that are essential to communists, and that they have rejected party spirit. In order to pursue personal fame and seek the limelight, they have gone to the length of presenting falsified reports to the party, exaggerating achievements and covering up shortcomings and mistakes. Telling the party falsehoods occurred most often where work was poorly done, lots of problems had cropped up and serious shortcomings and mistakes had been made. Playing false with the party and leading authorities cannot be attributed to ignorance of the real situation, nor is subjective thinking to be blamed for it. Rather, it is a dishonest act of deception, sheer bourgeois practice, an outright violation of party discipline. It has nothing in common with party spirit. During the Revolutionary War years, Comrade Mao Zedong made it imperative time and again that our troops report the exact numbers of guns they captured, not one more nor one less. In recent years, however, Some comrades have taken an irresponsible attitude and done whatever they liked with regard to figures to be reported to the superiors, making casual statistical statements and giving no consideration to the possible consequences therefrom. Experience tells us that if we formulate policies and draw up plans on the basis of false reports and figures, we shall certainly commit 378 errors that will cause great losses to the party, the people, and the state. In some localities, cadres use every possible means to withhold information from personnel sent by higher authorities to check local work. They don't want inspectors to know the true situation and even retaliate against fellow cadres and ordinary people who offer the inspectors valid information about the local situation. Such violations of discipline are intolerable. In recent years, because of faults in some leading bodies and their leaders, those who spoke the truth, performed their work honestly and dared to tell about the real situation and voice their innermost thoughts were wrongly criticized and attacked, instead of being praised as they deserved, whereas those who did not speak the truth but made false reports, exaggerated achievements, and covered up shortcomings were unjustifiably praised or even promoted to higher positions, instead of being duly criticized or punished. This created in the minds of many party cadres the false impression that whoever behaves honestly suffers a disadvantage. Some people consider it wise to tell falsehoods and foolish to act honestly. We must make a great effort to fundamentally change this situation. Leading bodies and their leaders who are guilty of the above faults must first correct their own mistakes and praise those honest people who have been wrongly criticized and attacked and apologize to them. They should also criticize those who did not tell the truth but made false reports and urge them to thoroughly mend their ways. Only by so doing can we correct the false impression in the minds of the cadres. We should strongly advise the dishonest to immediately and thoroughly correct their mistakes if they want to become true party members with communist ideals. Otherwise, they will face formidable odds in the future. The dishonest may sometimes gain petty advantages at others' expense. However, in the ranks of the party and the people they will sooner or later find themselves at a great disadvantage. Those who speak the truth and act as honest men may sometimes experience disadvantages, but they will ultimately find themselves in favorable positions, because they will certainly win the greatest trust of the party and the masses. All our leading cadres should listen to sincere remarks, to what honest people have to say. At the same time, they should encourage party members to be honest in speech, action, and behavior and urge them to fight resolutely against deception. As for those who have report to Working Conference of CPC 379 persistently indulged in fraud and, despite repeated warnings, still refuse to mend their ways, disciplinary measures should be adopted against them. The mass line. All our great achievements are inseparable from our efforts to carry out the mass line. In recent years, new ground has been opened in the execution of the party's mass line, which, at the same time, has suffered distortion. It appears that quite a few comrades in our party do not understand or do not fully understand what is meant by the mass line. What is the mass line? To put it in a nutshell, the basic points of the mass line are, first, to have confidence in the people and to believe that they have the capability to emancipate themselves and are the makers of history, and, second, the party must examine its work in light of the practice of the masses and map out its guidelines, policies, and measures in accordance with the principle of from the masses, to the masses. To trust the masses is an essential requirement for Communist Party members. Although some comrades subjectively cherish the desire to serve the people, they fail to consult modestly with the masses, do not have patience to explain things to them, and are reluctant to or dare not explain the party's policies and tasks clearly to them. In essence, they do not have faith in the masses. Comrades, we should bear in mind that our party is now the ruling party controlling nationwide political power and that many of our party members are leaders of state organs at various levels. Our party being in such a position, it is liable for our comrades to become authoritarian and bureaucratist in their work. As a result, some local authorities, departments, and comrades have alienated themselves from the masses to a serious extent. All our party and government organs should maintain close ties with the masses, pay serious attention to handling matters related to their interests and respond warmly when answering their letters or receiving their personal calls. However, some comrades failed to regard reports submitted by the people to the party and the central authorities as an essential link between the party and the masses. They regarded it as bringing charges against them. This view is utterly wrong. Some local authorities and units unscrupulous 380. Pulously withheld people's letters to leading members, and they went so far as to subject those who reported to higher authorities about how matters stood to retaliatory attacks. Such acts are absolutely not permitted by party discipline and state laws. A few local authorities have used instruments of dictatorship intended for class enemies and bad elements wantonly to retain ordinary people, put them in custody, or even inflict corporal punishment on them. This is a sine qua non. All Communist Party members, no matter what high positions they hold, are servants of the people and should regard themselves as ordinary workers. They should enjoy no privileges, but should care about the people's well-being and share weal and woe with them. Every Communist Party member should consider hard work and plain living praiseworthy, extravagance and waste disgraceful. What is noteworthy is that quite a few cadres are very particular about pleasure and comfort in their own lives, but are indifferent to the people's hardships. During recent years, some tendencies peculiar to former privileged classes have grown among a good many cadres, tendencies such as hankering after ostentation and extravagance, taking great pride in lavish expenditures, using public office for private gain, and brazenly squandering the people's money. Such detestable tendencies, characteristic of bureaucrats of the old days, should by no means be allowed among our ranks. Those who are guilty of these tendencies should correct their mistakes thoroughly, and disciplinary measures should be taken against serious cases. Only by completely eliminating these bureaucratic and undesirable practices can we further cement ties between the party and the masses. In our country there are the National People's Congress and the local People's Congresses at various levels, the political consultative conferences at national and local levels, trade unions, youth organizations, women's federations, and other mass organizations. In industrial enterprises there are workers' conferences and conferences of workers' representatives. In rural people's communes there are conferences of commune members and conferences of their representatives. In scientific and cultural circles there are various academic associations and societies. In addition, there are democratic parties, associations of industry and commerce, and so on. They differ in organizational form and function in different spheres, but they all play an important role as media through which our party maintains contact with the masses and practices democracy among the people. Our party should report to Working Conference of CPC 381. Genuinely, not nominally, make sure the above organizations play their roles, and we should learn how to enliven the people's democratic activities and strengthen the people's democratic united front through these organizations. Party organizations at all levels should respect the democratic right of the members of these organizations to fully voice their opinions, and they should learn how things are in every sector of society through frequent consultations with these members, studying their opinions and adopting their constructive suggestions so as to improve our work. We can make these organizations accept our party's policies and decisions only through persuasion, not coercion. Matters relating to people's interests should be entrusted to organizations concerned for discussion. Before making decisions on these matters, we must see to it that there is ample discussion, including free airing of different views, and that our decisions are made in accordance with the principle of the minority being subordinate to the majority. Once decisions are made, we must, through the organizations concerned, mobilize the masses to implement them willingly and consciously. The point is that some leading members of our party organizations who now hold certain powers in their hands look upon these mass organizations as of little importance or even unnecessary. That is absolutely wrong. It is true that our party is now the leading party of the state, but under no circumstances shall we reduce the People's Congress and the mass organizations to nothing more than a mere nominal existence by replacing them with our party organizations. If we did so, we would be violating the people's democratic system and consequently become blind and deaf to public opinion and divorce ourselves from the people. That would be a very dangerous situation. From the masses, to the masses, a principle constantly advocated by Comrade Mao Zedong, has proved to be an efficient method of work in all spheres of endeavor. The most important thing with regard to this method of work is for us to learn from the masses. But quite a number of our comrades have performed poorly in this respect, falling short of basic requirements. In order to carry out the mass line, we must do ideological and organizational work among the masses as meticulously as we did during the land reform movement, when we took roots among peasants and maintained close contact with them, 177, and during the Socialist Transformation Campaign, when we started by creating some advanced models, then gradually introduced them to other localities. On the 382 surface, it seems this approach is incapable of touching off an impressive, spectacular movement, but in actuality it can deeply arouse and educate the masses. This approach truly helps to muster the strength of the masses and do the work well. Many of our comrades and work units do not pay enough attention to their regular day-to-day work or to accumulating experience and maintaining close contact with the masses during their routine work. Instead, they have a particular fondness for rush jobs. In their opinion, only by launching a crash mass movement can we be successful, but the truth is that without routine day-to-day work and without a successful performance in such work there can be no mass movement in the true sense of the term. In the last few years we advocated the launching of a number of giant projects. Some were necessary, but some were inappropriate. Even the necessary ones were often launched in haste and were required to be completed strictly within a fixed time limit, without necessary preparations or systematic arrangements in the order of importance to ensure their gradual accomplishment. The consequence was that instead of achieving the desired results, we suffered losses. This should serve as a profound lesson to us. Comrade Mao Zedong said, "Fight no battle unprepared, fight no battle you are not sure of winning." 178. The statement holds true not only for revolutionary wars, but also for construction work. A mass movement should rise out of actual needs and have the conscious and voluntary participation of the masses. Mass movements are not all alike. To suit their different purposes, they should assume different forms and avoid following the same pattern. Of course, we cannot have a mass movement every day of the year. And it is only on the basis of very meticulous, attentive, and assiduous mass work can we have a sound, vigorous and steadily advancing mass movement. Some comrades regard the mass movement as the only pattern for the mass line. To them, it seems, the mass line cannot do without the mass movement. Obviously, that is a false concept. Even more erroneous is the idea held by some comrades that beating drums and gongs, producing much fanfare, holding meaningless rallies and delivering long-winded, empty speeches are part and parcel of the mass movement and mass line. Actually, none of these pretentious activities has anything to do with the mass movement or mass line. These so-called mass movements do not enjoy a mass following, because they are mostly carried on under mandatory orders. Seemingly quite spec. Report to Working Conference of CPC 383. Tacular, they serve no practical purposes whatsoever. These so-called mass movements run counter to the mass IINE and do not reflect the people's real opinions and demands. They dampen the people's enthusiasm and impair the party's prestige. From now on, any mass movement to be launched nationwide should be a decision of the central authorities with proper discretion. Things that are not to be popularized must not be given wide publicity in the newspapers or over the radio. Some comrades take a great fancy to so-called mass movements that seem to be heart-stirring outwardly but actually estrange the masses and are at odds with their interests. They accuse anyone disapproving of such mass movements as negating, dampening, or weakening the people's enthusiasm. Obviously that is also a wrong attitude. Socialist construction must depend on the enthusiasm of the people and cadres. Without their tremendous enthusiasm we cannot score any great achievement in our construction work. There should be no doubt about this. but we must distinguish between different kinds of enthusiasm, that dedicated to realistic, attainable goals and that kindled by subjective, impracticable wishes. Every Communist Party member should have the first type of enthusiasm. We should arouse abundant enthusiasm for the revolutionary cause and, at the same time, couple such enthusiasm with a practical, realistic approach, for only by so doing can we achieve success in all kinds of endeavor. The latter kind of enthusiasm should be avoided, for it is not genuine, but foolhardy, solving no practical problems. One example of such foolhardiness is a fondness for giving arbitrary orders, a tendency that was, at one time, quite common in many spheres of our work. A good many cotters are quite opinionated and conceited. They act arbitrarily and overbearingly, instead of consulting the masses, they force them to do something foolish, dissipating their enthusiasm and aborting their initiative. We must combat such a work style. If we do not pour cold water on cotters who cling to such a work style and cool their reckless zest, sternly criticizing and stopping their wrong, foolhardy work style, it will be impossible to bring the masses' genuine enthusiasm into play. In initiating any undertaking that involves the immediate interests of the people, we must make sure it enjoys the people's conscious and voluntary support. We should neither overestimate nor underestimate the level of political awareness of the masses. We all remember that when rural people's communes were being established throughout the 384 country, the peasants were alleged to have a higher political awareness than the workers. The allegation was one of the major arguments giving rise to the wind of communization and facilitating the spread of an authoritarian work style. Nowadays quite a number of our comrades consider the peasants to be very backward, so they dare not inform them about our policies and tasks and have no courage to educate them about collectivism, patriotism, and socialism, thus surrendering leadership over the peasants. The erroneous tailist approach towards the peasants also caused losses in our work. Such a tendency occurred in some localities when efforts were underway to rectify shortcomings in the work of the people's communes. Cases of reluctance to bring party policies directly to the attention of the masses can be found in not only our rural but our urban work. Attention must be paid to correcting these errors. We must not look upon fulfillment of party and state tasks as incompatible with using the machine as our working method. Some comrades hold that if we want to fulfill our tasks, we must not follow the mass line. If we pursue the mass line, we shall be unable to fulfill our tasks. Such a view is incorrect. Fulfilling party and state tasks precisely requires pursuing the mass line. The more arduous the task, the more fully we should practice the mass line. Indeed, some tasks are rather heavy and difficult, but we must accomplish them. Take, for example, the grain purchase task. At present, our rural areas have a fairly poor economic foundation and the per capita grain ration for the peasants remains relatively low, so it is difficult for the peasants to provide the cities with huge amounts of marketable grain. That is why there is a contradiction between the amount of grain the state wants to purchase and the quantity the peasants are able to offer for sale. While continuing to curtail city and township population, we must try to purchase necessary amounts of grain from the countryside, otherwise, the cities and industrial and mining areas will not have a constant supply of at least their minimal requirements of grain, producing an unfavorable impact not only on industry but also on agriculture and thus retarding development of the entire national economy. Under these circumstances, we should conduct ideological and political education to explain to the peasants patiently and painstakingly the necessity and importance of fulfilling the state grain purchase task. While calling on the peasants to fulfill the state grain purchase quotas, we should counsel them on how to make adequate arrangements for their daily lives. Of course, our leading bodies, when setting forth Report to Working Conference of CPC 385 tasks, must consider their feasibility in light of actual conditions. If they set tasks beyond the possibility of fulfillment, or worse still, mandatorily order the speedy accomplishment of those tasks within a short space of time, the cadres in subordinate departments will find it impossible to conduct painstaking ideological education among the masses for the purpose of fulfilling the tasks. They will have no choice but to resort to coercive measures. Even such measures, however, may not be effective for tasks that are too heavy. Thus, practice of the mass line is out of the question. Such cases have actually occurred in our work during the last few years. We must prevent their recurrence. The Central Committee calls on party organizations at all levels to hold earnest discussions as to what constitutes the mass line. All cadres who are party members but do not yet have a true understanding of the mass line must try to understand it by studying it again from the beginning. Problems concerning inter-party life. From the examples I have given in the first and second parts of this report, it is not difficult to see that the most important problem in inter-party life today is the relationship between party committees at higher levels and those at lower levels, especially between local party committees and the Central Committee. For a long time the relationship between party organizations at higher levels and those at lower levels has been normal on the whole. Recently, however, in some localities, departments, and other work units, the party organizations at lower levels did not obey those at higher levels, but went their own way and asserted undue independence. These party organizations, together with a number of cadres, preferred to do things their own way, to devise their own systems of management, to establish their own managerial networks and to act on their own. They regarded the localities, departments, and other work units the party and the people had entrusted them to administer as their own small spheres of influence or their independent kingdoms and didn't want the central and other leading authorities to intervene. What's more, they showed no respect for and did not carry out in earnest the decisions of the central and other leading authorities, ran against the central authorities' policies and party. 386. Discipline and thus harmed the party's unity. Such decentralist practices must resolutely be brought to a halt. A local party organization wrote a letter to the Central Committee saying that they wanted to follow leading authorities but were baffled by this dilemma. If they followed what local leading authorities required, they would flout the policies of the central authorities. Conversely, if they followed the policies of the central authorities, they would be doing things contrary to the requirements of local leading authorities. This party organization asked the Central Committee to tell them which they should follow. The question raised by this party organization is very important. They raised the question because some local authorities took a decentralist approach in implementing the Central Committee's policies and state plans, and some decisions and measures they adopted were at variance with the Central Committee's policies and state plans. Then, how to resolve this contradiction? The only solution is for the entire party membership to follow the Central Committee. Being a militant organization, our party could not be victorious in battle without a unified, centralized command. This applies to the relationship between the Central Committee and local party organizations and also to the relationship between party organizations at higher levels and those at lower levels in various localities, departments, and other work units. We must fight resolutely against all types of departmentalist and decentralist practices, because they all tend to weaken the party's unified, centralized leadership. Another problem in inter-party life to be discussed concerns internal relations in each party committee. Comrade Mao Zedong once said that our party organizations at all levels must have a strong or relatively strong nucleus of leadership and that party committee members should protect and help such a nucleus. He added that the secretary of a party committee must be good at serving as a squad leader. The secretary and deputy secretaries of a party committee should be good at handling the relationship between themselves and other committee members and also good at exploring ways to conduct party committee meetings successfully. He emphasized particularly that the relationship between the secretaries and other members of a party committee should be one in which the minority must obey the majority. 179 During a certain period, however, party committees in some localities, departments, and other work units virtually brushed aside COM. Report to Working Conference of CPC 387. Read Mao Zedong's Guidelines for the Correct Handling of Internal Relationships in Party Committees. Some comrades misunderstood putting politics in command as meaning that the first secretary of a party committee should have authority to decide everything, or one of the committee secretaries should have the power to decide everything in the area he was in charge of, that is to say, he should have the final say on everything and everybody else must seek his counsel with regard to everything. The result was that the party's principle of democratic centralism and the party committee system of collective leadership were trampled, and secretaries of party committees found it hard to perform their duties well. Party committees should practice collective leadership, with each committee member assuming a certain responsibility according to division of labor. But some party committees have changed the system of responsibility into a system whereby a long-term, exclusive responsibility is fixed upon each committee member for the tasks assigned to him. The problem is that some comrades vested with such responsibility act so arbitrarily that a party committee may seem to be headed by several mutually independent members, each following his own course of action, a situation that causes much trouble to organizations at lower levels. In the last few years our party has established and strengthened leadership in various fields of work and scored achievements. The exercise of leadership in all spheres by party committees is a principle we must always uphold, but some party committees have taken upon themselves a good deal of the daily routine that ought to be performed by administrative institutions. In order to attend to daily routine, they have to appoint more than the usual number of committee members to serve as secretaries. The fact that party committees have taken over more and more responsibilities makes it difficult for administrative institutions to perform their own functions. Meanwhile, such practice also makes it impossible for party committees to focus their attention on studying the Central Committee's principles and policies, conducting investigation and study, analyzing the experience of the masses, improving ideological and political work, and supervising and checking various undertakings in a more efficient manner, or providing more effective leadership. The Central Committee considers it imperative for all party committees with the defects mentioned above to readjust their internal 388 relations in line with the party's principle of democratic centralism, so that they can perform their functions efficiently. One problem in inter-party life I should like to discuss in detail here is democracy within the party. It should be pointed out that there have been some abnormal phenomena in our inter-party life in the past few years. These have manifested themselves mainly as follows. Some party organizations did not allow the membership to express differing views and wantonly dismissed those who dared to voice opinions as ideologically questionable persons, or even labeled them as anti-party elements. Some party organizations did not allow the membership at party meetings to discuss matters related to work and policies frankly and extensively, or to criticize the shortcomings in work, especially the shortcomings of the leading members of party organizations. Some party organizations even erroneously depicted members who commented specifically on practical work as having political problems or departing from the party line. They even unjustifiably labeled members' criticism of the leaders of party organizations as an attempt to oppose party leadership. Some party organizations resorted to excessive struggle and punishment to castigate and unduly punish party members who had some shortcomings or had made certain mistakes. They even did the same to party members who dared to speak and uphold the truth. Some party organizations retaliated against members who reported to departments at higher levels about the true situation. Some party organizations admitted unqualified persons into the party or expelled members from it in violation of the provisions of the party constitution. Some party organizations confused the two types of contradictions, which are different in nature, that is, contradictions between the people and the enemy and those among the people. They went so far as to apply measures intended for the enemy to party members who had certain shortcomings and mistakes, and even members who dared to speak and uphold the truth by putting them on trial and punishing them. The erroneous, excessive measures adopted by some party organizations in inter-party struggle have done grave harm to the party's system of democratic centralism, to party solidarity, and to the initiative of vast numbers of party members. As a result, many party report to Working Conference of CPC 389. Members dare not express their innermost thoughts or differing views, but guard against each other, thus giving rise to mutual estrangement and uneasiness. These phenomena must by no means be allowed to continue in the party. As we all know, our party has much experience in inter-party struggle. Comrade Mao Zedong, after summing up the lessons of excessive inter-party struggle, which occurred during the 3 occasions of left lines in the history of our party, 99 has formulated correct principles for guiding inter-party struggle, such as learn from past mistakes to avoid future ones and cure the sickness to save the patient and start from the desire for unity, distinguish between right and wrong through criticism or struggle, and arrive at a new unity on a new basis. 180 During the last few years, however, some party organizations conducting inter-party struggle simply ignored these correct principles, with the result that they committed errors similar to ruthless struggle and merciless blows. This has been the case because, on the one hand, the overwhelming majority of our present cadres have no personal experience of excessive inter-party struggle, so they do not know how to prevent or boycott such wrong practices. As for high-ranking cadres who themselves have experienced such struggle, they either repeated past mistakes or, being ignorant of what was going on at lower levels, failed to rectify those wrong practices promptly. On the other hand, to a great extent it is because some leading bodies persisted in mistaken policies during a certain period, causing much confusion between what was right and what was wrong. All party comrades should draw profound lessons from this. In order to normalize inter-party life and stimulate the initiative of the entire membership, all our party organizations must adopt truly effective measures to extend democracy in the party and improve the regular activities of the party organization. To develop inter-party democracy conscientiously is a matter of prime importance, especially when we are working to strengthen the party's democratic centralism. At the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee, Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out, in the present great struggle, the Chinese Communist Party demands that all its leading bodies and all its members and cadres should give the fullest expression to their initiative, which alone can ensure victory. This initiative must be demonstrated concretely in the ability of the leading bodies, the cadres, and the party rank and file to work Kriya. 390. Tivoli, in their readiness to assume responsibility, in the exuberant vigor they show in their work, in their courage and ability to raise questions, voice opinions, and criticize defects, and in the comradely supervision that is maintained over the leading bodies and the leading cadres. Otherwise, initiative will be an empty thing. But the exercise of such initiative depends on the spread of democracy in party life. It cannot be brought into play if there is not enough democracy in party life. 181 These remarks by Comrade Mao Zedong are equally important for our party during the present period of construction. The party's unified, centralized leadership must be based on democracy. It can be truly strengthened only by actively promoting democracy in the party, by enhancing the initiative of its vast membership and cadres and by heightening their sense of responsibility towards the cause of the party and the people. It would be impossible for leading bodies to practice genuine democratic centralism or exercise a genuine unified and centralized leadership if they were accustomed to offering a bureaucratic, subjective kind of guidance instead of being good at extending democracy, listening to the opinions of organizations at lower levels and the rank and file membership and employing democratic methods to solve problems in practical work. The key to the extension of inter-party democracy lies in the party's full-scale practice of criticism and self-criticism. Comrade Mao Zedong, who has always attached great importance to Lenin's principle in this regard, considers conscientious criticism and self-criticism to be one of the hallmarks distinguishing our party from other political parties. Adding to our achievements, upholding the truth and correcting our mistakes, these are prerequisites for forwarding our cause and also represent the right approach to be adopted by every serious Marxist-Leninist party. Since mistakes exist objectively, one should not try to conceal them or refrain from correcting them. The fact that we dare to expose and correct our mistakes demonstrates that our party, besides being able to assess appropriately its great achievements, is determined to surmount existing difficulties and fully confident of its bright future, not the contrary. It is a manifestation of our party's staunchness, not its weakness. In order to conduct criticism and self-criticism satisfactorily, it is particularly important to encourage, support and protect criticism from below. Every party member has the right to criticize any leading member of party organizations at party meetings. All leading members. Report to Working Conference of CPC 391. Of party organizations should listen modestly to the opinions of the membership and practice the principle of blame not the speaker, but be warned by his words. Under no circumstances shall they be allowed to suppress democracy, still less to take revenge by retaliation. Every party member has the right to report to higher party organizations up to the Central Committee about the progress of work and the problems that have cropped up and about the shortcomings and mistakes of leading cadres. Party organizations, at whatever level, must handle the reports in a serious and responsible manner. A party member may report to party organizations at any level about any problems that have arisen and shall not be subjected to any kind of censure even if what he reports is not completely in conformity with facts. Exemplary role played by leading members of party organizations is significantly important for conducting criticism in the party. All leading cadres of our party must guard strictly against conceit and complacency. Like ordinary party members, they should accept the supervision of party organizations and the membership. They must not only create the necessary conditions to encourage party members to conduct criticism, but set good examples themselves by making sincere, rather than perfunctory, self-criticism about the shortcomings and mistakes they have made in their work. Leading members of party committees at all levels must take great care to promote democracy within their committees so as to create an atmosphere in which everyone feels free to speak his mind without fear when making criticism and self-criticism. With regard to cadres and party members who have been subjected to public denunciation and punishment during the past few years, it is necessary to re-examine their cases in accordance with the provisions in Instructions on the Discussion and Trial Implementation of the Revised Draft Regulations on the Work of Rural People's Communes, issued on June 15, 1961 by the Central Committee. The re-examination must be handled properly in a seeking truth from facts manner. The leading authorities in some localities, departments, and other work units still don't pay enough attention to the work of re-examination. They just take their time, some even resent it. This is a wrong attitude and should be corrected without delay. In order to improve the regular activities of party organizations, it is necessary for party committees at all levels to strengthen their leadership over party organizations at the grassroots level, often. 392. Checking on their work and helping them improve it. During the last few years, many of our party's leading bodies, both in urban and rural areas, have often been so preoccupied with their day-to-day affairs and with assigning primary party organizations to one specific task after another that they have given little, if any, consideration to problems of building the party both organizationally and ideologically. This is to be found everywhere and must be changed. Above all, they must strengthen ideological education among party members and improve and enliven the regular activities of party branches. Effective measures should be taken to change organizational laxity, as is manifested in the fact that over a long period of time a large number of primary party organizations have not held regular party group meetings or general branch meetings or arranged party lectures for the membership, resulting in the failure of party members to play their role. In view of the problems now existing in our inner party life, it is necessary to remind the entire party of the need to heighten our sense of organization and discipline. In the last few years many abnormal phenomena have occurred in our inner party life, not because we have no party rules and regulations to go by or because the rules and regulations formulated by the party have proved incorrect, but because some party organizations failed to implement, distorted, or even violated those rules and regulations. The party constitution adopted at the 8th National Party Congress 09 represents the party's statute governing the entire party membership, a code of conduct for inter-party life. All party organizations and members are required to act in accordance with the party constitution unconditionally and without reservation. As stipulated in the party constitution, no party member is allowed to deceive the party by telling lies or giving false reports. No party organizations or their leaders are allowed to infringe on the rights of party members, stifle criticism, or inhibit democracy. No party organizations or their leaders are allowed to abuse their power to willfully struggle against or punish party members. From now on, anyone who commits these mistakes shall be given disciplinary punishment or even expelled from the party. Violators of state laws shall be dealt with accordingly. All party members without exception, including those holding responsible positions, should adhere to party discipline and play an X. Report to Working Conference of CPC 393. Employee role in observing state laws. They should not turn a blind eye to any undesirable phenomena inside or outside the party or adopt a laissez-faire attitude. Instead, they should fight against all kinds of evildoers and evil deeds. The 3 main rules of discipline and 8 points for attention for party and government cadres, formulated by the Central Committee, represents a generalization of the party's fine traditions. The 3 main rules of discipline are: 1. Truthfully report how matters stand. 2. Correctly carry out the party's policies. 3. Practice democratic centralism. The 8 points for attention are: 1. Participate in labor. 2. Treat people as your equals. 3. Be fair in handling matters. 4. Seek no personal privileges. 5. Consult the masses in work. 6. Follow the principle of no investigation, no right to speak. 7. Act in light of actual circumstances. 8. Raise the political level. 182. All party members must consciously and strictly observe these 3 main rules of discipline and 8 points for attention. To ensure a sound inter-party life and enforce strict party discipline, it is essential to improve the party's work of supervision. Party supervisory commissions at all levels have the right to bypass party committees at their corresponding level and report directly to party committees and supervisory commissions at a higher level, even up to the Central Committee, about the true situation or about law and discipline violations. Instead of offering correct guidance and active support, the party committees in some localities have obstructed or hampered the work of the supervisory commissions. When faced with difficulties or obstacles, some supervisory commissions, on their part, simply abandon their duties and functions, thus failing to work continually for the preservation of party discipline. These phenomena ought not to have taken place, they must be done away with. It is certain that by correctly solving the numerous problems now existing in our inter-party life, we shall greatly increase the party's fighting capacity. Recently many localities and departments, respond. 394. To Comrade Mao Zedong's instructions and the Central Committee's decisions on the need to re-educate cadres, have been conducting training programs for cadres on a rotation basis and have reported initial success. This kind of training is a matter of great importance for the entire party during the present period. All localities and departments, without exception, should perform this task successfully. Cadres attending the training courses should concentrate on studying the document Some Questions Concerning Party Life 183 while giving top priority to questions concerning party building. Such study will definitely facilitate correct solution of the current problems in our inter-party life and normalization of regular activities of party organizations and help promote the party's traditionally fine work style. In order to adapt ourselves to the current domestic and international situation and prove equal to the present fighting tasks, the Central Committee calls on all cadres and party members to understand deeply their important responsibility towards the cause of the party and the people and the need for them to assiduously study Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, so as to enhance their political awareness and their party spirit and fulfill the following requirements. 1. Cherish the lofty ideals of the proletariat and work hard for the nation's prosperity. 2. Give first consideration to the overall situation and subordinate the interests of the part to those of the whole. 3. Preserve the party's system of democratic centralism and a unified, centralized leadership. 4. Observe party discipline and be loyal and honest to the party. 5. Uphold what is true and be realistic in thought and work. 6. Have faith in and rely on the masses and steadfastly follow the mass line in work. 7. Conduct sound inter-party activities and encourage criticism and self-criticism. 8. Carry forward the fine traditions of plain living and hard struggle. Our party enjoys the correct leadership of the Central Committee with Comrade Mao Zedong at the head. In the course of protracted revolutionary struggles, our party has developed its glorious traditions and fine work style. Many of our veteran cadres have been through. Report to Working Conference of CPC 395. The ordeal of battle, tempered in the raging flames of the revolution. Under the influence of the party's fine traditions, a good many young cadres have come to the fore in the course of revolutionary struggle and construction. If we compare our party to a human being, we may say that now it is a man so vibrant with vigor and vitality that he is entirely capable of using his own strength to rid himself of all the viruses temporarily infecting parts of his body and, thereby, increasing his power of immunity. The overwhelming majority of our party comrades have become alive to the abnormal phenomena in the party and considered it necessary to rectify them. In fact, many of those phenomena have been or are being corrected. After correcting our shortcomings and errors and rectifying the abnormal phenomena, we shall have both positive and negative experience to draw on and thus to greatly increase the party's fighting capacity. The Central Committee is convinced that our cadres and party members, in response to its call, will carry forward the party's fine traditions and correct work style and overcome all undesirable tendencies, so that our party will play a bigger role in the great revolutionary struggles and in the monumental task of construction. Comrades, a very bright future is ahead of us. We can certainly make China a powerful socialist state with modern industry, modern agriculture, modern science and culture, and modern national defense. But this is a stupendous task. Its accomplishment requires us, together with the people of all nationalities in the country, to carry on a long, hard struggle. At the 7th National Party Congress, Comrade Mao Zedong called on all party comrades to display the spirit of the foolish old Mao who removed the mountains in order to overthrow imperialism and feudalism, the two large mountains that weighed heavily on the backs of the Chinese people. The entire party membership, acting in response to Comrade Mao Zedong's call, achieved complete victory in the new democratic revolution and then succeeded in the socialist revolution. Currently, economic poverty and cultural backwardness loom like two towering mountains before the Chinese people. To remove these two mountains, we have likewise to bring into play the spirit of that foolish old man. We must set long-range goals and lose no sight of the bright future. Otherwise, we shall get nowhere. However, once our long-range goals have been shaped, it is necessary to work out concrete measures for their attainment. It won't do simply to aspire to lofty aims and 396. Shout slogans for them without painstakingly tackling the specific tasks involved. We must proceed from reality, work conscientiously and industriously, do each and every practical job well, solve specific problems one by one and overcome one difficulty after another. It is essential for us to perform our current tasks splendidly and steadily fulfill our long-range goals. Comrades, in order to score new successes in our socialist construction, we must unite all comrades of our party and, on this basis, unite the people of all nationalities in the country. So long as the entire party and the people of all nationalities unite closely under the guidance of Mao Zedong thought and the illumination of the three red banners, the party's general line for socialist construction, the Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes, we can assuredly succeed in fulfilling the 1962 construction tasks, in fruitfully readjusting the national economy and in steadily attaining our 10-year goals. A brilliant future to our great motherland. Let us march forward triumphantly under the leadership of the Central Committee headed by Comrade Mao Zedong. Long live our great, glorious, and correct party L. Comrades. Speech at an enlarged working Conference of the Central Committee of the Party. January 27, 1962. On behalf of the Central Committee of the Party, I have submitted a written report to this enlarged working conference. In addition to what was said in the report, I now wish to discuss some problems. The domestic situation. Comrade Mao Zedong has made it clear that in order to fulfill our international obligations, We should primarily manage our domestic affairs well. Successful handling of our domestic affairs will enable us to contribute more to the peoples of the world, rendering more effective support to the revolutionary movements of the people of various countries and conducting a more vigorous fight against revisionism. Therefore, we should put our main attention on domestic affairs. With regard to the current domestic situation, I should like to say frankly that we are faced with considerable difficulties in the economic field. This cannot be denied. The current economic difficulties are manifested in short supplies of grain and non-staple foodstuffs, including meat and edible oil, insufficient clothing due to the scarcity of cloth, and a lack of articles of daily use. In other words, the people do not have sufficient food, clothing, and other daily necessities. Why? Because our agricultural production, instead of increasing, dropped considerably during the 3 years from 1959 through. An abridged GEDVERSION of THE original SPEECH. 397. 398. 1961. Statistics also showed a decrease of 40% or more in industrial production in 1961. In 1962 industrial production can hardly go up. This means decreases in our industrial production both last year and this year. The decreased production in both agriculture and industry has caused shortages in various fields. Not all comrades expected such a situation. A couple of years ago we felt our agriculture and industry would make big leaps forward in the coming years. In fact, they did make a big leap forward during a certain period in the past few years. Now, however, the economy, instead of progressing, is on a decided decline, resembling the up and down of a saddle. Shall we or shall we not acknowledge this decline as a fact? I think we ought to be down to earth and acknowledge that the decline is indeed a fact. What has caused the difficult situation? Why have we failed to increase production, and why is it that instead of more supplies of food, clothing, and goods for daily use, we are short of these things? What are the causes? Well, we don't have to seek far. First, 3 consecutive years of natural disasters were responsible for decreases in our agricultural and industrial production. Second, current difficulties may also be attributed to our shortcomings and mistakes since 1958. Which is the primary cause, the natural disasters or the shortcomings and mistakes in our work? The situation varies from place to place. We should, in light of the specific circumstances, give the people an unreserved explanation. In some places natural disasters are the primary cause for the decline in agricultural and industrial production, whereas in others the blame should be placed chiefly on shortcomings and mistakes in work. Last year when I returned to Hunan, I visited an area suffering enormous difficulties. I asked the peasants, "What is the cause of your current troubles? Have you suffered from natural disasters?" They replied, "Yes, we have suffered natural disasters, but only to a certain extent, perhaps 30%, while the remaining 70% of production failures should be attributed to man-made disasters." During a survey of the area later, I found several ponds and inquired of the villagers whether these ponds had all dried up in 1960. "Never," they said, "there has always been water in these ponds for irrigation use." Judging by the ready availability of water in the ponds, we may conclude that there have been no serious natural disasters in the area. In my written report to the conference I made an analysis of our domestic situation as a whole in these words: on the one hand, the 3 consecutive years of speech at Working Conference of CPC 399. Natural disasters have brought us fairly grave difficulties. On the other hand, and to a greater extent, the defects and errors in our work and our style of work should be held responsible for the difficulties. As for the actual conditions in a given province, prefecture, or county, you can discuss them and draw a practical conclusion. What shortcomings and mistakes have appeared in our work during the past few years? In my report I outlined only 4. I hope all of you will consider whether there are more. I enumerated 12 achievements but only 4 shortcomings and mistakes. You may add one or two more if you think I have not coveted them all. We ought to be faithful to facts and try to avoid underestimates or overestimates. Although we have difficulties, shortcomings, and mistakes, we have, nevertheless, scored certain achievements. What, then, predominates in our work, shortcomings or achievements? I'm afraid the situation is different in each region. Every provincial, prefectural, or county party committee can hold its own discussions and make a practical judgment and explanation in light of the local situation. Don't worry about judging incorrectly. If that happens, you can modify your judgment. In any event, you should judge and summarize. On the whole, achievements are primary in our work since 1958, while shortcomings and mistakes are secondary. We have scored marked achievements not only in the development of industry, transport, and water conservation projects, but also in political and ideological work, commerce, culture, education, and military affairs. These achievements are not to be negated or effaced. Perhaps our work may be assessed as 70% achievements and 30% shortcomings and mistakes. We are not sure, however, that this assessment is correct. In my written report I made no such assessment but simply said achievements constituted the primary aspect of our work and shortcomings and mistakes the secondary aspect. The actual proportion of achievements to shortcomings and mistakes I did not mention. We used to say achievements constituted 90% of our work and shortcomings and mistakes only 10%. I'm afraid such an assessment is no longer applicable everywhere. Actual facts justify such percentages only in certain areas, not in all parts of the country. Judging by the present domestic situation as a whole, we can't say that achievements represent 90% of our work and shortcomings and mistakes only 10%. Perhaps the correct assessment is a 70-30 ratio. In certain areas shortcomings and mistakes constitute more than 30% of the work. If you insist on a 70-30 ratio in 400, those areas, the local people will regard it as contrary to fact and unconvincing. During my stay in a rural area of Hunan province, the local peasants complained that while 30% of their difficulties were caused by natural disasters, 70% should be attributed to man-made disasters. If you refuted TS, they would remain unconvinced. In S own localities we must say that shortcomings and mistakes are primary there. All party committees at provincial, prefectural and county levels may hold discussions in light of the facts in order to make a preliminary judgment. The following year they may discuss again and make another judgment. They may have more discussions and make further judgments in the third, the fourth, and fifth year. In short, we must not forget the experience and lessons of the past few years. We have, indeed, experienced quite a few shortcomings and mistakes in our work. We can show not only achievements, representing a good thing, but also shortcomings and mistakes, a bad thing. Most of our shortcomings and errors have been or are being corrected. In other words, most of our shortcomings and mistakes are things of the past. Figuratively speaking, we suffered from a very serious illness, and have now basically recovered. Our return to normal is illustrated by the following facts. We have stopped practicing the supply system 184 and the system of communal canteens. 13 We have abandoned unreasonably high production targets and also many of the large-scale projects. Furthermore, we have cut back the number of capital construction and water conservation projects. Many of our shortcomings and mistakes have been corrected. Thus bad things may be turned to good account, depending on our ability to analyze and learn from our experience. The transformation of something into its opposite requires certain conditions. This applies to the transformation of bad things into good ones. For example, we can turn our shortcomings and mistakes to good account on condition that we analyze our experience and learn something useful from our setbacks. Therefore, we need not be pessimistic or feel frustrated after having made mistakes. In the past few years we have really smarted over serious stumbles. Now we need to pick ourselves up and choose the right path to continue our march. Is there anyone who never trips and falls? The important thing is to recognize our shortcomings and mistakes in a practical way, analyze our experience and be good at learning. No one can turn bad things to good account or learn something useful through analyzing his experience if, instead of making a clean breast of his past and present shortcomings and mistakes, he Speech at Working Conference of CPC 401 refuses to admit any of them or simply makes a reluctant confession of his minor faults while trying to cover up all the rest. Without the help of others, such people will not be able to pick themselves up after falling or resume their advance. Therefore, to be good at learning and analyzing experience is a very important prerequisite for transforming bad things like shortcomings and mistakes into good ones. As explained in my written report, the mistakes we made during the past few years were not errors of the party's line. Rather, they resulted from the lopsided approach we adopted at times in carrying out the party's general line. For example, we put too much emphasis on achieving greater and faster results to the neglect of better and more economical results. We paid great attention to quantity, but failed to pay enough attention to variety and quality. Although we had formulated a correct guideline for the achievement of greater, faster, better and more economical results, we did not follow this guideline strictly in all our actions. Of course, it is not easy to achieve greater, faster, better and more economical results simultaneously in every task we tackle. It will take a series of trials and errors before we can find a reliable approach to the desired results. As to responsibility for the shortcomings and mistakes in our work in the past few years, I have made it clear in the report that the central authorities should take principal responsibility for them, then the party committees at provincial, municipal, and autonomous region levels, and finally the party committees at lower levels. By the central authorities we mean all the central departments concerned, including the State Council and the ministries directly under it. All unwise directives, documents, and slogans issued by the central departments should be counted responsible. What caused the errors in our work in recent years, and why have some of these errors continued for so long without being corrected? Answers to these questions can be found in my written report. For one thing, we lacked adequate experience in socialist construction and, therefore, could not avoid certain mistakes. Some people argue that we lacked experience during the first 5-year plan period and didn't commit serious mistakes as during the second 5-year plan period. Why? This question can be answered like this: soon after winning the revolution, we started to organize ourselves to rehabilitate the nation's economy by drawing on the experience gained in the base areas and 402. Useful experience from the Soviet Union. Throughout the first 5-year plan period we maintained the economic order characteristic of the rehabilitation period. During that period our party focused on socialist transformation, that is, the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and capitalist industry and commerce. Socialist construction was not the focal point of our work at the time, though we did do quite a lot in this respect. So far as building up modern industry was concerned, we had not yet learned to walk on our own, so we had to copy Soviet experience mechanically and rely on the help of Soviet experts. For another, our cadres usually maintained a realistic, modest, and prudent work style throughout the first 5-year plan period. This, in addition to what I have just said, explains why we didn't commit serious blunders during that period. However, things were different during the second 5-year period. Having successfully accomplished socialist transformation in the main, the party shifted the focus of its work onto socialist construction. Being more experienced, we considered it necessary to learn to walk on our own and to undertake construction projects in light of the Chinese characteristics and by adopting measures that would suit the country's specific conditions. Accordingly, we formulated a general line for socialist construction and also a package of guiding principles with emphasis on the need to walk on two legs. 160. However, our experience proved far too inadequate. Also, many of our leading comrades failed to remain prudent and modest during that period. Overwhelmed by complacency, they tended to act in a way counter to our traditions of seeking truth from facts and of following the mass line, with the result that the system of democratic centralism weakened to varying degrees in the activities of the party and mass organizations as well as in the functions of state institutions. Hence, we made grave errors while carrying on our construction programs during the second five-year plan period. Why do I speak this way? Because during the past few years our targets for industrial and agricultural production and capital construction were set too high. We launched a number of improper large-scale projects. We wanted to build, in all parts of the country, many complete economic frameworks. We adopted, in the rural areas, some measures that violated the principles of to each according to his work and exchange at equal value, measures that stirred up a wind of communization. We pursued some policies that stimulated an excessive increase in the urban population, and so forth. None of these Speech at Working Conference of CPC 403. IC targets, policies, and measures was based either in part or in whole on practical feasibility. We didn't conduct careful investigations and studies, nor did we hold detailed discussions with the workers, peasants, and cotters at the grassroots level or with the technologists and specialists concerned. We didn't adhere strictly to the principle of democratic centralism while attending discussions held by party organizations, state institutions, or mass organizations. We often made hasty, ill-considered decisions concerning the spread of some practices and measures. Furthermore, we impatiently set time limits for the accomplishment of some tasks. All this represents a departure from the party's traditions of seeking truth from facts and following the mass line and violation of the principle of democratic centralism, a principle that should be applied in all party organizations, state institutions, and mass organizations. The above facts point out clearly the root causes of our serious mistakes in some aspects of our work over the past few years. The leading authorities at higher levels often assigned heavy tasks that brought great pressure to bear on local leaders and caused them much trouble. Because the tasks were usually so urgent that the local authorities had no time to fully consult the masses, by holding a meeting of workers and office staff or their representatives, by calling a meeting of rural commune members or their representatives, or by convening the primary People's Congress for a full discussion of the assigned tasks. The lack of full consultation and discussion with the masses made it difficult for local authorities to identify and correct errors in due time. Under such circumstances, the authorities in some localities and departments simply depended on the issuing of arbitrary orders, holding telephone conferences or using other channels to exercise their regular functions. Occasionally, they did call a mass meeting to discuss some problems, but the discussions and decisions were often a mere formality, because the participants did not have enough time to voice their opinions or make suggestions. In the meantime, erroneous, merciless struggles were conducted among the party members and masses, with the result that few people and cotters dared to speak or speak the truth. What's more, some authorities did not allow people to do so. All this seriously impaired the system of democratic centralism within the party, in the normal functions of state institutions and in the daily activities of mass organizations. Consequently, it made it difficult for higher and lower authorities to keep each other informed, one more reason many of our errors continued so long before they were discovered and 404 corrected. Also noteworthy is the fact that our party suffered from organizational impurities. This was exploited by the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and political degenerates, who through exaggeration and distortion tried to benefit from our errors, stirring up social unrest and aggravating the evil consequences of our errors. From what I have said you can figure out all the hows and whys for our mistakes during the past few years. A careful analysis of these hows and whys will help us realize that the correct approach to rectifying errors is for us to constantly maintain a modest, prudent work style, uphold the party's traditions of seeking truth from facts and following the mass line, practice democratic centralism in all party organizations, state institutions, and mass organizations, and encourage criticism and self-criticism. All this I have already dealt with in my written report. All party members and cadres and the overwhelming majority of people have personally experienced the dire distress caused by the numerous shortcomings and errors we committed in our work over the last few years. Having suffered from starvation for 2 years, all our party members, cadres, and people will be wiser in the future management of affairs. From now on, it will be easier for us to reach a correct, unanimous understanding of many problems. Although we are still confronted with rather serious difficulties, they are of a temporary character. The experience we have gained will play a significant role in many years to come. So, in this sense we can say that we are growing stronger, not weaker, after emerging from the shortcomings and mistakes. In my written report I made a 16-point summary of our experience. However, it is a preliminary summation, which is all we can do at the moment, because we cannot arrive at a clear understanding of some of the things that have occurred over the past few years until our economy has shown an upward turn, completely recovered, and resumed its advance. 5 or 10 years from now we shall analyze the work once again. Then, our summary will boil down to more or fewer than 16 points, but it will definitely be better than the present one. Now let's turn to the 3 red banners. Surely, we are not going to haul down the 3 red banners. Instead, we shall uphold them and try. Speech at Working Conference of CPC 405. To fulfill their goals. At present we are not clear about the causes of some problems, but we shall draw a more reasonable conclusion 5 or 10 years from now, by way of summing up our experience. Now I should like to discuss the slogans that have been adopted in recent years. Both local and central authorities have promoted quite a number of slogans among the masses. Besides correct ones, some are incorrect or only partially correct, others are not clearly explained. I am in favor of repraising these slogans so that our cadres and people may have their confusing concepts clarified. Let me cite a few examples. Man can make the land produce as much as he likes, so long as he is bold enough was a battle cry published in bold characters in the People's Daily. Many provincial newspapers then publicized the slogan, so it exerted widespread influence across the land. We should explain to our cadres, party members, and people that the slogan is wrong and, therefore, must be rejected. Also, for a while the People's Daily erroneously opposed the view that importance should be attached to objective conditions, dismissing it as a theory of conditions or a view that conditions decide everything. Of course, it is wrong of exponents of objectivism to deny altogether the dynamic role of man's subjective initiative. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the need to attach importance to conditions, including objective conditions. Success in everything depends on certain necessary conditions. The settlement of a problem or accomplishment of a task requires the presence of certain ripe, essential conditions, both subjective and objective. The settlement of all problems depends on time, place, and conditions. In other words, we can succeed in doing something only at the proper time, in the proper environment and under other necessary conditions. Man can create and transform conditions, but he can accomplish nothing if the required conditions are not present. Marxism-Leninism always attaches importance to the presence of conditions. We cannot, nor should we, refuse to recognize the importance of conditions. However, we are not objectivists who negate the dynamic role of man's subjective initiative. We hold that man's subjective initiative, governed by the laws of the objective world, can play a tremendous role. Some claim that left deviations are preferable to right deviations and that while left errors result from wrong methods, right ones signify a wrong political stand. In my opinion, both statements 406 are incorrect. Neither left nor right deviation is desirable. Please note, the left we are referring to is in quotation marks. Left deviations have to do with both wrong methods and a wrong political stand. The same is true of right deviations. As revolutionaries, we are left in the true sense of the term, not left in quotation marks. I hope you comrades will not be the left in quotation marks, but the true left, who always seek truth from facts, integrate theory with reality, maintain close ties with the masses and practice criticism and self-criticism. Only people of the true left are always full of vigor and vitality. So, I hope you will not identify with the left in quotation marks, because they often divorce themselves from both reality and the masses, act recklessly and attempt to do whatever they like, disregarding the consequences. People of the so-called left do not have a genuine, enduring enthusiasm for their work. Occasionally they may display a kind of wild enthusiasm, and then they may be sunk in apathy all of a sudden. They deserve criticism rather than admiration. These people are quite similar to or no better than the rightists in terms of the serious consequences of their mistakes. In fact, some of them have committed ultra-left and right mistakes alternately. In this sense, we may say that people of both types, the left and the right, are often mutually interchangeable. So far as the concrete inter-party struggle is concerned, the correct thing is for us to identify accurately the erroneous tendencies and combat them, whether they represent left or right errors, and we should combat neither left nor right deviations when they do not exist. In other words, inter-party struggle should be conducted in light of actual need. In recent years some people took certain production targets or figures as a standard by which to distinguish between left and right. For instance, they would consider whoever set the grain production target at 800 caddies per mu the left while regarding those who set it at 700 caddies as representing the right. Such judgment is wrong. We should not view specific production targets or figures as indicative of a right or left deviation. Neither should we relate problems of production skills with such deviations. The past few years witnessed many movements. Most of the movements were launched in a rush without any official documents to serve as guidelines. A mere rumor or unconfirmed information could set a movement in motion and spread it far and wide. This is not the correct way to start a movement. We should be full of vigor and vitality, however, before performing a task or launching. Speech at Working Conference of CPC 407. A movement, we must conduct some experiments. To promote the movement on a wider scale, we need to make preparations and work out proper measures. Moreover, we should stagger it in light of different conditions in different localities. This is of even greater importance for a large-scale mass movement. We learned it through our experience in the land reform movement. As early as at a conference of cadres from Shaanxi and Suiwan, Comrade Mao Zedong spoke in affirmative terms about the correct measures we adopted for land reform at that time. We should guide our future work and mass movements by adopting those measures, too. Our party is well experienced in this regard. Comrade Mao Zedong often reminds us that we should fight no battle unprepared or fight no battle we are not sure of winning. This principle is applicable not only in war times, but also at present when we are fighting a war with the earth in an effort to build the country. Before starting something, we need to conduct small-scale trials and experiments, even though possible failures may be involved, in order to gain experience and be well prepared. When we say that we should dare to think, to speak, and to act, we do not mean that we should dare to act promptly on a nationwide scale, we mean we should proceed by conducting trials and experiments on a small scale. Test everything through trial and experiment, this is the principle we must follow. Whatever we want to spread, if we know very little about it or lack experience in it, we should first test it by means of experiments and then introduce it to wider areas by stages and in groups. Therefore, whenever people want to introduce something by giving it wide publicity in the national or provincial newspapers, through radio broadcasts, or by holding a telephone conference or an on-the-spot demonstration, party committees at central, provincial, municipal, and autonomous region levels should exercise control over the matter in question and see to it that no newspapers or radio stations disseminate any unauthorized news or commentaries about it. Now let's take a look at water conservation projects. Our policy in this field is that most of the projects to be constructed should be small, designed for the main purpose of water storage and built by local people using their own resources. Recently, implementation of this policy has caused some problems in certain localities. Indications are that the policy is impracticable at least in certain areas in spite of its probable feasibility in other localities. More investigations. 408. And studies should be conducted to decide where this policy is applicable. I suggest that the Central Committee and all provincial party committees rephrase slogans that have been in use during the past few years. In rephrasing the slogans publicized during recent years, I suggest that party committees at prefectural and county levels first discuss them, then submit their opinions to the respective provincial party committees, who will study and explain them before submitting their written comments and views to the Central Committee. These documents, after being endorsed by the Central Committee, will be distributed to party committees at all levels. It is up to the Central Committee, not the local authorities, to make final, conclusive re-evaluations of the slogans. Next, let's turn to our tasks. In addition to production tasks for 1962, my written report outlines the 10-year goals we should work to attain from 1963 through 1972. These goals represent only tentative figures and will most likely be altered once a comprehensive, well-balanced program is formally mapped out. I wish to know whether you think these goals are too ambitious and should, therefore, be trimmed a bit. Some comrades believed they were too modest and should be upgraded, but we say there is no definite guarantee that the goals can be reached, so it would be better to keep them as is for the time being. If these goals turn out to be a bit too modest, that will give us leeway in our future endeavor to overfulfill the targets. Those targets may turn out to be attainable, or far from attainable, or just unattainable. All these probabilities exist. We should conduct more study to bring about an overall balance. Now I should like to talk about the relationship between production targets and the people's enthusiasm for work. Some comrades maintain that a high production target boosts people's morale. They argue that the higher the production target, the greater the enthusiasm aroused among the people, whereas low production targets stimulate no enthusiasm at all. Does their argument hold water? I agree that production targets do have a certain impact on people's enthusiasm. Speech at Working Conference of CPC 409. Siasm, but we cannot say that people's enthusiasm grows in direct proportion to increases in production targets. I don't think production targets are decisive in stimulating people's enthusiasm. There have been cases in recent years in which people worked very hard although the production quotas assigned them were low, and there were also cases in which people's enthusiasm subsided because the production goals were set too high for them to achieve. Therefore, production targets should be realistic and attainable. Reasonable targets are ones that can be fulfilled or overfulfilled through earnest effort. Only such targets can inspire people with an enduring enthusiasm. There are two types of enthusiasm for work, that of cotters and that of the masses. What is now causing us much concern is not the cotters' enthusiasm, but that of the masses. Without the latter, the former alone can help accomplish nothing. The same holds true in reverse, of course. However, the latter is more important. With state power in our hands, we can convene a 7,000 participant conference. Under these favorable conditions, it will not be difficult to boost people's morale so long as our slogans are proper and our measures are practicable. The important thing is to put the people's enthusiasm to best use, not waste it, and to keep their enthusiasm from flagging. This is no easy job. However, there must be a well-balanced schedule for work and rest. If we keep urging people to work into the wee hours, taking the night for the day and the moon for the sun, their enthusiasm can last only a few days. To be sure, after working day and night for several days on end, people will find it hard to sustain their enthusiasm. It is essential to keep them always in high spirits and full of vigor. Also important is proper use of their enthusiasm. For this purpose, we must avoid such folly as assigning 200 people to a task that can be undertaken by just 100. A sensible approach is to have 100 people busy working on the task while the other 100 enjoy a sound sleep so as to take over the job after a good rest. How can we warrant the assignment of 200 people to a job that requires only 100? During recent years, much of the people's energy has been wasted, instead of being used efficiently. That was a very grave mistake. No wonder some comrades worry whether we can once again call upon the people to demonstrate their enthusiasm to the full. Their worry merits our careful consideration, because we know that people were frustrated or deeply frustrated in some localities when their enthusiasm and energies were squandered. 410. During the past few years. To rekindle their enthusiasm, we have to make a thoroughgoing criticism of ourselves in the presence of the masses, promote full democracy among the people and carefully analyze our experience and lessons. We should also hold discussions with the masses and formulate really workable measures. An important lesson we have learned in recent years is that particular attention should be paid to the economical use and preservation of the people's enthusiasm once it has been aroused. Since that isn't an easy job, we should explore the best ways of doing it. One of our tasks for 1962 is to draw up a set of rules and regulations for improvement in the fields of industry, agriculture, commerce, culture, education, military affairs, the government, and the party, so that our work in all these spheres can be correctly oriented and effectively handled. Strengthen democratic centralism and unified, centralized leadership. A detailed discussion of this issue can be found in my written report. Here I should like to focus on 2 points. First, the relationship between the practice of democratic centralism and the shortcomings and mistakes in our work. Democratic centralism is the fundamental system for our party and state. This is clearly stipulated in the party and state constitutions, so we should adhere to it in the performance of our work. Regrettably, however, we have committed a lot of errors organizationally during the past few years, because we imposed certain too arduous, impracticable economic and political tasks and adopted various organizational measures to tackle these tasks in disregard of all possible consequences. These errors should, for the most part, be attributed to our failure to adhere to the principle of democratic centralism when performing our duties in state institutions or conducting activities in party or mass organizations. For example, many leading members failed to promote sound democratic practice and arrange for the masses and cadres to participate in the final decision on tasks by holding earnest, not superficial, discussions in light of practical possibilities. Furthermore, these leading members conducted unwarranted or extremely severe criticism and struggle among the masses and speech at Working Conference of CPC 411. Cadres, resulting in a confusion of right and wrong, a crackdown on democracy and fear among the people and cadres to say what was in their minds. Consequently, democracy was jeopardized to a certain extent in state institutions and party and mass organizations. Under such circumstances, so-called centralized leadership is sure to run counter to the people's wishes and thus lack popular support. Leadership of this type cannot avoid making grave mistakes. Our failure to adhere strictly to democratic centralism has, indeed, something to do with our mistakes in our work over the past few years. Proletarian dictatorship, namely, people's democratic dictatorship, concerns both the people and their enemies, because it involves the practice of democracy among the people and the exercise of dictatorship over the people's enemies. The system of proletarian democratic centralism can be practiced only among the people, with their enemies excluded. Some comrades confuse proletarian dictatorship, that is, people's democratic dictatorship, with proletarian democratic centralism, failing to draw a clear-cut distinction between the two different concepts. That is why in their dealings with the people or when tackling problems among the people, these comrades often ignore the necessity of practicing democracy among the people, using democratic and persuasive means and acting in accordance with the principle whereby the minority is subordinate to the majority. Instead, they often resort to means of dictatorship and adopt compulsory and coercive measures. They exercise dictatorship not only over the people's enemies, but also over the people themselves sometimes. Thus, they often, consciously or unconsciously, pit themselves against the people. Democratic centralism of the proletariat represents the most extensive type of democracy, because it is a democracy enjoyed by the people, a democracy that encompasses over 90% of the entire population. This type of democratic centralism combines a high degree of centralism with a high degree of democracy, with the former serving as a guide for the latter, which in turn serves as a basis for the former. To strictly practice democratic centralism within the party and among more than 90% of the population is a method of seeking truth from facts, a working method of following the mass line and a method of conducting investigation and study. Of course, even so we may still make some mistakes, because the majority of the people and party members may sometimes be mistaken. However, so long as we adhere to democratic centralism, we may avoid errors, because, under the leadership of the Communist Party, the practice of Democrat 412 IC centralism makes it possible for the majority of the people and party members to avoid mistakes and be correct on most occasions. And even if mistakes are made by the leading authorities together with the majority of people and party members, it will be easier to identify and correct them in good time. It follows that so long as we strictly adhere to the principle of democratic centralism and practice democracy sufficiently among our party members and the people, consulting them by organizing careful discussions of tasks before arriving at any decisions, we can avoid imposing economic and political tasks that may prove too heavy or impracticable. And even if we set forth such tasks, the majority of party members, cadres, and people will surely refuse to accept or will vote against them. Thus they will help us discover and correct errors in time. For instance, if we had encouraged party members, cadres, and people to hold earnest discussions and make their own choice, the majority would never have expressed their approval of so high a target as several thousand caddies per mu for grain production or agree to establish communal canteens. So, it is only when we impose too heavy tasks and violated, or even trampled upon, the system of democratic centralism, that is to say, when we made both political and organizational mistakes and excessively used arbitrary orders and coercive measures, that we committed serious errors in specific endeavors and failed to correct these errors until recently. This is an important lesson for us to draw from our experience over the past few years. Comrades, let's consider these questions. If our party didn't practice democratic centralism among its members and the people but instead resorted to arbitrary orders and compulsory measures, what kind of political party would it become? What kind of political regime would our state become? What differences would remain to distinguish our party from the Kuomintang or distinguish our people's democratic dictatorship, namely, the dictatorship of the proletariat, from that of the bourgeoisie? How could we make sure there would be no change in the character of both our party and the state? To ward off such dangers, it is imperative for our party and the state to stop the wrong practices completely and without delay. To this end, we need to adhere strictly to the principle of democratic centralism and stop issuing arbitrary orders and reject coercive measures among the people in all localities, departments, and work units. Second, the need to strengthen the central authorities' unified and speech at Working Conference of CPC 413. Centralized leadership and make the best of the initiative of local authorities. On the one hand, we need to improve unified, centralized leadership at the central level. On the other, we need to boost, not dampen, the local authorities' enthusiasm. The two should be combined. State and local plans must harmonize, promoting, not impeding, each other. If uncoordinated, state and local plans could retard each other. There have been cases of local plans clashing with and obstructing state plans, but there have also been cases in which state plans were so rigid that they hindered local plans. Therefore, it is necessary to incorporate local and departmental plans into unified state plans. No local or departmental plans should be independent of state plans, still less should they be placed above state plans. All localities, departments, and enterprises must send in truthful reports about the variety and quantity of their products and the exact amount of goods and materials in their warehouses. Falsified reports are not allowed. This should be viewed as law. The past few years have witnessed a relaxation of law enforcement in this regard. From now on, All party members concerned should pledge both their party spirit and their party membership as a guarantee that they will never make false reports. In addition, there should be legal regulations forbidding people to submit false reports and prescribing punishment for those who do. All localities, departments, and enterprises should send in truthful reports about the variety and exact quantity of the products they have turned out and about the kinds and actual amounts of materials kept in their warehouses. Neither understatement nor overstatement shall be allowed. All comrades, no matter in what localities, departments, or enterprises, should cooperate with one another heart and soul in order to draw up truly feasible state, local and departmental plans. They should work together single-mindedly, not half-mindedly, or of two minds. Some comrades are half-minded, or of two minds. That explains the absence of a general concentration on the nation's economic chessboard. Some people focus their attention solely on their local chessboards. Of course, we ourselves, the central authorities, have failed to take good care of the nation's economic chessboard during the last few years. For example, we set unduly high economic targets and ordered the accomplishment of production tasks while providing few or no materials. That was not the right thing to do. The central authorities will correct these mistakes. If in future we 414. The central authorities repeat those mistakes, you can voice your disapproval and criticize us. However, all of us must be of one heart and one mind, report exact figures and work with concerted effort. Otherwise we cannot map out unified state plans that are really feasible and have a universal binding force, or local and departmental plans that fit in well with state plans and are truly workable. Central departments will give thoughtful consideration to the accomplishment of local plans on condition that these plans are incorporated into state plans. No plans are to be drawn up outside the framework of state plans. In the course of carrying out the plans, no one shall be allowed to give priority to local or departmental plans in total disregard of state plans. We must admit that similar wrong practices did occur in some localities, departments, and enterprises during the past few years. We should bring such practices to a halt if they still exist. The central authorities should correct the mistakes they themselves have committed, and the localities, departments, and enterprises for their part should correct the mistakes they have made. Only by working with one heart and one mind and with concerted effort, charting workable programs and bringing them to fruition can we propel our cause forward. All our cadres face a test in this regard, a test as to whether they are truly and unswervingly, or insincerely and hypocritically, dedicated to the building of socialism. The planning commissions at all levels should be strengthened. The principal leading member of a party committee should take care of the work of the planning commission. The localities, departments, and enterprises have their own supply and marketing agencies. These agencies are performing necessary and useful services and should continue their business. However, some are interfering with the execution of state plans, because a huge proportion of their business has gone beyond state plans. The central and local governments should jointly study the matter and make a unified readjustment. Here I should like to raise an issue for your consideration, that is, the correct adjustment of relationships within the framework of ownership by all the people, because ownership by all the people has suffered infringement or damage. There are cases in which ownership by all the people has been turned into ownership by a particular locality, such as a city or a county, or into ownership by a certain department, enterprise, or even by a small group. There are also cases. Speech at Working Conference of CPC 415. In which ownership by all the people has been mixed up with collective ownership. Worse still, there are even cases in which ownership by all the people has been turned into ownership by an individual or even into capitalist ownership. As Communist Party members and Marxist-Leninists, we should safeguard ownership by all the people heart and soul. Under no circumstances should we tolerate the existence or expansion of localized ownership, such as ownership by a city or a county, or ownership by a certain department, enterprise, or small group. Some comrades ask, if the people of a certain county have worked hard for a number of years and have built a few factories that have gone into operation and are earning money, Who should claim ownership of these factories, the county, or all the people? Our answer is that they should belong to all the people. The assets of the factories should be owned by all the people, the state should exercise control over their products, and a proportion of their profits should be turned over to the state treasury. Will this dampen the enthusiasm of local authorities and people? In our opinion, the county deserves commendation because, by dint of hard work, it has succeeded in building a number of factories and has thus contributed to the state and socialist construction. Nevertheless, the right to distribute the factory's products should go to the state and profits must be turned over to the state treasury. No locality or department can claim ownership of a factory it has built. It is not permitted to turn ownership by all the people into ownership by a certain locality. Locally run enterprises are not to be regarded as enterprises owned by a certain locality, but as enterprises owned by all the people whose management has been entrusted by the state to local authorities. For the benefit of all the people, all local authorities should see to it that these enterprises are well managed. Of course, in matters concerning the distribution of products and the turnover of profits, the state should take into account the interests and needs of the localities. For a certain period in the past, some localities gained no benefit at all, because no sooner had they built a few factories and begun earning some money than the central departments took away all their profits. That won't do. The right approach is to delegate the power of management to authorities at different levels. To ensure efficient management of enterprises, local authorities should proceed from the overall interests of both the country and the people, not from a purely local standpoint. 416. This principle applies not only to the management of enterprises, but to the management of all undertakings in the fields of culture, education, and public health and to scientific research as well. Local initiative and enthusiasm are indispensable, but they must dovetail with the unified, centralized leadership of the central authorities. How are we to strengthen unified, centralized leadership and combat decentralism? Some comrades worry about that. In my written report I stress the need to analyze our experience, enhance our political awareness and conscientiously ensure unified execution of party policies and state plans. We need to adopt a true-to-fact attitude in making self-criticism. There is now universal fear about the possible adoption of ruthless struggle, because that could result in quite a number of comrades being labeled as pursuers of decentralism. In inter-party struggle we must forbid the use of that method not only at present but also in the years to come. Some people resorted to this method in the past, but it proved to be wrong, too fierce and too rude for inter-party struggle. Of course, we must struggle against those who commit crimes of embezzlement, theft, speculation, and profiteering, but under normal circumstances our methods for inter-party struggle should be designed to serve the purpose of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones, curing the sickness to save the patient and achieving solidarity by following the formula of unity criticism unity. With the exception of a handful of persons engaged in embezzlement and theft against the law and discipline, people who have committed errors of decentralism should not be subjected to sanctions so long as they resolve to mend their ways. No disciplinary measures should be taken against those who confess to having purposely falsified or held back statistics. From now on, no one should withhold information about material supplies or purposely submit false statistics, otherwise, he shall be punished severely according to party discipline and state laws. There is no need to conduct struggle against decentralism among rank-and-file party members or among cadres who are not divorced from production. A general education in the significance of the struggle will be enough for them. For every Communist Party member, whether he asserts decentralism is a yardstick by which to judge whether he is really dedicated to socialism. If he still clings to decentralism, hides facts from the Speech at Working Conference of CPC 417. Party, behaves dishonestly and continues to present false reports, he will prove himself not a staunch communist or a man with a determined commitment to socialism. Problems concerning the party. In my written report I discussed matters concerning the party, seeking truth from facts, the mass line and inter-party life. Since Comrade Deng Xiaoping will elaborate on these questions, 185 here I should just like to talk about 2 points. First, the question of seeking truth from facts. It is very important to follow the principle of seeking truth from facts. To do so, we need to conduct investigation and study, fully develop democracy both within the party and among the people, and proceed from actual possibilities when mapping out policies, programs, and measures. To uphold the truth, we must have courage, otherwise, we shall not dare to do so. For fear of being attacked, some people, although aware of how things actually stand, dare not speak the truth. They dare not say something is black, even though they really believe it is. They dare not say something is white, although they know it to be unmistakably so. Lacking courage, these people are sometimes compelled to make some untruthful remarks. Another category of people think that if they seek truth from facts, they will then have to acknowledge their mistakes, make self-criticism and undergo criticism. So, for fear of loss of face, they dare not admit truth and facts. A considerable number of people working in the economic field have done such things as withholding information about their economic operations and requesting more materials than necessary while reporting less than the actual amounts of various resources at their disposal. There are also people who, in order to pursue their private interests, purposely present false reports, exaggerate their own achievements, hide information, withhold others' letters and retaliate against those who dare to speak the truth. Far more serious than refusal to seek truth from facts, their mistakes are an outright violation of discipline and law. In the past some honest people suffered because they had spoken the truth, whereas some dishonest people benefited from behaving dishonestly. This has given party cadres the impression that honest people are always at a disadvantage, whereas those fond of grabbing. 418. Everything nice, hiding facts and telling lies are often in an advantageous position. This is a false and weird impression. It should not be allowed to spread among either party members or the people. Rather, we should disprove and explode such notion. Is it true that people who are honest and speak the truth will land in unfavorable straits, while the dishonest and lying will suffer nothing? It is my conviction that honest people who care little about their personal losses will, in the long run, not find themselves in a disadvantageous situation, because their self-denying acts will, without fail, come to the notice of comrades in the party and the people, who will accordingly develop great confidence in these good comrades. In contrast, dishonest people and self-styled clever fellows, who fear any personal disadvantage, will end up in deplorable straits, because their long habit of telling lies will cause the party and people to distrust them. Now I should like to give a word of advice to those who are faint-hearted and prone to make untruthful remarks under pressure. Comrade Mao Zedong once pointed out that to uphold the truth and adhere to and speak what is true and right, one should have no fear of 5 things, namely, of being dismissed from office, expelled from party membership, divorced by one's wife, put in jail and beheaded. Once having no fear of these things, you will dare to speak, to act according to and persevere in what is true and right. I have been talking about the need of courage in order to seek truth from facts. What kind of courage do I mean? Well, I mean exactly the 5 things one should have no fear of. When you have no fear of these things, what is there on earth will you be afraid of? So, we should speak the truth and seek truth from facts. That is what we mean by upholding the truth. Leaders and leading organs at all levels should make sure that those who speak the truth and perform their work honestly do not suffer a disadvantage, and they themselves should trust and praise them. As for those who are given to telling lies and submitting false reports, they should not trust them but should criticize them or, when necessary, punish them. Only by adopting such a policy can they change the weird impression within the party and among our comrades and show that honest people are not at a disadvantage and the so-called clever fellows who like to tell lies are bound to come to grief. Speech at Working Conference of CPC 419. This is the way we hope they will act. But what if some of them refuse to do so? Well, with so many party members and cadres, we can find a way to deal with them. For example, at party meetings we can criticize them or adopt resolutions urging them to correct their mistakes and implement the correct policies. There are people who, lacking adequate information, have made inaccurate assessments and expressed views contrary to fact, but this should not be regarded as telling lies. The problem with these people is their failure to conduct adequate investigation and study. So, before making any statement, they should painstakingly investigate and study the matter in question to gain a clear understanding. No leading organs shall be allowed to retaliate against people who express views differing from theirs. There are provisions about this in the party constitution. People who hold different views should be allowed to say all they want to say. Even if a man is saying something wrong, you must not stop him. And even if in the end he still doesn't agree with the views of the majority, he should be permitted to retain his own views. Over the past few years some party organizations repeated the error of excessive struggle as had been made on 3 occasions in the past when the left line predominated in the party. 99 All party organizations that have made such mistakes over the past few years must set them to rights. They should wage no such struggle in future and should follow the regular methods of inter-party struggle long established in our party. Now I'd like to turn to the contradiction between tasks and policies. What's to be done if the tasks assigned by leading organs at higher levels are at variance with the policies formulated by the party and government? Some comrades maintain that if they are to accomplish the tasks, they cannot implement the policies, or, conversely, if they want to implement the policies, they will be unable to fulfill the tasks. It's true that we have formulated very good policies, but these policies are put on the shelf whenever we are hard-pressed by heavy tasks. This is an important question and should be solved correctly. There have been cases in which leading organs imposed too many tasks and, worse yet, the organs demanded their quick achievement. In such cases, the leading organs should curtail the tasks and allow more time for their accomplishment. In addition, they should bear the policies in mind when assigning tasks. That is to say, they should have the tasks accomplished and the policies carried out at the same 420 time, overlooking neither. This should be done even if there is a certain contradiction between the tasks and policies. Of course, it is not easy to do so. But past experience has demonstrated that those who follow the mass line and explain things satisfactorily to the masses can usually do a good job in implementing the policies and accomplishing the tasks, whereas those who do the opposite usually fail in this regard. Other comrades maintain that when the tasks are found to be at odds with the policies, one need only carry out the latter, not the former. No, that won't do. Nor is it permissible to attend to the tasks to the neglect of the policies. Neither is dispensable. That, of course, presents a difficult problem. Comrades, why do we choose to be communists if we are not prepared to cope with difficulties? There are always difficulties for communists to tackle. Can there possibly be Marxist-Leninists who never encounter difficulties? Take the state purchase of grain, for example. There is now a disparity, a very great disparity, between the total amount of grain needed by the state and the amount the peasants are willing to sell. According to the peasants' wishes, they want to have their stomachs satiated before selling their surplus grain to the state. In that case, all of us and the workers, teachers, scientists, and other urban residents will have nothing to eat. With these people starving, the nation's industrialization will be out of the question. Our army will have to be cut back and the building of national defense will be impossible. True, during the past few years we have launched too many industrial projects and recruited too many workers and government employees. We must be determined to curtail their numbers. Already last year we reduced the urban population by 13 million, including nearly 10 million workers and office staff. A further curtailment of some 7 million, including 5 million workers and office staff, will be made in the first half of this year. In spite of this measure, the state still needs to purchase at least 40 million tons of grain. What can we do? If we purchase grain from overseas and use grain from capitalist countries to fill our stomachs, none of us will be happy. Nevertheless, it remains necessary for us to buy a certain amount from other countries. And we have planned to import 4 million tons this year. That means the state still has to purchase the remaining 40 million tons at home. Obviously, the peasants will be reluctant to sell so much. Hence the contradiction between the need to purchase. Speech at Working Conference of CPC 421. 40 million tons of grain and the need to carry out the policy of taking care of the peasants' interests. To resolve this contradiction, we need to explain to the peasants the significance of the grain purchase and raise their political awareness, so that they will be willing to offer more grain for sale to the state. We should drive it home to them that unless they sell as much surplus grain as needed, the urban residents will starve and, consequently, no progress can be made in industrial development or in the reinforcing of national defense, a situation that can have an adverse impact on agriculture. So, the peasants have to consume less and sell more grain to the state. This, together with the purchases from foreign countries, will help solve the problem of grain supplies. In this sense, the task of purchasing 40 million tons of grain is itself a policy, but this policy is somewhat at variance with the policy of attending to the peasants' interests. To harmonize the two and find a unified solution, we should, in addition to enhancing the peasants' political awareness, adopt some practical measures. Problems similar to grain purchase have cropped up with respect to other tasks. One solution is to modify tasks that have proved impracticable. However, in order to serve the people's long-range, overall interests, we should do everything in our power to achieve all goals that can be achieved through hard work. This must, however, be coupled with implementation of our policies. To do so, we have to overcome a host of difficulties. Comrades, as communists and cadres, we should learn to accomplish such difficult tasks. In other words, we should succeed in both accomplishing the tasks and implementing the policies. We have all expressed the desire to aim high, have we not? This is a high aim. If people are concerned only with fulfilling tasks and not bothering to carry out policies, they can't be described as aiming high. As for people who think only about implementing the policies and fail to accomplish the tasks, they shouldn't be regarded as aiming high either, rather, they should be dubbed as persons contented to stay middling or even backward. People who are really aiming high and going all out are those who do a good job in implementing the policies and fulfilling the tasks, thus properly resolving the contradiction. As a result, the masses feel satisfied and their political awareness is heightened. So far as aiming high is 422 concerned, there will be a lot more high aims to attain in the days to come, and it will be much more difficult to do so. In the past it was easy to aim high simply by working round the clock for several days on end, not caring whether it was daylight or moonlight. To aim high in fulfilling tasks and implementing policies, however, will require that we have true competence and a genuine grasp of Marxism, follow the mass line, seek truth from facts and adopt a responsible attitude towards the party and the people. Only this kind of height-scaling efforts deserve to be rewarded. Comrades, it is now 12 years since the founding of the People's Republic of China and 4 years since the start of the Great Leap Forward in 1958. We have done a great deal of work over the years and scored tremendous achievements, although there have been many shortcomings and mistakes. On the one hand, we have great successes while, on the other hand, we have suffered considerable losses. Nevertheless, we have gained a wealth of experience and have become wise, prudent, and strong rather than stupid, reckless and weak. After summing up our experience and arriving at a unanimous understanding, all cadres and comrades of our party should cooperate closely, with one heart and one mind. We shall muster all the resources of the country, including manpower and material and financial resources, and under the leadership of the Central Committee and Comrade Mao Zedong overcome all difficulties and forge ahead victoriously. What, finally, is the present economic situation? May 11, 1962. I agree with the speeches delivered by Comrades Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping and some other comrades. 186. In my view, the report by the Financial and Economic Group of the Central Committee is good and it can be issued after revision. 187. If you have additional suggestions to make, please write them down today and give them to Comrade Yang Shankin. 188. The Financial and Economic Group has drawn up a readjustment plan for 1962. It seems that some of the targets cannot be attained. Since 1958 we have been readjusting our plans every year, lowering the targets each time. The targets were usually set high at the beginning of the year and had to be made lower by the end of the year. Only in 1960 was the target for steel output raised, from 18 million tons to 20 million, and it was not achieved in the end. Now we are readjusting the targets for 1962. Comrades, shall we stop doing this sort of thing and set low targets from the outset? We have been setting high targets for so many years, shall we have a change and set low targets just for 1 year? I suggest we make future plans this way, set low targets so that they can be overfulfilled, balance the targets in the light of the amounts of products in short supply, not products in excess supply, and leave some leeway for overfulfillment of the plan. We have been left for so many years, let us be right for a change. The defect of setting high targets has been there all along, it is time we get rid of it this year. What, finally, is the present economic situation? I should say the situation is quite difficult. Taken as a whole, the economic situation. Speech delivered at the Working Conference of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 423. 424. Is not excellent but difficult. In some regions it is relatively good, but that's only part of the picture. I think we should make this point clear to cotters. We have been boasting of an excellent situation for so many years, so it is hard to acknowledge that it is not excellent but difficult now. This time we have to say so. When you go back, please let the secretaries of the provincial party committees know the true situation, so that they can tell others. If you do not speak out, they cannot. At the enlarged working conference of the Central Committee 189 I remarked that the hardest times had already passed. Now everybody seizes on that remark. Have the hardest times really passed? In some areas, yes, but I am afraid we should say in the cities and in the industrial field the hardest times have not yet passed, since 20 million city dwellers have to go to the countryside, industrial production will continue to decline and no progress will be made in capital construction. Therefore, we should make an analytical explanation so that the cotters can accept it and the masses can understand it. If we just say the hardest times have already passed, people will not be convinced. If the hardest times have passed, why do you want to reduce more urban residents and close down more factories? What has caused all this? You should explain this problem clearly to comrades, it is not good to do otherwise. Generally speaking, the present political situation is good. That is to say, our party is united and so are our people. However, the economy is the foundation. If the economic situation is not good, can the political situation remain good? If the foundation is not solid, the political situation may take a turn for the worse under difficult circumstances. Therefore, we should be highly vigilant. Have we taken full account of our difficulties? I think we have. However, it is possible that we have failed to make an adequate estimate of certain specific difficulties and that some unexpected difficulties may arise, this we must be prepared for. There are no more than 3 possibilities in people's estimation of difficulties: adequate estimation, overestimation, and underestimation. I don't think there is much danger in overestimating difficulties. If we estimate many difficulties and it turns out that there are not that many, so much the better, and there is no danger involved. However, there will be danger in underestimating the difficulties. We have been bogged down in a passive position for many years just because we underestimated the difficulties. Which is more dangerous, overestimation or underestimation? Present economic situation 425. Mation. Comparatively speaking, the latter is more dangerous. So far there is no danger of loss in work from overestimation of difficulties. In future there may be. However, the main danger at present is still underestimation of difficulties. We should take full account of present difficulties and prepare mentally for unexpected ones. We must be ready to face up to difficulties and overcome them. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. He who makes a full estimate of difficulties, fears none of them and marches ahead stalwartly is a brave man. He who denies the existence of difficulties cannot be regarded as brave. The revolutionary spirit of party members is demonstrated in their mettle to make a full estimate of difficulties, straighten their backs and march ahead under the most trying circumstances. I think this is the spirit revolutionaries and Marxists should have. Whoever underestimates hardships and takes it easy himself is no Marxist. We have decided to reduce the urban population by 20 million, this is a manifestation of courage, too. Now in some factories, government departments, schools, and hospitals quite a few people have requested to return to the countryside, but their organizations do not allow them to do so, being afraid that they would find nobody to replace them. But they should let people go by all possible means. Of course, they should do it at the right moment, that is, when they have found replacements. However, they can let those whose departure will not affect the work a great deal go first. For this matter we need strong determination and quick action, but we should go about it systematically and discriminatingly, not at one fell swoop. We should heed the measures taken to reduce students in schools, ensuring there are no disturbances in big cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Tianjin, Wuhan, Shenyang, Harbin, and Guangzhou. Of course, we should pay attention to small and medium-sized cities as well, no disturbances should occur there either. We must try our best to avoid or minimize them. At the same time, we should be mentally and organizationally prepared for them, or great ones. Without preparation we are likely to land ourselves in a passive position if anything happens. If we do our mass work thoroughly and explain things clearly, I believe the masses will be convinced. On the one hand, we should be prepared for any disturbances that may arise, on the other hand, we should yet realize that the political awareness of students in our country is relatively high. So long as we explain things clearly, they can easily be convinced. The worst thing would be we refuse to give a clear explanation, that the students wouldn't have the matter. 426. Needs elaborate explanations, and leading cadres should take care of this work themselves. Explanations should first be made among cadres, within the party, then among the masses. At the same time party and government leaders should make self-criticisms to the masses. In short, we should do mass work in an extensive and deep way, so that our thinking and action and those of the masses will be unified. In order to overcome difficulties and readjust and reorganize our national economy, staff members in all party and government departments should work diligently. People in industrial and transport departments in particular should work most diligently. People working in industrial departments cannot relax on the grounds that agriculture is our current focus. No, comrades, you cannot do that. Instead, you should work more diligently, otherwise we shall not be able to overcome difficulties, readjust or reorganize our national economy. We should take immediate action to reduce the urban population by 20 million and readjust our national economy. Headquarters should be established in each province and city to keep each other informed of latest developments and of how things stand. It is essential to deal with matters promptly wherever they arise. Many matters cannot be handled solely by the teams in charge of reducing the urban population, because they involve not only population reduction but also economic readjustment. As I understand, it is more difficult to reduce the urban population by 20 million than it was to undertake the great leap forward, and it calls for great competence to accomplish readjustment and population reduction. In the course of readjustment, it is necessary to heighten people's sense of discipline. Under the present exceptional circumstances we cannot afford to be slack in our work, ignore the overall situation or have no unity within the party, no concerted action or no unanimity in our thinking. Are we passive when we reduce the urban population by so much, close down so many factories and lower the targets? I don't think so. By curtailing the industrial front, our purpose is to strengthen the agricultural front. Only in this way can we prevent the current economic situation from worsening, regain the initiative and continue to progress. In my view, these are the most positive measures we can take at the moment. In short, we have two central tasks at present, as are mentioned by Comrade Deng Xiaoping, in the cities to readjust the economy and reduce the population, and in rural areas to consolidate the present economic situation. 427. Duction teams. Some teams are stable, some are wavering, and some have already disintegrated. If we do not keep tabs on the distribution of the summer and autumn harvests this year, more production teams will disintegrate next year, so this matter is also pressing. Competent cadres should be sent to the countryside to help strengthen the leadership of production teams and form leading corps. Some production teams already have leading corps, some are in the process of forming them, and some simply do not have any. Working teams should be sent to the countryside to help with production. It is hard to send this type of cadre, we cannot undertake the task in a slapdash manner. Without training, members of the working teams cannot do a good job in the countryside. Therefore, we should be prudent in selecting cadres and should have them trained before they are dispatched. Members of provincial party committees should divide the work, with some in charge of industrial readjustment and population reduction in cities and the rest in charge of work in rural areas. Both central tasks are urgent, and neither can be dispensed with. At the enlarged working conference of the Central Committee, I said that party committees of each province, prefecture, and county should sum up the experience gained over the past 12 years, party CUUR over the past 4 years. I should now like to add another point, that is, all central departments and mass organizations should also sum up their experience, both positive and negative, gained in their work over the past 12 years and consider how to do their work well in the future. Some important enterprises should sum up their experience as well. We should encourage our cadres to use their brains and study conscientiously. The experience gained over the past few years is extremely important and we should not forget or neglect it. Without a systematic analysis of experience and debates about it, we cannot acquire a profound understanding of the experience and lessons of the past few years. In short, our future is still bright. The sky is not overcast and it will not fall down, things are not in a complete mess. However, if there are dark sides to things, we must admit it and analyze the situation according to the principle of seeking truth from facts. To be sure, it will not remain dark just because we admit that we have difficulties, defects, and mistakes in our work and that we haven't scored many achievements, it will turn bright. Taken as a whole, the readjusted Third Five-Year Plan 190 represents a campaign in our socialist con. 42.8. Struction. The second 5-year plan is a campaign and the third 5-year plan is another campaign. Tactically, we should take difficulties seriously, but strategically we should despise them. The two approaches do not contradict with each other. Compared with the enormous difficulties we party members and revolutionaries have surmounted over the years, the difficulties facing us now are nothing. I am convinced that we have the ability to overcome them gradually through a period of hard work. The work of public security, the procuratorate and the judiciary, and the correct handling of contradictions among the people. May 23, 1962. Today I should like to discuss this draft. After you have finished the summary report, you should submit it to the Secretariat of the Central Committee for discussion and approval, before the Central Committee distributes it to lower levels, making clear the principles and policies to be followed in the years to come. The main lesson we should draw from our mistakes in public security, procuratorial and judicial work over the past few years is that we mixed up two types of contradictions differing in nature by mistaking our own people for the enemy and attacking too many of them. In other words, we were so careless and sloppy that we failed to draw a clear, strict, and meticulous distinction between those contradictions. In the meantime, we also failed to distinguish strictly between the two different methods for handling those contradictions respectively. Contradictions among the people should be handled only by the democratic methods of persuasion, criticism, and self-criticism. Coercion can be applied only to contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. These two methods are fundamentally different from each other. It should be emphasized that the two types of contradictions should be handled by two different methods. Our main mistake over the years has been to handle contradictions among the people the way we coped with contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. It is utterly wrong to deal with the problems of our own people. The gist of a talk to the Central Public Security, Procuratorial and Judicial Group, which was drafting the AS summary report on public security, procuratorial and judicial work since 1958. 429. 430. Problems of the working people, the way we exercise dictatorship over the enemy. This is not the method to be adopted by the Communist Party but by the Kuomintang that sits on the backs of the people and puts pressure to bear on them. It is essential to draw a clear distinction not only between the two types of contradictions but also between the two methods of handling these contradictions. Whoever fails to do so will make grave mistakes. There were times when we misjudged the nature of the contradiction, our chief mistake being to handle contradictions among the people the way we handled contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. This is the concentrated expression of the Kuomintang style in our party and government. Trying to cope with problems among the people and even problems in the party by antagonistic means will not resolve contradictions. On the contrary, it will aggravate those contradictions and even cause a split among the ranks of the people or the party. This question needs more elaborate explanation. Are public security, the procuratorate, and the court meant to handle problems involving only the enemy and not the people? This idea should be carefully studied. Couldn't they also handle some contradictions among the people? With regard to the enemy, the three organs exercise dictatorship over him, but with regard to the people, they should also handle contradictions among them. As is indicated by its name, the Public Security Bureau is in charge of public security. Who is the public? The people, of course. It is natural for the enemy to be afraid of our public security organs, but the people should not be afraid. If these organs perform their duties well, the people will like them and trust them. In the old days everybody feared soldiers, but today our people do not fear the People's Liberation Army. This is a matter of work and attitude. Provided the three organs distinguish strictly between the two types of contradictions and between the two methods of coping with them, and provided they help, educate, and protect the people will not be afraid of them but will like them. It is a fact that the scope of attack has been too wide in recent years. Education through labor, a method designed to handle problems involving the people, was turned into one similar to the method used against the enemy. There should be a strict time limit to administrative detention, but many people were detained for a long time in defiance of the law. People under administrative detention, reprimand, and education through labor were treated as if they were public security and contradictions among the people. 431. Prisoners. Some department even detained and reformed people through labor. This is unlawful and impermissible. Moreover, some leading members of party and government departments authorized arrests at will in utter disregard of the Public Security Bureau and the Procuratorate. Even some communes, factories, and construction sites made arrests as they liked. These violations of law must be stopped resolutely. In order to narrow the scope of attack, our party sometimes handled contradictions between the people and the enemy the way it does those among the people. This will help create a political situation in which we have both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. Under no circumstances should we widen the scope of contradictions between the people and the enemy or handle contradictions among the people the way we handle those between the people and the enemy. On the contrary, we may handle contradictions between the people and the enemy the way we cope with those among the people so long as there is no danger involved. The legal system of the proletariat is the people's democratic legal system or the socialist legal system. A legal system does not necessarily mean dictatorship. There must be a legal system among the people. Government functionaries and the masses must act within the bounds of public rules and regulations. It is right for the court to judge cases independently, and this is prescribed by the Constitution. No party committee or government department should interfere with the court in this connection. The Procuratorate should combat all violations of law and discipline, no matter what organs or individuals are involved. It is not a proper statement that the public security, procuratorial and judicial organs should absolutely obey the party committees at all levels. They can refuse to obey a party committee if it violates the law. If decisions of a local party committee are at variance with the law and the policies of the Central Committee, which should be obeyed? In that event, one should obey the law and the policies of the Central Committee. While drafting this document, you should analyze experience by proceeding from reality, then raise it to a principled and theoretical plane. Wherever necessary, you should explain your point theoretically. You should avoid formulating principles only, you should pay attention to solving practical problems. 432. I should like to come back to the question of whether public security and the procuratorial and judicial organs can handle contradictions among the people. As a matter of fact, they have handled a great deal of such contradictions. They should not worry about people's being afraid of interference by public security organs. It is necessary that counter-revolutionaries fear such organs, but the people will like them. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the state is also an educational institution. To enable the people to become communists, we should not merely depend on education in schools. Being instruments of dictatorship, public security, procuratorial and judicial organs are also charged with the task of educating the people and handling contradictions among them. Strengthen leadership at grassroots level, improve style of work. July 18, 1962. Comrades, you are fine cadres selected from the departments directly under the Central Committee and from government departments. Most of you will work with prefectural and county party committees, the rest will go to factories. Comrades in the organization department told me that you all volunteered to go, and I am very happy about this. What will your tasks be? Perhaps they shall include the following: 1. To strengthen leadership of prefectural and county party committees and grassroots units. 2. To implement the correct policies of the Central Committee. 3. To submit truthful report of the situation. 4. To help local party organizations rectify certain erroneous styles of work. And 5. To consolidate collective economic undertakings and develop agricultural production. Now I'd like to discuss them one by one. 1. Strengthen leadership of prefectural and county party committees and grassroots units. Our country is now experiencing difficulties. There are heaps of difficulties and problems in various places and fields of work that we are required to help overcome and solve. If work in local areas is not improved and the situation remains the same, there will be no change for the better in the work of our country and our party as a speech to cadres to be sent to different places. After the working conference of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party held in May 1962, the Secretariat of the Central Committee decided to send Director of Department Direct Yunder the Central Committee and of Government Departments and cadres at higher levels to major grain producing areas to help strengthen leadership of the prefectural and county party committees and grassroots units. 433. 434. Whole. Therefore, in order to overcome the difficulties, we have to go to local areas to strengthen leadership at the grassroots level. In some places the situation is good, in others it is just so, and in still others it is bad and the difficulties there are enormous. Where will you go, then? As I understand, you comrades are not to go to areas where work is going smoothly, but to areas where there are difficulties or areas where the difficulties are most serious. Only there are you badly needed, and is it necessary for the Central Committee to send fine cadres and party members to strengthen leadership, expedite work, and bring about a change in the difficult and unfavorable situation. You will go there to strengthen local leadership. In general, you are not to replace the local leaders, but to cooperate well with the leading comrades there. You should cooperate closely with all those who can be cooperated with and who have shortcomings and mistakes but are still communists and are willing to do their work well. You should take the initiative to unite with them and do your best to help them. It would be wrong for you to issue orders, make indiscreet remarks and pick faults here and there before you become clear about the local conditions. If you adopt this attitude, the local leaders may not cooperate with you once you start to work, or they may cooperate with you at the beginning but stop doing so later on. Therefore, you must adopt a correct attitude towards them once you are there. Whether you can stay there for long and do a good job with them depends on this. After you arrive at a place, you will surely find some shortcomings and mistakes in the work there, for which the local cadres, not you, should be held responsible. You should explain things to them patiently, helping them to arrive at a correct understanding and analyze their experience and lessons. It doesn't matter if you fail to convince them of the problems all at once, you can try a second and a third time. You will succeed gradually so long as you have a correct attitude. It often happens that success comes after effects are demonstrated objectively. Therefore, once there, you should try to cooperate closely with the local leading comrades to build up collective leadership in the local party committees. In party committees, democratic centralism should be practiced, under which the minority is subordinate to the majority and individuals are not allowed to monopolize everything or act arbitrarily. Recently, collective leadership of party committees has been weakened. I hope you will pay attention to this problem when you are there. Whenever a major issue arises, you should consult with the local. Strengthen leadership and improve style of work. 435. Cadres and make decisions together. Some comrades may be prudent at first, but after a period of time, when their work has proved successful and everything is smooth going, they may throw all prudence to the winds. Many comrades are likely to make such a mistake. If you are careful enough, things will go better. You should pay attention to this problem, especially when your work goes smoothly. Of course, I mean all comrades, not just you. Whatever leading position you hold in a party committee, you should try to truly practice democratic centralism and establish a genuine collective leadership within the committee, creating a situation of both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, both unity of will and personal ease of mind and liveliness. 2. Implement the correct policies of the Central Committee. In 1960, the Central Committee formulated the 12 Articles 133 and the following year the 60 Articles 142. Since the enlarged working conference of the Central Committee, 189 held in January this year, it has laid down many other policies, such as those of simplifying administrative structure, reducing urban population and checking warehouse stocks. It will convene another working conference at the end of July to decide on a series of policies, including policies on agriculture, commerce, and industrial support to agriculture. When a policy is needed, we should formulate it. Once it has been formulated, it is important to carry it out correctly. One of the important purposes for your going is to implement the correct policies of the Central Committee. At present, many policies have been implemented, but some have not been put into effect satisfactorily. The 5 unhealthy practices. 191. Criticized in the 12 Articles and the 60 Articles, have been set right in most areas but have not been eliminated in some areas. For instance, issuing of arbitrary orders, seeking of privileges and premature communization have not yet been done away with, and some policies in the 60 Articles have not been carried out either. At its working conference, the Central Committee decided to combat decentralism and strengthen unified, centralized leadership. This policy has taken some effect but has not been carried out conscientiously in many fields of endeavor. In commerce, for instance, some enterprises still maintain innumerable blockades and their spheres of influence. Some people believe that local enterprises are owned by their local authorities and that commercial institutions or factories located in the areas where they live belong to them, so they do not have their products distributed by the state or turn their 436 profits over to the state. In some areas communes and production brigades, and even county party committees and county governments, are engaged in trade. This has always been prohibited. You have studied the policies of the Central Committee in this regard. If you haven't grasped them, I suggest you study them again. You should carry out these policies in places where you go. In carrying out these policies, you should pay attention to local conditions, demonstrate your initiative and dynamism and avoid transplanting them mechanically to the local areas. By initiative and dynamism I mean to implement correctly and effectively the policies of the Central Committee, not to negate them. When you fail to carry out the policies of the Central Committee properly, you can't attribute it to defects of these policies or to their lack of provisions regarding the specific conditions in the areas where you work. Comrades, it is impossible for the Central Committee to lay down policies in line with the specific conditions in every county and every place. Its policies contain only general provisions. When people are to carry them out in a given area, they have to take into consideration the local circumstances, the situation, the timing, the process, and the approach in order to do it appropriately. Here they need to use their brains to think these matters over. This does not mean that they can refuse to pursue the policies or oppose them or lay down a set of policies of their own, but that they should apply them concretely to the localities so that they can be implemented in the best way. All our policies are formulated by the Central Committee, which alone has the right to make decisions on them. Your job is to implement them. You should be clear about this in your mind. Of course, some areas do have special circumstances, and you can formulate certain local policies accordingly, which need to be finalized and ratified by the Central Committee. It is impermissible to act on one's own and formulate policies without obtaining approval of the Central Committee beforehand or to formulate policies contrary to those of the Central Committee. The reason some local authorities refuse to implement the policies of the Central Committee, adopt a half-hearted and perfunctory attitude towards them or distort them is that they want to carry out their own policies. The purpose of the Central Committee in sending you to local areas is to help them carry out its policies correctly. Comrade Mao Zedong once said that the party's policy is the party's life. If it is not carrying out a correct policy, it is carrying out an incorrect. Strengthen leadership and improve style of work. 437. 1. 192. Of course, some policies have not yet been framed by the Central Committee, and even among the policies it has formulated, some may contain inappropriate points. With regard to these policies, local authorities definitely can make suggestions after a careful study and ask the Central Committee to formulate or revise them. That is what some local party committees that are concerned about policies and take a responsible attitude towards them have been doing. When they find that the party has suffered great losses because some of the policies are inappropriate or wrong or have not yet been formulated, they take a positive attitude and make suggestions to the Central Committee. Although local party committees and governments do not formulate policies, they should study them. If they do not study them or use their brains but try to implement them mechanically, they will make blunders. There is a great difference between good, complete, and practical implementation and bad, incomplete and mechanical implementation. Some people adopt a pragmatic attitude towards the party's policies. They implement only what they need but refuse to implement or erroneously implement what they don't need. This will harm the party's cause. One shouldn't regard the implementation of policies as something simple. It is not easy to formulate a policy, for it requires investigation and study, but it is more important to implement it. Formulating a policy undergoes a process of gathering ideas from the masses, while implementing a policy undergoes a process of carrying it down to the masses. Implementation of a policy constitutes a process of practice in which to conduct investigation and study, to understand the objective world, to discover our mistakes, to identify new problems and to formulate new policies. So the key lies in implementation and practice. The policy of the Central Committee is also a conclusion of practice, of past practice. So, if you find that local cadres carry out the policies of the Central Committee incorrectly, carelessly, or inappropriately, you should express your views and argue with them. Of course, in doing so you should be friendly and choose the proper occasion in order to convince them. However, it is wrong not to air differing views on questions of policy and principle merely for the sake of unity. 3. Submit truthful report of the situation. This is one of the 3 main rules of discipline for party and government cadres. In recent years there have been cases of cadres making false reports and practicing deception in various ways. Of 438 course, such cases are not many. However, it is quite ubiquitous that cadres exaggerate successes or overstate difficulties and, suiting their superiors' expectations, report only what they want to hear. I'm afraid this unhealthy practice is prevailing in many places. I hope you will go and bring about a change in this state of affairs and put an end to the practice. You should be very careful about figures and assessment of conditions, and you should check them again and again before submitting them to higher levels. Sometimes people at higher levels were so whimsical that they wanted figures for the number of mosquitoes and flies killed. You should resist this kind of irresponsible attitude. You should report figures as they are, if they are accurate, not accurate, estimated, or statistics, just state them as they are. This is the serious and responsible attitude you should adopt. It is not easy to report a situation accurately. If you are not clear about the actual conditions, have not investigated or studied them, get informed only through hearsay or through report provided by lower levels, and submit information and report thus obtained to your superiors, these will often be mistaken, even though you have no intention of cheating your superiors. Therefore, you should be careful about the source of information, making sure that it is reliable and the information has been verified through investigation. You should listen to comments from various quarters, especially those contrary to yours. For instance, when people differ as to the correct figure, you should do some serious investigation to find the true one. When you have discovered errors in the report of figures or conditions that has been submitted to higher levels, you should correct them without delay. With regard to a report submitted by a local party committee to its superiors, there may be different opinions among the committee members even though the report is a collective one that has been discussed by all the members. Those who hold different views may attach their views to the report. For instance, if you have doubts about a report and have your own views, you can write them down on a piece of paper and attach it to the report. It is absolutely normal for members of party committees at lower levels to have different views and some controversy and to report these to their superiors, instead of withholding the fact. Besides, individual members can report conditions and their views directly to the provincial party committees and the Central Committee. In the past, some party committees strengthen leadership and improve style of work 439 prevented their members from doing so, maintaining that submitting reports by individual members that had not been discussed by all the party committee members was to lodge a complaint with the Central Committee or the provincial committees. I don't think this is a healthy practice because it impairs the development of a lively atmosphere. The opinions of individual members don't have to be discussed by the party committees. However, they can inform the party committees that they have submitted reports or written letters to committees at higher levels. If they are not allowed to report their views to the Central Committee or provincial committees, there will be no democracy. I can write, you can write, everybody can write. Let us find out if this can be made common practice. Since you are all from central departments, you should send truthful reports to the central authorities and encourage other committee members and comrades to do the same to the provincial party committees and the Central Committee. When everybody gets accustomed to this practice, there will be nothing strange about it. Submitting truthful reports is also a question of work style. 4. Help local party organizations rectify certain erroneous styles of work. Nowadays the style of hard work and plain living has been weakened to some extent and a tendency to seek privileges has been spreading. Villas, high-grade housing, and ballrooms have been built in some places. Are there similar cases in the Central Committee? Yes. Where would it end if the provincial party committees followed the example of the Central Committee, and the commune, county, and prefectural party committees all followed the example of their respective superiors? Shall we stop to rectify this tendency now? Let the Central Committee take the lead, with all the provincial, prefectural, county and commune party committees to follow suit. Official regulations can include some special arrangements for those advanced in years, poor in health or in need of special working conditions. However, some of the things can be done only at the central level, not at the local levels. Take the Great Hall of the People, for example. It would be disastrous if such a great hall were built in every province. Similarly, only the Central Committee is entitled to some of the things that provincial party committees are not entitled to, and only the provincial party committees are entitled to some of the things that prefectural and county party committees are not entitled to. So, U. 440 should help local party committees restore the style of hard work and plain living and put an end to the tendency to seek privileges. Our party is a unified party and our country is a unified country. A local party committee is only the leading body of one part of the party and should not regard itself as independent of it. Strengthening the unity of the party also involves the style of work. Recently the unity of both our party and our country has been weakened and even impaired or jeopardized in some respects. This state of affairs must change, and we should combat decentralism. Some local markets are not in line with the unified national markets. They mark off certain areas and prevent things from other localities from coming in. This is impermissible. Even the capitalist countries have unified domestic markets, otherwise they cannot develop capitalism. How can socialist countries do without unified domestic markets? They have erected numerous barriers, or man-made obstructions and barricades, acting against the objective laws governing economic development. The capitalist countries adopt high customs tariff among themselves, don't they? The measures taken by some of the local authorities are more severe than that. They do not allow products from other areas to come in or they prevent their own products from going out. This must be corrected. In order to correct these mistakes, we need to wage struggles. I hope you will make an effort to help change certain incorrect styles of work and practices found in local party organizations. 5. Consolidate collective economic undertakings and develop agricultural production. At present, the collective economic undertakings of people's communes are not fully consolidated, and quite a number of such undertakings are vacillating. Peasants and even cotters in many places want to go it alone and have land distributed to individual households or output quotas fixed on a household basis. The collective economic undertaking's lack of consolidation is due to internal as well as external causes, natural disasters as well as the 5 unhealthy practices that have ravaged agricultural production, the excessive purchase of grain and other farm products by the state as well as the irrational price policies adopted by the state. By internal causes I mean that cotters fail to perform their duties faithfully and they eat or take more than their share, do not engage in physical labor and fail to apply the responsibility system, evaluate work and record work points properly. The state, on its part, has not given enough assistance. Strengthen leadership and improve style of work. 441. Although it has allocated a lot of funds, the funds have not been used properly and the effects are negligible. All this has caused the instability of the collective economic undertakings. You should go and study this problem. The Central Committee is now discussing it and will soon reach some policy decisions. Those who go to rural areas and work on prefectural and county party committees should pay special attention to the question of consolidating the collective economic undertakings. You should adopt measures and work out ways to render more benefits to commune members during distribution of this year's autumn harvest. You should see to it that less funds be put aside for accumulation this year, and the state also plans to purchase less grain, so that the peasants can get more from the collective. If distribution of this year's autumn harvest is not handled well and the peasants get nothing, more production teams will probably disband after the harvest. Therefore, this is an urgent issue. On the one hand, you should try to consolidate the collective economic undertakings, and on the other, keep tabs on production. Some people pit the collective economic undertakings against the development of production, saying these undertakings cannot serve to develop production. This view is shared by the masses and cadres from high down to grassroots levels, including those working on provincial, prefectural, and county party committees. As a result of the 5 unhealthy practices, excessive purchase of grain by the state, arbitrary orders, and loss of faith in collective economic undertakings, the peasants have gained little over the past few years. Since the cooperatives increased production for a certain period of time, the drop in production over the past few years does not indicate that collective economic undertakings cannot help develop production. They can after they are organized, provided that certain conditions are met. If cadres take more than their share and do not take part in physical labor, if the responsibility system is not well implemented, and if the state does not give enough assistance but purchases too much grain from the communes, under these circumstances the collective economic undertakings surely cannot expand production. To lead the 500 million peasants onto the path of socialism and communism is the most important and glorious task. What could be greater or more important? It is a task of prime importance in the world, at least in present-day world, because no other country is faced with the question of 500 million peasants. Comrade Mao Zedong said, "The serious problem is the education of 442. The peasantry. 19.3 What will they be educated for? For socialism and communism. This is a very difficult task. There are so many peasants in China, 500 million, if they do not work for socialism, how can our socialist country be consolidated? Only large-scale farming can develop agriculture and solve the problems of agriculture and grain. This has been proved by historical experience. Large-scale farming can be either socialist or capitalist. With its large-scale capitalist agriculture, the United States has succeeded in solving the problem of agriculture. France has also attached great importance to agriculture, investing heavily in it. I was told that it has been successful, too. A small-scale peasant economy, either capitalist or socialist, cannot solve the problem of agriculture because it cannot develop it greatly. Although the Soviet Union has not yet solved the problem, its agriculture is large-scale. We have the experience of the United States and of the Soviet Union to draw on, and we must create our own. We cannot imitate them mechanically, since we have our own particular circumstances. In order to solve China's problem of agriculture, to encourage the peasants to take the socialist road and to expand production, we have to create our own experience. This is a long-term job of prime importance, requiring tremendous efforts on the part of our Communist Party and our country. Because he realized the importance of this task, Comrade Mao Zedong proposed taking agriculture as the foundation of the national economy, developing the economy in the order of agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry. 140 The Central Committee is going to discuss this question and the question of state assistance to agriculture. It is to fulfill this task that we are sending you to the countryside. How should we consolidate the collective economic undertakings? First, we should readjust the internal relationships of the collective. Too much of income is held back for the collective, there are too many cadres and too many work points are recorded for cadres as allowances. Some cadres eat or take more than their share and are given to authoritarianism. They do not run the people's communes democratically, industriously, and thriftily, nor do they make the business accounts public. These relationships should be readjusted. If the communes are truly run democratically, industriously, and thriftily and the accounts are made known to the public, the commune members will be satisfied and their enthusiasm will be aroused. Second, we should apply the principle of distribution according to strengthen leadership and improve style of work 443. Work while taking good care of families with difficulties. The responsibility system must be implemented. This system is implemented in Xinxiang County, Henan Province, where major farm work is done collectively and odd jobs are done separately by individuals. Every production team is responsible for a stretch of land and every household for a plot, and those who overfulfill the quotas are rewarded. When gathering in crops and threshing grain, they do it collectively, not separately. When they are about to harvest, they ask an experienced peasant to estimate the output. If a quota is overfulfilled, the team or the individual concerned will be rewarded. They say that the quality of farm work has improved in this way, but it is still not so good as that done by peasants on their private plots or in the days of elementary agricultural producers' cooperatives. So, I think, it is absolutely possible to practice the responsibility system, under which a household is responsible for a plot or a team for a stretch of land. The question is how to link up this system with output. It is difficult to thresh grain separately, but actual output cannot be estimated accurately unless the grain is threshed separately. Therefore, experienced peasants have to be invited to make an estimate, which is to be discussed and approved by all the peasants. We should study the question of linking up output with the responsibility system. Third, we should develop a diversified economy. Otherwise there will be no cash available for running collective economic undertakings. Fourth, the state should support the collective economic undertakings. This involves the amount of grain purchased by the state and the purchase price of farm produce. It also involves mechanization. Today there aren't so many agricultural machines and they cannot be produced overnight, so the most practical solution is to improve existing farm tools. So, when you are in the countryside, you should readjust the relationships in all fields of work and undertake technical transformation of agriculture, going from improvement of farm tools to mechanization. Only when technical transformation of agriculture has produced good results, can the collective economy be consolidated. It is a great and glorious task of our party to administer the affairs of China's countryside well, to run the collective economy successfully and to complete the technical transformation of agriculture. We must pay great attention to agriculture if we want to bring about a favorable turn in China's economy and if we want China to develop. 444. And industrialize. Without a developed agriculture, industrialization is hopeless. Now we are in a time of difficulties. We should arouse the entire party membership to overcome the difficulties in a serious and prudent manner, so as to accomplish the tremendous task of building socialism. Do part work, part study, be both. Workers and peasants. August 1, 1964. I'd like to talk about the question of two labor systems and two educational systems. The two labor systems and the two educational systems I shall discuss are partly integrated. They are at once a labor system, an educational system and a school system. In the countryside we run part farm work, part study schools where students cultivate the land during the busy season and study during the slack season. In factories we run part work, part study schools where students work 1 week and study another. We should turn these practices into regular jabur and educational systems. Under the present circumstances, if we apply only one school system, that is, the current full-time school system, we cannot make education universal. I have learned that only 49% of the school-age children in Shandong province attend school, and in some rural areas as many as 70 to 80% of the school-age children cannot enter school. Even fewer school-age children attend school in Anhui province. The enrollment in Jiangsu province is bigger, representing 60% of the province's total, but in the rural areas there only half are in school. So under the pre-SENT system we cannot universalize education, since neither the government nor the family can afford it. If a family has 4 or 5 children going to primary school, junior middle school, senior middle school or university respectively, it will be unable to support them, whether it is an ordinary workers or peasants family or even the family of comrades present here today. Then, what should be done to universalize education? and education. One of two questions discussed at an inter-party elections meeting convened by the Central Committee of the CNSA Communist Party. 445. 446. Both the government and the family can afford. In addition to existing full-time schools, the only method we can adopt is to set up part farm work, part study schools or part work, part study schools, where children on the whole can earn a living on their own and need only a little subsidies given by the government and the family. Perhaps we can make our plans like this: no more full-time schools are to be established and funds for them will not be increased. However, the government will annually increase funds to run part work, part study schools or part farm work, part study schools. In view of current conditions and the need to universalize education, I think we must adopt this method. In the long run, implementation of the two labor systems and two educational systems can bring about a gradual elimination of the difference between mental and manual labor. After I discussed this question in Tianjin in 1958, people there set up part work, part study schools in more than 100 factories. Being left alone to run their own course over the past few years, most of these schools have gone out of existence. When I went back there this last time, I found 7 factories were still running such schools and had graduated more than 2,000 students. In Shanghai, a polytechnical university has been set up where the students have 24 hours of class every week, out of which 16 are taken from work time and 8 from spare time. Students graduate after studying for 5 years. More than 800 students will graduate this year. Jiangxi province has been successful in running labor colleges. There are agricultural secondary schools in Jiangsu and Guangdong provinces and engineering secondary schools in other places. They all have gained some initial experience. Their graduates are said to be fairly good, capable of doing both mental and manual labor. They can not only serve as workers or peasants, but also work in offices or research institutions. Some have become technicians. I believe graduates of part work, part study technical secondary schools or colleges are a new type of people, different from us and different from present-day workers, peasants, and intellectuals. They are easy of approach. Intellectuals' haughty manners are a big problem. Nowadays, ordinary students look down upon peasants when they graduate from junior middle schools and look down upon workers when they graduate from senior middle schools, and they become even more arrogant when they graduate from universities. Do part work, part study, be both workers and peasants. 447. It will take us at least 5 years to gain initial experience in carrying out a new school system and 10 years to gain ripe experience and spread it wide. In 10 years it will be 25 years since our victory in the revolution. If we embark on experiment today, we shall be able to spread our experience in 10 years, otherwise, we shall be able to do nothing of the sort then. Therefore, I suggest that every province and every large or medium-sized city start to run part farm work, part study schools or part work, part study schools on an experimental basis. In rural areas we may set up many full-time junior primary schools and apply the part farm work, part study system at least to senior primary schools and junior middle schools. It is not enough just to set up agricultural junior middle schools, we must also set up agro-technical secondary schools. The graduates from these schools can go home to do farm work or work on state farms or reclaim wasteland. I suggest that we make full use of the means of production on state farms to set up such schools. Graduates from these schools will attain the same level as those from technical secondary schools and they can go home and work as peasants or go and work at agro-technical stations, animal husbandry and veterinary stations, tractor stations, and so forth. Factories in big and medium-sized cities can run some part work, part study engineering technical secondary schools, from which students will graduate in 4 or 4.5 years. Some technical schools can be transformed into part work, part study technical secondary schools that enroll junior secondary school graduates. Some technical secondary schools that have been closed down can be reopened and transformed into part work, part study schools. I figure that, in 50 to 100 years, 70 to 80% of China's workers will be graduates from part work, part study technical secondary schools, and 50% of its peasants will be graduates from part work, part study agro-technical secondary schools. After finishing their studies at these schools, they will find it easy to take up university courses, such as political science, economics, and literature and art. They will be capable of doing both mental and manual labor, without much distinction between the two to be found in them, that is, the distinction will begin to disappear. They can serve as workshop or factory directors, party committee secretaries, mayors, or county magistrates. When they hold such positions, they should not withdraw totally from production, but should work in the workshop. 448. Or do farm work half the day and do office work for the other half. If we can achieve this in 50 to 100 years, our country will be quite different from what it is today. Labor productivity will have increased greatly and resistance to the elimination of the three major differences will be much reduced. Let us imagine what the labor and school systems will be like in a communist society. In such a society, manual laborers will work only 4 or 5 hours a day. What will they do in their spare time? They will study, work in the office, write, sing, act in plays, do government work or map out plans. At that time there will be no professional writers, actors, or painters, no full-time party committee secretaries, factory directors, mayors, governors, or president of the state. Everyone will do manual work and perform official duties in his spare time. Even the president of the country can handle official affairs in his spare time, half a day will be enough. Karl Marx conceived that children would begin to do manual work for 2 hours a day at the age of 9 and 4 hours at the age of 13. 194. Since the 9 and 13-year-olds are school children, I take it to mean the part work, part study system. Lenin also discussed polytechnical education, 195, which I take to mean the same thing, whereby students would acquire one or more skills and at the same time have fairly high educational and scientific levels. China's present educational system is not good and must be reformed. I don't mean we should close the full-time schools, which are still necessary, I mean only that they should not be increased. Instead, we should open more part work, part study, or part farm work, part study schools. Now we are doing it on an experimental basis and on a small scale. We don't want to set up many such schools all at once, only to have to close them. We should conduct experiments to gain experience before increasing the number of such schools until they become our main educational and school systems. The present full-time schools will not exist for very long, but I believe the part work, part study ones will last 10,000 years at least. In order to make a success of the part work, part study, and part farm work, part study schools, we should set up advanced part work, part study, agricultural and polytechnical normal schools and secondary part work, part study agricultural and polytechnical normal schools. State farms, factories, secondary technical schools or universities should do part work, part study, be both workers and peasants. 449. Be encouraged to run these normal schools and train teachers for secondary technical schools. These teachers will do part work, or part farm work, and part teaching, that is, they will work in factories or do farm work half a day and teach the other half, so that they will not divorce themselves completely from production. We should have this new type of teachers and headmasters. I should also like to propose a different kind of labor system, whereby peasants take part in both industry and agriculture, so that surplus labor in the countryside will be utilized. The system can be applied in rural factories, seasonally operated factories, agro-technical stations, irrigation and drainage pumping stations, etc. Some urban factories can be moved to rural areas where there is surplus labor available. Seasonal factories in big cities can also adjust, operating 1 shift a day during the busy farming seasons and 3 shifts a day during slack seasons when peasants can come and help. Will that work? Our peasants should be trained to work with machines. Machine building factories can recruit peasants, sending them home during the busy farming seasons and calling them back to study and work for 6 months during slack seasons. This will bring about many advantages. Peasants can acquire technical skills in town without bringing their families along with them, and the distinction between town and country and between workers and peasants will be reduced. This will be good for individuals, the collective and the state. I have always been against temporary workers becoming permanent workers, but to no avail. I suggest that from now on we reduce or increase only slightly the number of permanent workers and recruit more temporary workers. Some people say that only permanent workers are regular workers and temporary workers are not. I don't think so. Temporary workers are regular workers, too. Since this definition is not in the present labor system, it should be included in it. We must enable our workers and peasants to receive an education and attain a fairly high educational level, if we want to bring about a complete change in the appearance of our country, gradually eliminate the 3 major differences and have our country enter the communist society in the future. Institute the labor system of employing both permanent and contract workers. August 22, 1964. It is for the purpose of integrating the school system with the labor system that we shall institute 2 educational systems and 2 labor systems. In addition, we shall combine the industrial labor system with the agricultural labor system, whereby people are both workers and peasants. At present we have only one labor system, under which permanent workers enjoy labor insurance and are not to be dismissed once they have been recruited. If you wish to dismiss someone, it is very difficult. I suggest we introduce more labor systems and employ as many temporary and contract workers as possible. Such workers are regular workers, too. Some factories, such as sugar refineries, cigarette factories, oil processing mills, rice husking mills, flour mills, and paper mills, have always been seasonal. Workers go there when there is work to do and leave when there is no work. This used to be the case in Shanghai, Wuxi and other places, but after victory in the revolution we turned all the seasonal workers into permanent ones who work all the year round. What a dumb thing to do! It would be disastrous if all the people working in rural factories, rural technical advice, irrigation and drainage, animal husbandry and veterinary, and tractor stations became permanent workers. They would have to be paid by the state even when there wasn't much work for them to do. They can work in the fields, too. In other words, these people can take part in both industry and agriculture. Some factories can be moved to the countryside from the city so that they can take advantage of the surplus labor there. A new factory. Excerpt from a speech delivered at the meeting of cadres of the Guangxi Autonomous Region. 450. Employ both permanent and contract workers. 451. Should be located within easy access of raw materials, markets, and labor. In short, a factory may be built wherever there are abundant labor resources. We have a huge population and many surplus laborers in rural areas, a factor we should make full use of. If factories are set up in the countryside, peasants will be fully occupied. This will benefit workers, peasants, and the state. Japan has established many small factories in rural areas to make use of surplus labor. A great many Japanese products are made in the countryside. It seems to me that some urban factories can also combine industry with agriculture. Take the textile mills, for instance. They could work 1 shift during the busy farming season and 3 shifts during the slack season. The same can be done in many other light industrial factories as well as machine building plants. When peasants come to work in these factories during slack farming seasons, they can work 3 shifts round the clock instead of 1 or 2 shifts. That way they won't have to worry about completion of the year's production quotas. The same applies to mines. The huge coal mine at Tangshan, which I know of quite well, used to employ a good many peasants during the slack farming season as temporary workers to build galleries. During busy farming seasons the peasants go home, leaving only the miners to dig and transport coal. In this way the mine maintained fairly stable production and fulfilled its production quotas. So, it can be seen that in large cities and mines a labor system designed to tap the labor potential of peasants is feasible. Moreover, it obviates the necessity for families of the peasants to move along with them to the city and allows the peasants to pick up skills. Finally, the system helps to reduce the difference between town and country. A contract worker who has worked for a number of years can become a factory director, since he has acquired a lot of skills through several months of work every year. Thus the factory director is also engaged in both industry and agriculture. When the factory is not in operation, a deputy director can take charge. Why can't a contract worker become a cotter? Give him an education, and he will be able to. Many county party secretaries as well as many generals come from peasant backgrounds. Since peasants can become generals and county and prefectural party secretaries, why can't they become factory directors? We should take the position that since workers can participate in both industry and agriculture, cotters can, too. Cotters should take the lead. In one factory in Guangxi 8 cotters are now work. 452. On a contract basis, aren't they? That's good. Although there are not many cotters like them, they represent the right direction. I have been against temporary workers becoming permanent ones, but I have failed to prevent this from happening. Consequently, we found ourselves in trouble last year and the year before last when we had to persuade workers to go down to the countryside. From now on, when we need more workers in any enterprise, we should employ more temporary workers, but few or no permanent ones. The labor insurance system also needs revision. Some people have advocated a compulsory labor system. Working in certain mines is known to be harmful to people's health. People who work there for long will contract occupational diseases. Under a compulsory system, like military conscription, people can be recruited to work in these mines for a few years and sent back before they become ill. In other words, people rotate these jobs under this labor system. Running trusts on an experimental basis. June 1, 1965. Are the views about whether to run trusts all identical? 196. It is said they are identical on the whole, but not in everything. I think it is good to have different views. What we need is to have all the views expressed and all the problems brought out into the open. It is normal to have different opinions. The central authorities have so far established only 12 trusts, local authorities have set up a few. What should be unified by the trusts? Planning, prices, distribution of materials. Another problem is not to involve all other matters. We should consider what is rational according to the principles of economic management. In short, we should improve quality, increase variety, reduce production costs, raise labor productivity and develop technology so as to meet the needs of the people. Ours is a socialist economy, well organized and planned. Although capitalist enterprises were well organized internally and they could indeed reduce costs, improve quality, and raise labor productivity, they were not well organized externally or among themselves. That is why trusts were set up later and monopoly was exercised. In fact, since outside the trusts there still exist anarchy and competition, they cannot monopolize the economy as a whole. A socialist economy should be better organized than the capitalist one, but how? The 70 Articles on Industrial Work 15.1 is applicable only to management inside an enterprise. Industry and the national economy as a whole, however, must be well organized and planned. Of course, we should. Gist of remark S made while being briefed on a forum on experiment S with the running of true STS. 453. 454. Not be too sweeping, because the economy includes the collective and individual undertakings as well. You said that a major problem in our present industrial management is the lack of organization. Our state plan is roughly outlined. Take the cigarette industry, for instance. Only one category with an output of millions of cartons appears in the plan, which gives no details, when actually there are hundreds of brands. We establish trusts just for the sake of better organization. Not only an enterprise or an industry, but the whole of the national economy should be well organized. Please think about it, how to get so many factories in a city, province, or the country as a whole well organized. For this we must have an overall picture in our minds. The purpose of trusts is simply to have the national economy better planned and organized. Both capitalists and socialist countries have provided us with reference on how to run trusts, but their experience is not complete, so we have to create our own. We should not rest content with the 12 trusts, we should broaden our vision and approach the problem from all angles. 3 forms of trusts can be considered. One is to centralize all power with regard to personnel, finance, and materials and nationalize all the factories. The second is to unify only planning, prices, the supply of raw and semi-finished materials and the marketing of products, and the third is only to take care of planning, assignment of tasks and exchange of experience. Any one of these forms is not enough, I'm afraid. Perhaps all are needed. Anyway, unification is the main thing. Some comrades say that if all the trusts are unified across the land, they will have no opposites to compete with them. But if we permit some branches of the trusts a certain degree of independence, they can compete with each other. As for business accounting in the trusts, it can be done by the general company, its branch, or the enterprise, depending on actual conditions. We should give an all-round consideration before deciding which trusts should be run by local authorities and which by central authorities. It is not necessary for the central authorities to start immediately with establishment of trusts that can be established by local authorities first, although it is rational for the former to do so, but the former can establish general companies later. The central authorities should run trusts on an experimental basis. 455. Refrain from setting up those that can be run only by local authorities in future. Trusts should also be established in the fields of commerce, of goods, and materials. Historically, the marketing of salt was monopolized and so were sales of tobacco and wine. Naturally, trusts cannot take over all commerce, but it is reasonable for the big wholesale stations of some trades to be owned by trusts. Our general aim is to have the economy well organized and planned. All economic undertakings at both central and local levels should be organized so as to carry out specialization, standardization, and serialization, improve quality, increase variety, reduce production costs and raise labor productivity. This will benefit the country, the localities, and all sectors of society.